Welcome everybody, welcome to THT, and today we have an exciting tournament. It's called the Two Moons Star Wars Unlimited Premier Championship 2024. And this is an attempt for the Two Moons stores to bring the competitive spirit to the Switzerland. And hopefully we get some crazy stuff going on in the future. This is a first tournament. As you know, it's a tournament that has multiple. So first of all, before I start the rambling about my what's going on here, let me introduce you to JonahNiklas. This is joining me here to
Hello,
cast. Hi man, how's it going?
nice to be here. Super excited. I got to meet the Two Moon guys in Germany and chatted a bit, and amazing to be here. Have this opportunity to cast with you, so really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So basically, yeah. So this tournament, there's multiple ways of qualification. So people have been trying qualified from this league with a league. There's a league. There's been the day one qualifier yesterday. There's been a bunch of other things, ways to qualify. And what we are going to be casting today is the top 12 double elimination bracket. So I'll take a look at the bracket and we'll take a look at the bracket and I'll show you exactly how that works because you might not be familiar with how the double elimination bracket works. So let me show you guys. So there you go. So that's the bracket here. We got some players which are already on the second round of the tournament. So we got Matthias, Martin, Dominic, and Mario, who are already on the second round of the bracket, and then some who are on the first one. So on the first round of the tournament, those guys are gonna battle it out. Whoever loses is gonna be dropping on the bottom bracket. So this is the top bracket. This is the winner bracket. This is the loser bracket. Whenever those guys lose, they fall down on the second bracket, and then they battle it out. And the way it works is that the winners are gonna be fighting against those guys who are already qualified for round two. And then once again, whoever loses is gonna fall on the bracket below, and he's going to be playing against whoever won the loser bracket first round. So basically, imagine this as like kind of like a single elimination system, but instead, if you lose one game, in a single elimination you lose one game, you're out. While here, you have to actually lose two best of three to be out of the tournament. So it's a lot more forgiving. And then at the end, we should have a winner bracket final, the loser bracket final, and whoever win the winner bracket final will play against the winner of the loser bracket. Any observation about this, Jonah?
I think it's a very interesting format. We usually see like just a top cut with single eliminations, as you said, but with double elimination, you might can have some more redundancy, or if you're meeting a counter deck, it's not as punishing, so you might be able to go through with more of a meta call deck. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think the double elimination bracket is actually the best system for. It's a little bit more complicated, but it's a much better system in my opinion. It's a lot more forgiving, as you were saying. So really excited to that we're gonna have this system for this tournament. So without further ado, we're gonna have the first round. So the first round we're gonna be casting today is gonna be Mark Burpatcher versus Bjorn Walter. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but that's what we are working with right now. And I'm just gonna take a look here at the deck list. Here we have the deck list for the Palpatine players. So I'll try to zoom in. Unfortunately, the quality is not great. I apologize. So this is a Palp Blue deck, and the Palp Blue deck is basically this is like a super controlly a Palp Blue, as you can see. It's what you would expect from a Power Blue to be quite fair. It's one of those decks which are extremely good against everything except at aggro. So if it might be a good call to bring a deck like this. I know that people can play a different deck list from what they qualified with compared to the top cut. So that means that it's probably a smart choice because if he's not expecting a lot of aggro, this is going to be a very, very strong deck. What do you think, Jonah?
Yeah. I think it looks super interesting, but I actually got a message from our guys at Two Moons, and it looks like the players are starting.
Okay.
So we might want to go directly to the live feed.
Absolutely. Let's
Um,
go. Okay,
looks like
this is where we are now. So we have, yeah. So this is a turn one Bazine, and I'll let you
a
go, John.
really, really good start against Palpatine because Palpatine deploys on 8. You obviously want to be ramping, so Bazine being able to take out ramp looks pretty good for Boba.
This is a showcase Palpatine, guys.
Yeah, gonna bring some extra luck to those draws.
Okay,
Right,
I'll
looks
let you
like
go. I have to change the names, so I'll let you speak.
yeah, perfect. We saw a make an opening and the Emperor's Royal Guard there in Palpatine's hand. Answering with the Crumb turn 1 is not gonna do much in this matchup, but just losing out on the card is not that important either because Palp can just use his ability to draw back on cards. Ooh, that's a resupply. Since we got in the feed a bit late, I'm not aware if it was there from the beginning, but would be a really, really nice top deck for Palp. And Boba will be answering with his own resupply, which is also, of course, very, very crucial. I think a very pivotal moment will be this next turn, because Palp is playing blue, have access to some hard removal, but still an armor on Boba Fett can be very hard to deal with if Palp does not draw the Rival's Fall. And if I'm not mistaken, let's see, there is only one Rival's Fall in the list, so that's a bit of a gamble. And we'll see if Bjorn will be able to deal with that. Looks like we're gonna see a Colonel Yularen. Pretty good card in Palpatine. You really want to be starting out with those officials so you can enable Emperor's Royal Guard to have Sentinel. And now we're gonna see a crucial moment here. Looks like Mark might want to turn all of his resources.
So this big Boba turn here, starting with Sandy Kidlaki. He's going to be able to go for double and tap. Maybe might be able to squeeze a 3-drop here. This is a pivotal moment in the game here for Boba. If Boba can get ahead at this point, he can win the game. If he cannot, the late game is not going to be at disadvantage.
Yeah. Thorrk, if you would be able to just share your screen so I can be a bit more live.
Oh.
It looks like I'm lagging a bit behind there.
Okay, I'm sorry. No. Share my screen. There you go.
Right. Yeah, so Crumb will go into Boba, just get that damage in while you can. Or rather bounce.
Okay, so let's talk about a little bit about the matchup. So this matchup is technically you would say Palpatine is the control deck, so it's supposed to be control versus mid range is supposed to be ahead. But in this particular instance, I mean, Boba is so incredibly pushed, let's be honest, that it can win against anything. And but it needs to put on the pressure, it needs to put on the damage.
Yeah.
And it needs to put on the damage at this point. So first few damage have been dealt to the base. This should be 5 on the base here. So hopefully the score gets updated soon.
Yeah, and there is the armor. That is gonna be hard to deal with, because now all of the damage that Palp units will deal will be 2 less. So getting to a takedown range or something like that will be much harder. Maybe Bjorn can draw his Rival's Fall.
That's why you play Rival's Fall, baby. But yeah, one copy of Rival's Fall. You're gonna have to find it. If you don't find it, that's gonna be a problem. That's the reason why I've been a big advocate of Rival's Fall. In now, everybody plays multiple copies of both its armor and
yeah. Me personally, I think the armor is such a powerful card because it can basically make some decks just auto lose almost. If you don't have any specific answers to it, then it can be extremely hard to deal with.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
We're gonna see Vigilance taking some damage off of the Palp space and getting rid of those lackeys.
Yeah, it's great vigilance. Put it back to the base at 0, and that means that he hasn't taken a single damage. But this is usually the moment where shit hits the fan. This moment in the game. This is where we're gonna start seeing fire spray. This is where the moment where Palpatine needs to hold on, because this is really gonna be a tight. It's supposed to be the tight moment.
Yeah. And having the Sabine on the board still is actually really good for Boba, because once you want to play that Darth Maul, you can just put the damage on Sabine, and hence Palp can't steal the Maul, right? After an ambush.
Yes, indeed. It's a Bazine, not a Sabine. But yeah, but it also plays around Power of the Dark Side as well. This is like very, very important, because Power of the Dark Side is one of the other ways you can deal with Boba Fett's armor.
It looks like Mark is taking his time here, thinking through.
Yeah, so that means he probably doesn't have fire spray, because this is like the ideal moment to draw fire spray. So if he's waiting that long, it probably doesn't have it.
Yeah.
That's going to be a barrage. Okay, that's not the best barrage in the world. But
I think it's okay still, because otherwise his Bazine would probably get killed by the guard, right?
Yeah, he's giving an opportunity for his opponent to play Power Dark Side, so yeah.
Putting 7 damage on the base.
Yep.
Starting to put some pressure finally.
Yeah, should be 7 damage here. So just so you guys know, the timer on the round is 75 minutes. It is more because it is the recommended time for Top Gun games.
Yeah. And I think seeing in the end of the meta control decks coming, it's very, very helpful for those. So you don't have to be as pressured on time if you're, for instance, playing a Bosk or something like that.
Yeah. Another good reason to be bringing a control deck to this top cut, because as I said, players can play different decks for this tournament. So here's goes stick down. So he does this so he can free. Yeah, I know he has a Power Dark Side, so he's trying to set up a Power Dark Side here on the Boba. But obviously, I don't think Boba is going to let him do that.
Well, hopefully, he will have a unit to respond with here.
Preferably a small unit, or like the ideal here would be a Vader.
Yeah, that would be really, really strong.
So he's not at 5. He's at 9 at this point.
Yeah, one of the most powerful things with Vader, I feel like, in the new Boba Green is actually finding a Bazine. Because putting a 5/7 on the board, ambushing, and even taking out your opponent's best card is just so powerful.
Yeah, a lot of people really talk about Boba's armor when they say the card that really puts the Boba on the edge. But the reality is, I think it's a collection of different cards, and Bazine is definitely one of those.
Yeah, and I think having a percentage of smuggle cards in your deck really makes so you can't really have bad draws. You have the redundancy, right? You can have a commission, a Bazine, even a hotshot blaster. Always have something to play.
Okay, so Mr. Alias Yellow asks, when you say they can take several decks, can they swap mid-tournament? No. So I didn't say they can bring several decks, but basically they don't have to bring the same deck that they brought when they qualified for the Top Cut tournament. So that means that he could have very well qualified with the Sabine deck, but in the Top Cut he's playing Palpatine. But now that he's playing Palpatine, he cannot swap during the Top Cut.
Yeah. So Palp will play another Crumb, not what you want to see here, and Mark would answer with a Blaster on Boba, probably going 8 damage to the base here.
It's probably not that bad, because he will be able to ping the Greedo next turn, and then once again give himself an opening. Yeah, exactly. He's gonna crack it with Palpatine, and then he's gonna be able to go Power Dark Side. Unfortunately, he does not have the initiative, meaning that Mark will once again be able to cover his Boba. Power Dark Side is helpful against Boba, but it is not so easy to set up, and usually Rival's Fall is really the answer you're looking for.
Yeah, and we can kind of see the power of Hotshot Blaster also now, because Mark got to play an upgrade on Boba, but he also got the action economy, now giving him the initiative, so he can still be protected from that power.
Absolutely. I mean, Outshot 24 Blasters is another card that nobody talks about, but that really helps against control, because it gives you this extra gas, extra pressure.
Yeah.
Is extremely helpful against control. Like, basically, and this is basically what I was talking about when I say that the big difference between Boba in set 1 and set 2 is that Boba in set 2 is good against control for many different reasons. It just got so much more going on.
Yeah.
And that's the swing. So he prefers to swing. So that means Boba is gonna die. That's a good step forward. He took a bunch of damage. 16 is not the end of the world. This is the moment where Palpatine is gonna take control back of this game.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it might be 24 damage actually. So he hasn't gotten in the 8 yet from the swing there on the damage counter.
Yeah. So yeah, 24 is actually
Oh.
pretty dangerous. It's the danger zone.
Yeah.
You're gonna need to have some sort of heal. Okay. Though the follow up is not amazing here. Maul is not the best card.
And it's a bit risky even playing on the 8 resource turn, if I'm not mistaken, because if
oh, he doesn't have any way to damage the Maul.
Yeah.
This is huge.
I was about to say, if he would have like a small unit, he could have just stolen Maul.
Yeah, well, this is huge. The fact that there's no stealing ability from Palpatine, that's a big chunk of the. It's a big chunk of the late game coming from the Palpatine deck that is not gonna matter. That's a huge deal.
Yeah, and I think now, because of that premature flip, the odds are not looking great for Bjorn. I don't think he'll be able to stabilize because, as you said earlier, there are so many tools with Fire Spray, with Maul, just to keep on putting pressure.
Yeah, with that being said, the Palpatine deck does play quite a bit of healing, so if he can play another Vigilance to put himself out of danger, and Mark, the Boba player, does not find Fire Spray soon enough, I think I think it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah. And we have actually, while we've watched the stream, gotten access to the list, and it looks like Mark is not playing that much of a top end. No Reinforcement Walkers, no Relentless. So if he is not that lucky with the draws, doesn't find his Fire Sprays, maybe Bjorn actually can stabilize from this position.
Yeah, something to understand about Boba Green is that Boba Green is very strong. Is not that strong in control pulse board. It's after sideboard that stuff start to become really nasty, because whenever you can play those Relentless that you can like Palpatine's Return, this is where things. Oh, the Fire Spray here. Super Laser Blast. I think it's a smart move from Bjorn.
It feels kind of bad because that 410 would probably stick, but now he at least will save some damage.
Yeah, it's not the most elegant way to deal with this Fire Spray, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, what I was saying is like, if Palpatine needs to win this first game, because after sideboard, I don't think the game gets better for him, because any card that is good against Boba, you're probably playing the main deck because it's such a strong force in the meta. And that means you probably don't have much going on after sideboard. However, the Boba Green is going to have so much stuff after sideboard. I was talking about the Relentless, the Palpatine's Return, probably more copies of Bazine. Like, it's just so much going on that it's so hard to deal with. And it's something that I wanted to say as well, is that this is probably the big difference between Boba set 2 and set 1. Another Bazine. Ooh, that's a great hand for the Palpatine player.
Yeah. Vader can bring in maybe a Sentinel. Would be nice to have some leeway.
Does he play any Sentinel space? Yes, he does play the 2 copies of Pirated Starfighter, so he would be able to have a 3/2 Sentinel in space to protect himself against a Fire Spray.
Yeah, that's a nice answer. Putting that 3 damage also opens up Vigilance, be able to finish off the Fire Spray. Looks like he will remove Rival's Fall. And then hopefully Bjorn will remember to draw a card. It's sad to see that many players often forget, but looks like he is reminded.
Also, someone needs to remind him to untap his Palpatine.
Yeah. Hopefully they are friendly enough to let him slide away with it. And there we do see the Starfighter.
Yep, that's great protection here. Bjorn is now in control of this game here. He still is in danger zone in terms of HP, but now basically the last thing that Bjorn needs to have to seal the deal is a heal to put his base out of danger.
Yeah, like right now he really needs to respect Maul, because that's one way of getting direct damage on the base. But
Oh,
luckily, there's just 1 damage overwhelming there on Vader.
and this mod is gonna be super easy to kill, barely an inconvenience. Yeah, here if he gets like vigilance, kills Maul, heal 5 is basically this would be GG. But um, yeah, with
Yeah. Depends if Mark has resourced his other fire sprays, because there are not that many answers now left. Takedown doesn't really work. I mean, it does after the Sentinel being removed, but a fire spray and then maybe a barrage from Boba's side could be enough to steal the game. So it's gonna be very tense to see how the top decks.
this Palpatine is never getting untapped, never. Okay, Maul against Maul. That's obviously a good way to deal with him. I mean, no, actually, it's a trade here, so it's not that great.
Yeah, Bjorn, if you wanted, could put it on the Starfighter because it's an underworld unit, but
Not sure
I
you
think
want to
it's
do
the
this.
right call to leave it.
Yeah, not sure if you want to do this because it's like,
Yeah.
it's a tough call. It's a tough call, but having this protection against fire spray is such a big deal whenever you are
Yep.
sitting at 25 HP. Keep in mind that every single threat is a threat because it can be equipped by a DL24 blasters and put a ton of pressure. So here, DL24
Yeah.
blaster on the Crumb would putting him down to 28.
Yeah. And let's see if Mark plays any other buffs. Looks like there's no
For
surprise
LOM?
strike in the list.
4 LOM in green Boba. That is interesting.
Yeah, I agree. It's very interesting to see. I think the Forlom Zuckus package is most often played in the ECL versions of Boba. But some decide to play it in the 30
Boba Fett's
health too.
armor on the Crumb. I like this play a lot.
Yeah, like that Sentinel would be a pain, but now he will be able to get a 2-for-1.
And do not underestimate Bjorn's ability to race here because he's putting his opponent up to 18 at this point.
That is true. The thing is, Bjorn needs something to close out the game. Avenger is not looking too good right now because Mark has some smaller units that aren't as impactful to lose. A Snoke could be nice from Bjorn's side.
Yeah. No, at this point, Bjorn is ahead. It's Bjorn's game to lose at this point.
Yeah.
It's going to require something special for Mark to get this out. It's not over yet because obviously opponent is 25 and he still has a bold, but it is going to be definitely going to be challenging for Boba to tap that out, to bring this home. That's the Zine here. That's the third one, I believe. Wow, that is a hand. Probably I want to take out Barrage here, I would say.
Yeah.
You're okay with Super Laser Blast. Knowing that your opponent has it in hand means that you can kind of like go to base, not caring too much. Oh, he gets rid of the Super Laser Blast here. That is, I don't think I agree with this.
The thing is, if he would have removed Barrage, Bjorn would have been forced to blast, right?
Yeah, but here you're blasting, you are still killing your own 2 units. So this blast is not the best in the world. And you're opening up space for Fire Spray. So far, we've only seen 1 Fire Spray, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So there's still 2 more Fire Sprays in the deck. I think the blast here is far worse than the Barrage. This Barrage is going to... Oh, the Traitorous...
Oh, that would have been a top deck right from the Bazine draw.
Absolutely, yeah. And look at it, it just suddenly reminds himself to untap the Palpatine.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I said before and I say it again. Traitorous is a great card versus Boba. On the Crumb here, not the best target, but still you're stealing a 3/5, so it's pretty good.
I think maybe my favorite target is to steal Boba's space units, because Boba is already pretty low on space. So if you're able to make a threat in space and then steal Boba's answer, then it can be very tough to recover that lane.
Yeah, it's a good answer to TIE Phantoms, and it's a good answer to 7 Split Defender.
Agreed, yeah.
Okay, so mercenary gunship here, not ideal, can be stolen again.
And he knows that Bjorn has a barrage here, so I don't really think Mark's turn can turn out any favorable way.
No, yeah, the barrage here is, in my opinion, was the card to remove. I think this barrage is nasty. Going to be able to boost up the Sentinel units on the phase 3
Yeah.
Dark Troopers. He can then attack on stuff, get his +1/+1 counter. It's just so bad. So, in my opinion, this was a clear discard on the barrage. The Super Laser Blast here was definitely the lesser of two evil, and I think he's going to be very far behind from that point.
Yeah. I think he is very correct in removing the space unit because he wants his starfighter to stay alive. But this way he won't be able to get rid of Forlom for now. But the buff on the Dark Trooper will of course be enough to take out Forlom.
Yeah, exactly. And then also keep in mind that once he does this, he gets a +1/+1 counter. It looks like it was not going to be relevant. I think even with a +1/+1, the guy will still die at the end of the turn. But that's okay. Oh, he's going to go base, yeah, of course.
Interesting, yeah. Mark is just taking the initiative here. He doesn't want to attack into
that. That is not
5/5.
a good sign. I mean, he doesn't have much going on in his hand.
Yeah.
Because he would have been able to play another card and still get the initiative. So the fact that he's specifically deciding to pass now means that he has nothing. He has no gas in the tank.
Yeah.
He's a 100% dead at this point. Yeah, 29 HP. Yeah, there's no way he can come back from this.
Yeah, and very interesting. Like the Palpatine flip into a barrage, getting rid of that mole was kind of a necessity on Bjorn's side. But I think the reason why Bjorn actually managed to stabilize was because Mark didn't draw that much top end after Palpatine hit the board.
Yeah, that is true. Like he only drew like, I think it's a mixture of two things. It's a mixture of three things. First of all, as I said, I think boss board the matchup is favored for Palpatine blue, before sideboard. Second reason would be, I think as you said, he didn't draw that many top end for the late game. And the third reason would be that he was not really able to. He made a couple of plays which I think prevented him from coming back into the game. As I said, this barrage here, I think would have been a better pick. But anyway, we'll jump on into game 2. So let's take a. I'm just gonna jump on here to the deck list here with Mark and see what he can side in to fix this matchup. So what I'm seeing here is that he has 2 Relentlesses, which is great in the matchup. His sideboard is not at all tailored for the control matchup. He has all of his cards are anti-aggro cards, which in my opinion are anti-mirror cards, which in my opinion is a big deck building mistake, in my opinion, because it's like you want to stuff yourself against your worst matchup. And I think that 75-minute rounds, people can change deck lists between the main event and the top cut. People are going to be bringing control decks. So I don't agree with this. No Palpatine's return here for me is a huge. So I believe that Mark does not have the tools to correct this matchup. What do you think, Niklas?
I kind of agree with you. I think the power of the 30 HP Boba Green is the fact that you can have an amazing flip, giving you a super advantage on the board, and then not run out of gas. So just continue on with Darth Vader, Maul, Reinforcement Walker, and then post board you can bring in even more with Relentless and Palp's Return, as you said. So I think that is kind of the power of the deck, and you kind of miss out on it by not playing all of those cards. On the other side, though, as you said, he has some more tools against aggro, so maybe he's expected to see some Sabines or even Kylo. And maybe that's also reflected with the choices with Forlom and Zuckus. But
his list looks like an anti-aggro Boba list.
Yeah.
Cool. So let's take a look now at the Palpatine deck. So I'm sorry the picture is in low quality, but we'll try to guess what he has. So in my opinion, he's going to make an opening to get rid of the space units. He's going to bring in the other copy of... Traitorous is kind of an interesting one. His opponent's playing some Confiscate. So it might be risky to be bringing up the third copy of Traitors. I don't know if he's going to side out the Traitors completely or if he's going to have the third one. It's gonna be
And
his call to make.
I'm
And
not
then
aware of if it's an open deck list either.
yeah, we don't know about this. I would guess
Yeah,
not, but
yeah, I don't think so too. So he might keep the traders, not knowing that he might face some confiscates.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he might bring the traders not knowing that. That's a good point. And then for sure we're gonna see the Starfighter, the third copy of Starfighter here. So as expected, not a huge sideboard against Boba because generally speaking, when you have a card that is amazing as Boba, you play it in the main deck, you don't play it in the sideboard.
Mm.
So as expected, not a massive sideboard against Boba. But the Boba player does not have a massive sideboard either. So what I'm expecting is that we are going to be what I'm expecting is that we're going to be having a very similar matchup than in game one. And the Boba really needs to bring a lot of pressure early on if he wants to be able to win this game too.
Yeah, I agree. We really need to see Boba take over the board early and keep the pressure like all until turn 8 or when resource 8 when Palp flips, and just finish the game there and then. Don't let him stabilize.
Okay, so Celine Matter says about the sideboard from Mark. There will be for sure 2 Sabine players today. So that's a good information, you see, because this is the kind of thing we don't know about. Because we don't know what's the meta in this particular. The players are probably playing in this top 12 know each other, and because they're probably from Switzerland, or from the areas around Switzerland, and it is a good point that if you are expecting 2 Sabine players out of the top 12, it does make sense to be taking against those. And keep in mind, guys, this is a double elimination game. That means that even if you have a bad matchup against Palpatine here on this first round, you might be able to. It's okay. You still have another go at it later on, and the Palpatine player might be in danger if the Sabine players do well. This Palpatine player is gonna struggle for sure. We know that Palpatine is a pretty bad deck against Sabine.
Yeah. And interestingly, from the siding there, looks like we saw some cards come in from the side on Mark's deck, Boba. So I guess Waylay could be a good tool to keep some tempo, or it was just, as expected, too relentless and too confiscates, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Looks like the Boba players decide to take a mulligan. Whenever you are playing Boba Green, you do want a mulligan fairly aggressively for a ramp. And the thing is, like, whenever you're playing against what you think is a bad matchup, which I think it is the case considering the particular version that Mark is playing, you want to be mulliganing aggressively because you know that a weak hand is not going to cut it. So you want to mulligan aggressively to try to find something that's going to put you under such a dominance that that you might be able to win before Palpatine's flip comes out, which is kind of the plan for Boba Green. It's capable of doing that. Just win before the Palpatine flip. That's kind of the idea. Or like maybe not win, but put yourself in such a good position that the Palpatine flip doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
With that being said, like on the first game, he did manage to put his opponent up to 25. So it was not that far from winning in game one. As I said, maybe with slightly better draws, as you were saying, he would be able to take the edge.
Yeah. And I think with no choose sides or change of heart, those are some really great tools against Palp. That you could have to close out the game at the end after a big steal. So that's also worth noting.
Yeah. Basically, he does not have the traditional tools that the Boba Green have to beat hard control, which is the Palpatine's Return. And he doesn't have the tools that are specialized to beat Kira or all those kind of mid-rangey control decks like Kira, Palpatine, as you said, Shoe Side, and Change of Hearts are the kind of card that you want to have in this case. Ooh, the Boba player did miss his turn 1 play.
Yeah.
And he's going to go resupply. Not even showing his resupply. He's literally put the cards down.
Yeah. I think it's pretty common to see actually Boba players just skipping turn 1. Because the flip is so impactful, you are actually able to go behind on the board in the beginning and then just take it back on that 5 resource turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. I completely agree. The ramp is more important than the turn 1 play. Obviously, ideally, you want to have a turn 1 play and a ramp, but it is completely fine to keep a hand that has ramp and no turn one play. This is something that it took a while for us to realize, but now it is good common knowledge. And it's one of the things that Boba has. Of course, this deck has been played for so long. I mean, guys, we are on the 27th of October, 2024. The same time in 2023, I was still 8 months before the release of the game. I was still playing against Boba Grain, guys. Boba Grain already existed at that time. That is all this deck is, and all dominant it's been for such a long time. And from that point, we have such an advanced knowledge on exactly how to pilot the deck. It does give an advantage for sure.
So interesting to see Bazine being the first play here.
Yeah, not the most common. Maybe he's trying to protect above its armor after a bow flip, like take down, remove like a Rival's Fall or something like that, or a Power Dark Side.
Exactly. Yeah.
Looks like he's finding neither of those things, and now he has to think about: do I let my opponent keep this hand, or do I remove something? It's going to depend on his hand. I would be tempted to not take anything here, but it depends on his hand.
Yeah. He will choose takedown. Maybe because he would expect Bjorn to just pass, attack the Super Laser Technician into Boba, and then have Boba in a takedown range.
Yeah, that might be an indicator that he doesn't have the Boba Fett's armor. We'll see.
Yeah.
Right, looks like that's going to be just against Bazine. Okay, Bazine is not dead here.
No.
Okay, they're going to fix that. Good stuff. Always a bummer to see miscalculations on stream. Glad it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. And also worth noting, it's very easy for us to spot them when the players are more in the zone, a bit stressed, maybe nervous, playing their friends or people they've never met before.
Absolutely,
so Forlom here.
Follow up here. This is the reason why I'm not super excited about Forlom in this specific version of the deck. I think there's just better things to do in Boba Green, and you don't need a 4-drop.
Yeah.
So Royal Guard's coming out. He's not Sentinels, but he will be next turn thanks to the Yularen.
Oh, he still had the resources up, so now it looks a bit awkward for Mark. Maybe he wants to claim and hope for a barrage or something like that, but it looks like he's just gonna put 4 damage on that card.
Yeah, I don't know if he could have played this differently, but it just seems like this turn was a disaster for Boba. This is the turn where you're supposed to put yourself tremendously far ahead. Okay, he's gonna have the armor, but he had to play it afterward. I feel like maybe playing the 4 element first might not have been the best play, and now he's so far behind. I mean, he does have a bolt, but he hasn't dealt a single damage to the opponent base. The Palpatine as the ground, and as we know, as the game is gonna go longer, it's gonna get worse and worse for Boba. So this was a great handling of the Boba turn from the Palpatine player.
Yeah, agreed. Mark had seen Bjorn's hand, so there's no reason really why he couldn't have just played the armor first, and then ready 2 resources and played Forlom after.
Yeah.
But I guess he didn't see the line and ended up here.
Yeah, it's So a couple of optimizations issues here from the Boba players, and those can cost a lot. The sequencing in this game is extremely important because we're playing into a one-to-one game where players are really kind of interacting a lot with one another with a lot of back and forth. That's why we love this game. That's why we think this game is so good, and this is why sequencing is so important in Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, it's all about the kind of small incremental advantages you can get that will lead to a victory in the end. So Yularen will take out Bazine. Still having Sentinel in that guard means Bjorn is in a pretty decent position here. He still needs to find an answer to the armor, but last game he managed with the power. So we're gonna see if we can repeat that success.
Yeah, it was a smart play from Bjorn because the Bazine would have taken out the Emperor Wild's Guard otherwise.
Yeah. So barraging
Oh,
for 8 damage here is
that is a great
pretty
barrage.
brutal.
Amazing, amazing
Yeah.
barrage.
And depending on what answers Bjorn has here, he might have to take 12 damage to the base.
Mm. Yeah, no, this was an amazing barrage here for sure.
So, if I'm not mistaken, both players have ramped once. So, Mark could have access to a vigilance here, but there are no great targets to remove. He has no damage on his base, but he doesn't really have any other great plays for 6 resources
Yeah,
except for the
this
rival
play is
fall.
crucial for Bjorn. If he doesn't find something good to play here, he's in a lot of trouble. But this is very strong here. Power Dioxide on 4 LOM, great value.
Yeah.
And that means now he has to attack, and if he finds another Power Dioxide, it's game over. Because he's gonna want to attack, of course. This is too much damage to pass on. Oh, he's getting on top 2. This is the beauty of Boba. Yeah, you see in a nutshell here why Boba is so good. Being able to tap 2 here, and then he can play another small units to protect against Power Dioxide. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any units here, so Power Dioxide is still up. Power Dioxide for the win here for the Palpatine. We'll see how he goes.
Yeah. So I think you're right that claiming from Bjorn's side was a good decision. But it's really going to depend on what he top decked.
Look at this. He's in a hurry to tap his card. His hands are... We'll see. Does he have it? Does he have the Rival's Fall? No, he doesn't have either of those things. Okay. He might have it. No, I think he might. I think you do go for Rival's Fall right away if you have it. So I don't think he has the answer here.
Yeah.
So good play here from Mark to attack, because if you were putting a top target on you guys, he doesn't have the answer. He would have. It doesn't make any sense to or maybe I'm wrong. Okay, now it's a vigilance. Yeah, so he doesn't have the answer. Yeah, I was like
healing 5 and I guess just milling Mark is not what you want to be doing.
Yeah, milling. It's way too early to mill at this point, but in this case, he didn't find it. Ooh, wow, that's some spectacular meal here. I think he milled. If I'm not mistaken, I think he milled at least 1 Vader, 1 Maul, and 1 Fire Spray here. That is some amazing meals here coming up for Bjorn. That's a huge deal. And that's a Fire Spray follow-up here. Okay, he's taking an absolute beating at this point.
Oof.
Bjorn is taking an absolute beating here. Power Dioxide still very strong, but this was definitely a very bad turn for Bjorn and a chance for Marks to bring this series to 1-1. But
the problem with the
the
Palp Steel is that you need multiple actions, right?
Absolutely,
so,
yeah. So
even though he maybe is able to steal Fire Spray, it's gonna get a hit in.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the moment where Palpatine is going to try to stabilize. He does have access to Super Laser Blast, and he does have initiative. So the Super Laser Blast here would be a huge saving grace here for Bjorn.
Yeah.
You also get to heal 6, by the way. So, yeah.
I think that's true. Top target is
and it is Blast. Okay, so I think now Pap is fine.
Yeah, depending on what Mark has here, a Vader would be pretty good to just rebuild the board. But if it's just like a Boba unit or a lackey, something like that, then looks like Mark's gonna be able to hold it off. And going into the 8 resource turn with only 8 damage on your base is pretty good for a Palpatine.
Especially with empty turns. Palpatine's deploy has not been used yet. It's a spectacular position for Palpatine. But a good follow-up here for the Boba here with another Fire Spray.
Yeah.
Excellent follow-up.
Yeah. Bjorn just has to claim there's no reason to flip here.
No, you don't want to flip. And he also has another smaller body, which is a big deal. That's going to protect this Fire Spray from Power Dioxide.
Yeah. I guess a Snoke would be pretty nice to stabilize the board and getting rid of the mercenary gunship. But still, he does want something to deal damage, like a smaller unit, so he can use Palp's ability and threaten a steal.
Something to notice about Bjorn's version of the deck is that he doesn't have that many ways to deal with large units. He only has one copy of Elder Dragon, only one copy of Rival's Fall. So his list has a lot of Super Laser Blast, 3 Super Laser Blasts, but doesn't have a lot of single target, which is kind of counterintuitive. In my opinion, if you're going to be playing a Palpatine Blue, you would rather focus on having those single target removal rather than the sweeper, because you do have a lot of board presence in this deck with Palpatine Steel, and obviously all the late game cards. Also, in terms of, he's really playing a hard control focused. I mean, only 2 copies of Maul, 2 copies of Vader. There's a couple of interesting thing going on in this list.
Yeah, I think Palp is a very cool control deck because you have some great units to play in the early game with the Royal Guard.
Great call, Jonah.
Having the Steel as a threat.
Great call. Nice. The Snoke is indeed coming in.
Yeah, that's gonna put the fire spray down to only 3 damage, so it's not really that much of a problem anymore for Bjorn, right?
Yeah, I mean, more or less. We'll see. The fact that he's attacking first with the fire spray means that he doesn't have an answer for Palp, so that's obviously not great. Let's see what he can follow that up with. Oh, does he have Relentless? That would be huge.
Oh yeah, looks like he
oh
is
my god! Okay. Good luck now. Super Laser Blast is no longer a threat.
Yeah, but remember, 1 small unit and he can just steal that Relentless. That would be amazing for Bjorn, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Palpatine still has not come out yet.
Yeah, but if it doesn't draw anything, it would feel really bad having to defeat his Snoke.
Yeah, he might need to do it, but yeah.
Yeah,
I think he probably has any small units at this point. Any small units would be good.
Yeah, the problem though is, as I said earlier, it takes a couple of actions to do that sequencing. So Mark actually has 3 damage from the fire spray and then 6 from Relentless. So that's gonna be 9.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. I think this is game over, guys.
The draws from Bjorn here is just too good.
Oh, this Starfighter is exactly what he needed. It's exactly the counter of what you were talking about here, right there.
Yeah.
Like what a draw. But I mean, maybe Barrage. Maybe Barrage.
True. He could Barrage for 8. Actually getting rid of both the Sentinel and Snoke. But
okay, this guy dies right away. The Super Technician dies right away.
Yeah.
Is he gonna take it back? Okay, we're doing that.
Yeah, we're allowing some takebacks here.
Okay, yeah, I'm playing, guys. I'm playing top 8. I got play Super Technician. I say nope. You played that.
Yeah. So as you said, a Barrage would be really good. Putting the Relentless back to 8, but now having to attack into that Sentinel means he's first of all blocking his 3 damage. He's damaging fire spray, so it's possible to steal. But I think he would rather maybe steal the Relentless by sacrificing his Vader.
Exactly what he does. Yeah, that's the right play, I think. Now he's so far ahead right now. I mean, he's gonna take a beating, right? But once he's stolen the Relentless, like Boba has nothing to play here. Like he has absolutely nothing to play. That is very unfortunate for him.
And like. He will be able to put 10 damage.
Oh, he takes the initiative, doesn't play anything. Oh my god, this is ugly. I'm sorry, I'm just reacting to this. Oh my god, this is like, no, it's game over.
Yeah. Damn. Looks like, again, not enough top end from Mark's side. And I think this time more so than the first game, the flip did not go the way Boba wanted.
Absolutely not. Yeah, he did not get any momentum. I think he did a couple of mistakes. I wonder how different the game would have been if he would have been able to put that pressure.
Yeah.
So Duft is asking, what did Vader do to attack Relentless? Yeah, he sacrificed it with Palpatine's ability, dealing 1 damage to it and be able to steal it.
Yeah. So Vader was kind of the dream card there. Putting 2 bodies on the board. So he could use Palp's ability.
Yeah, but to be fair, even with 3 more damage on his base, he would still be in a commanding position at this point.
Yeah.
That's a GG.
And there we see the handshake.
Bjorn takes the game 2-0. Yeah, I think in this matchup, I think Mark deck list was very much focused on trying to beat aggro. He didn't have much going on in a control matchup. And at the end of the day, Boba is still weak to control. So if you want to win against control, you need to bring in the sideboard. You can't just play Boba into a control without any plans and hope to win the game. That the deck is strong, but it's not that strong.
Yeah. And there are some cards in the list that doesn't really help so much in the matchup, like the Cloud Rider, Forlom, and Zuckuss. He would probably rather have some more gas, like Commission, even a Traitorous just to take over the board, or the Reinforcement Walker to have more cards in the late game.
Yeah, all of his deck building decision makes sense once you understand that he wants to beat aggro. But I think that in this case, it's a little bit overkill because Boba Green by nature is quite good against aggro. So the fact that he's bringing so much sideboard card to beat aggro is kind of feels like is really, really kind of his deck is kind of missing balance. Is missing a little bit of balance in this case. So sorry, we're just going back to is missing a bit of balancing. In this case, his deck is really kind of like too focused on a specific aspect, and I understand that maybe he's expecting a lot of aggro in the matchup, but it doesn't change the fact that he's still going to be meeting some control. Good news for him, Mark is going to go into lower bracket and will have a chance to crawl back into the game if his meta call is correct and he's going to get a lot of Sabine. He should be able to come back into this, and Mark is going to be Bjorn is going to be in trouble if he's going to be facing a lot of aggro. So congratulations for Bjorn to take out his first match here, 2-0. He's going to be facing Martin Tozzoni in the round 2 of the upper bracket. Also, we got Lucas winning 2-1 versus Imre Kung. So maybe you're a German speaker. Maybe you shouldn't. You understand. You can pronounce this better.
I don't know. Yeah.
And then we got Christian winning against Nikos 2-0. So here, as you can see, those guys, Matthias, Martins, Dominic, and Mario, were already on the second round because they basically got a bye, sort of. They were already on that part of the upper bracket. That's the way double elimination works, and they're going to be able to play their first game. At this point, Matthias was number 1 ranked on this whole thing.
Yeah, and Matthias Mikes, he is actually playing a Sabine ECL, so that might be some of the reasoning why Mark built the deck the way he did, because the top seed being a Sabine player probably means he's a good player.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Jonah, do you have any information of where we're sitting on the where's going to be the next game we're gonna see?
If I remember correctly, I think we will stay in the winners bracket for now, and then go to a losers bracket game afterwards. But we will hear soon how that turns out.
I think the idea is that we're going to be casting upper bracket only, and then we'll be doing lower bracket final, and then we'll be casting the lower bracket final. I think is the plan here. Anyway, thank you for being with us. It's been a one-sided first game, but always feels good to see Boba lose. Even though personally, I want to see Boba win. Do you know why?
Yeah, I think I do.
Because if Boba doesn't win, there's gonna be those people saying Boba is fine, doesn't need ban. It's like, it's so frustrating. It's like, oh yeah, you see that tournament, he didn't win, and I was like, oh, bro. And I'm like,
it's very easy to get some reason to bias and just induce from one example that that means it has to be fine, right? But if we look at the broader picture and the numbers, we can tell Boba is pretty strong.
Yeah. Yesterday, it was during the Portland stream, and it was funny because I was going to be debating about Boba ban with one of the hosts of the channel. By the way, check it out if you haven't checked. There's the Bucketheads have been hosting this whole thing. They did a great job on the production on this tournament.
Yeah, they're crazy stream setup, man. It's So good.
Right, very high production, yeah. And it's funny because I was debating against him right after Gandorf managed to beat a Boba Grain using his a Gar Saxon brew deck. So it's funny because you have a lot of people say, yeah, Gar Saxon, and it's
the
like,
answer.
yeah, no, it's you cannot take like a specific example. You have to take an analysis. You got to take a stick back and make an analysis about the entire thing, and you're seeing a Boba in general winning 50%, more than 50% of the PQs, representing more than 40% of the meta. That is absolutely unhealthy. If you are, my standard, people have different standard for what they consider to be balanced, but in my book, compared to previous trading card I've seen, basically you want the best deck to be sitting somewhere around 10% to 13% of the meta. We are now looking at 40%. That is almost 4 times what in my opinion, what is a good number for. So for me, there's no doubt at all in terms of.
Yeah.
So Jesse Black says, I think Dominic will win. He's an amazing player. Hope we can see some of his games on stream. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Dominic is number 2 on the seed. Always looking forward to meet new great players from all over Europe and from all over the world.
It's going to be interesting to see what he brings. We haven't got access to his list yet, but looking forward to it.
Okay, guys. We're gonna go into a break until the next round. So stay with us and enjoy the show, and take the opportunity to grab a cup of coffee. It's still fairly early in Europe here, so see you later.
All right, see you.
Soil where twin moons rise in the heart of 2 moons under endless skies. Legends gather, the brave and the bold, seeking a crown to have and to hold. The air is thick with fire and will. Who stands alone when the night grows still? The champions prepare, their moment is near. Who will conquer? Who will disappear? Who will with the dawn? The galaxy whispers of power untold. On Aldria's ground, the stories unfold in the clash of minds, in battles fierce. The line between fate and glory pierce. In the roar of the crowd, beneath the moon's gaze, one will triumph, one will blaze. Warriors clash, under shadows they fight, but only one shines brightest tonight. Who will rise? Who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Hold their breath, the moment has come. Will you be the one, or fade to the hum? Feel the pulse of the world, the beat of the fight, under Aldria's moons, who burst through the night. Who will rise? Who will reign? Who will conquer? Who remains? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Above, the stage is set. On Aldria's soil, where twin moons rise, in the heart of 2 moons under endless skies. Legends gather, the brave and the bold, seeking a crown have and to hold. The air is thick with fire and will. Who stands alone when the night grows still? The champions prepare, their moment is near. Who will conquer, who will disappear? Who will rise, who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Whispers of power untold on Aldria's ground. The stories unfold in the clash of minds, in battles fierce. The line between fate and glory pierce. In the roar of the crowd, beneath the moon's gaze, one will triumph, one will blaze. Warriors clash, under shadows they fight, but only one shines brightest tonight. Who will rise? Who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Now the stars hold their breath, the moment has come. Will you be the one, or fade to the hum? Feel the pulse of the world, the beat of the fight under Aldria's moons. Who burns through the night? Who will rise? Who will reign? Who will conquer? Who remains? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Above, the stage is set. On Aldria's soil, where twin moons rise, in the heart of two moons under endless skies. Legends gather, the brave and the bold, seeking a crown to have and to hold. The air is thick with fire and will. Who stands alone when the night grows still? The champions prepare, their moment is near. Who will conquer, who will disappear? Who will rise, who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Whispers of power untold on Aldria's ground. The stories unfold in the clash of minds, in battles fierce. The line between fate and glory pierce. In the roar of the crowd, beneath the moon's gaze, one will triumph, one will blaze. Warriors clash, under shadows they fight, but only one shines brightest tonight. Who will rise? Who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Now the stars hold their breath, the moment has come. Will you be the one, or fade to the hum? Feel the pulse of the world, the beat of the fight under Aldria's moons. Who burns through the night? Who will rise? Who will reign? Who will conquer? Who remains? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Above, the stage is set. crown to have and to hold. The air is thick with fire and will. Who stands alone when the night grows still? The champions prepare, their moment is near. Who will conquer, who will disappear? Who will rise, who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Whispers of power untold on Aldria's ground. The stories unfold in the clash of minds, in battles fierce. The line between fate and glory pierce. In the roar of the crowd, beneath the moon's gaze, one will triumph, one will blaze. Warriors clash, under shadows they fight, but only one shines brightest tonight. Who will rise? Who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Now the stars hold their breath. The moment has come. Will you be the one, or fade to the hum? Feel the pulse of the world, the beat of the fight under Aldria's moons. Who burst through the night? Who will rise? Who will reign? Who will conquer? Who remains? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Above, the stage is set. On Aldria's soil, where twin moons rise, in the heart of two moons under endless skies, legends gather.
We're live.
There.
Hello,
Alright,
everybody. Welcome back for round 2 of the 2-month Star Wars Unlimited Premier Championship 2024. And we are going to see the players setting up here. We have Chris playing as Boba Red against against his name again? Yeah, Mario playing as Han2 Blue on the left hand side. So I'm gonna be updating the names.
Yeah. I can talk a bit about the decks in the meantime. If you haven't seen Han Blue, it's a really cool deck where you just want to play big units. You can play a Poe for 4 cost, you can play Obi-Wan for 5, you can play Luke for 6, and not enough, you even have Chewbacca or Crate Dragon for a super strong top end. And the deck also has access to discard tools like Force Throw, Pillage, and K to the Soul, which are really good against control. But he won't be facing control. He will be facing a Boba list that is not the most popular, but a really cool deck. The red Bobas, some play Target Down, some don't. There are pros and cons, of course, but basically all of them play space, and a lot of space. So, in case you don't know, there's a card called the Lurking TIE Phantom, which is kind of a auto win if your opponent does not have answers to it. It can't be damaged or defeated by card effects. So if you get to play a Phantom, maybe buff it with a TIE Advanced, it can be really hard to deal with. So the deck is all about putting on pressure in space, and of course utilizing great cards like Fire Spray in Boba, even having some disruption with Daring Raid and Force Choke. And of course, it's a Boba deck. What do you expect? The flip turn is gonna be very strong.
So there's a couple of interesting things going on in the Chris list. He's playing 2 Xanadu Blood, which is not something you see very often. from the
Do you
Talking
think
Town
we
deck.
have time to switch the scene so we can look at the list?
Okay. So yeah, we'll come back to there.
Great.
So you see the list
Nice.
here. He's playing 2 Xena the Blood, which is not the most common for the deck list like that. The Daring Raid is interesting because you can go face. He also has a little bit of grounds early on, which I think is a good idea.
Yeah.
Because you want to arena dodge in the early stage of the game. I think that having Thorrk in town is going to be massive in this matchup because obviously Thorrk in town is a great counter to Han because he deals damage to his own unit to be able to play them earlier. So having the Thorrk in town is going to give you a lot of momentum. So I think, in my opinion, Chris is favored in this matchup. Let's take a look what Mario has and see if he has anything that is really good in space. Okay, so to deal with space, he's not looking so good. Only 2 copies of A-Wings, only 2 copies of Crocodile Interceptor. That's all he has in space until he gets to Redemption. He got a couple of removal. But I think this matchup is going to be favored for Chris. We'll see if Mario Destiny has some sideboard, mystical teaching, mystical like the -2/-2. Mystical reflection, right? Is it mystical?
Yep.
Mystical teaching. I play too much
reflection.
magic. Anyway, it's gonna be useful. The Karabast might be good. The problem is by the time he gets to use it, his unit is gonna be killed by Thorrk in town. So it's gonna be much later on in the game until he can play Karabast, which is gonna be a big deal. And then basically, another copy of Concordant Interceptor. I think it's anyone's game. The fact that he plays the whole package of Redemption is huge in this matchup. But he needs to get there. He needs to get to that point in the game where he can play them.
I think Redemption is amazing in this list because of the fact that you can play it for 7 instead of 8, and the only downside is that you can heal a maximum of 6 instead of a maximum of 8.
Yeah.
So that's going to be crucial. And the 6 power is so good because it can trade with Fire Spray, with Ruthless Raider, or even with Xanadu.
Yeah, I'm going back to the game just in case the player starts, but we can still talk about the matchup. I think that in early stages of the game, obviously the defender here is going to be the Han 2 list. The fact that his opponent is playing, so he might, since his opponent plays a 25 HP base, he might want to go racing. The problem is like his deck is not so good at racing. He has a lot of units that have relatively low attack value. Thorrk in town will obviously kill some units that are too threatening. Like he can go, it cannot go for. I mean, I guess the good thing is like he can go Poe turn 4 and it doesn't get killed by Thorrk in town. But
if he has a Yoda opening into a force throw, and Yoda gets to live, he might be able to race, especially if he can follow up with, for instance, a Poe. But the thing with 6/4 Poe is that Boba Fett can just attack it and survive. So it's not as good. But Poe is still a really good card.
He's also playing 2 Rivals Fall, which I think is a pretty decent card in this matchup. It allows you to actually kill. One thing about Ruthless Raider is like Ruthless Raider does not get killed by forgot the name, Felder Dragon. Yeah. So having Rivals Fall here is going to be a little bit helpful, even though it is fairly expensive of a removal. Luke Skywalker is obviously a massive asset in this matchup. Kills the TIE Phantoms, kills the 7th Street Defender, and obviously puts on tons of pressure on the opponent.
Yeah. He really wants to be drawing those, and ideally having something die and getting it out on 6 resources to maybe answer a Fire Spray or something similar.
One thing about Chris is that Chris plays 3 copies of No Good to Me Dead and 3 copies of Waylay. Those are going to be so helpful in this matchup. Yeah. So I think on the hand side, just by looking at the list, I think Chris is very heavily favored.
Yep.
And the Thorrk in town as a base makes a huge difference.
Yeah. I have to say, I actually really like the Xanadus, because with Triple Dark Raid, you often want to go for the 6 cost space unit, and just having a bit more means you're having much better odds of finding them. And Xanadu is especially good into Boba, because it can hit for 6 and still survive if it takes out the Fire Spray. So it looks like Mario is doing a mulligan here. And
Yeah, it's pretty common when you think if you don't have the best matchup, if you think that you are the dog in the matchup, the underdog, it's fairly common to mulligan more aggressively because you know you're gonna need very strong hands to get back to win this matchup.
Yeah. So hopefully he will be finding some turn 1 play here. I think maybe the best he could have. Sabine is actually not. I was about to say Sabine, but then he really needs the initiative, right, to answer something like a stormtrooper.
Yeah.
But Cassian is always great, just having a 3/3.
Yeah, it's gonna get Talk in Town, but might as well just get it early than having on
Yeah.
something more important. It is what it is. You can't dodge Talk in Town this matchup. There's too much going on.
And Mercenary Gunship is such a great start for Boba because it now means that Mario can't play an A-Wing, right? So
Yeah,
we'll see
that's true,
Cassian
yeah.
instead.
As we predicted, yeah, Cassian turn 1. No Talk in Town right away. He prefers to take initiative. I think I can respect that. Getting the initiative.
Yeah, he
before the
probably
Concord Dawn Interceptor blocks him. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Doesn't need to worry about racing with his list, I think.
Piano 85. The way the hand shuffles, Boba wins. Okay. And Meeple Speed, hi there. Hello. Nice to have you. Welcome to the channel. Lots of Mario fans, by the way, in the chat.
Nice.
Okay, the Concord Interceptor came down. That is a huge asset in this matchup, as we know. And it was a right move for Chris to take the initiative early on. So he could actually attack before that Concord Interceptor came out. And indeed not using the Talk in Town right away. Even though he might want to use it this turn. But once again, he managed to get initiative again. So why not keeping it?
And he's probably attacking with the gunship first, so it doesn't just get stolen, I guess. Because for 4 resources, there's not that many plays Boba needs to be scared of. A takedown could, of course, take out the punishing one. So he actually does decide to attack with punishing one first.
Now this Concord Dawn Interceptor is paying dividends at this moment. It's just so impactful. Absolutely.
And now it actually looks quite attractive to steal that gunship, right?
John Albert, how is the stream going? It's going very well, as you can see. It's round 2 of this is a double elimination tournament, top cuts with 12 players who are going to be battling it out for a chance to win the championship.
And Mario decides actually to attack back into the punishing one just to get that unit removed. I think it's a bit interesting why he didn't just steal the gunship, because then Chris might have been forced to steal it back. Now
he might have something better to play.
Yeah,
we'll see.
A Kanan is pretty decent. That restore can be very, very useful.
Whaley on Cassian. That is not the best way to use a Whaley in this matchup. But
no,
especially since the Cassian has already attacked.
Yeah.
And he also giving his opponent a chance to steal the gunship without having the option to steal it back. But no, he prefers to play.
And there is the bow.
Yeah, and this bow cannot be killed by Talk in Town.
No, and crucially, it can one-shot Boba, so the Waylay would have been very nice for Chris to have right now.
Yeah, I wonder if Chris would have been better off just passing and see what happens. Oh, no, he got a 4-stroke. That's nice.
That's the best answer, probably. So Chris can be very happy about that, but Mario will get the initiative, meaning he can get to safely deploy his Han, maybe follow it up with a Obi-Wan. Is really, really powerful.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to be judging players play without seeing their hands, because they you see, like, he knew he could false stroke anything that comes out after.
Yeah.
And then of course the play of not stealing the gunship made sense because he wanted to play something much better than this, and Poe is undeniably a better threat. So Yeah, no. Both players are right now. It's a fairly even game. I feel like Chris has handled the early game fairly well. This Concord Dawn intercept. Sorry, Mario handled the early game fairly well, thanks mostly to Concord Dawn interceptor. But obviously, this is far from over. 6 damage on both sides. But winning
we
the
are
race
gonna see the
currently
deploy.
Han is doing because of the Talking Town. 25 HP, so
Yeah.
it's effectively 11. But the Talking Town has not been used yet.
Mm. And maybe we're gonna see something like Obi-Wan be played here. Mario's also playing the Guerrilla Attack Pod, but not enough damage on bases yet for it to enter ready.
Yeah, this is the tricky part about basically when you look at Gary Attack Pod, you think the card is amazing. And it is amazing, but the thing is, like, playing that card earlier in the game with Han is not necessarily super good because it's so hard to get that much damage. So that's the reason why Gary Attack Pod, despite looking so good in a hand deck, ended up not seeing that much play in the end. Because it's kind of the idea of playing it earlier is kind of a counter synergistic with the fact that it might not be interplay ready. So we saw another Waylay on this Kanan, much better Waylay. Still, I think there's better use to Waylay in this matchup, but yeah, if he has nothing else to do, then that's perfectly acceptable. And now we're going to see the race with the Boba in play.
Yeah, and taking the initiative here from Mario's side means that he will be able to use Han. That's something that you have to consider when you're playing Han 2. Just make sure that your leader doesn't get defeated as a first action, because then you can't play your Luke, for instance, on 6, which is probably what Mario wants to be doing this turn.
Absolutely, yeah. To get rid of this TIE Phantom, there's not that many ways to kill TIE Phantoms. You get that Luke early, you get rid of this locking TIE Phantoms. That's just a great play. But right now, damage race is very much even if you take into account Tarkatan, but once again, Tarkatan has been used yet.
Yeah. And I think we maybe see that you should use Tarkatan as soon as you can, right? Because not necessarily going to be as impactful, but having Tarkatan as a threat is great for the redemptions that might see play later.
Yeah. I feel like Talking Town could have been used on the Cassian early on. Maybe not in turn 1, but a little bit after.
Yeah. Then you still would have a Waylay.
Yeah, and then you would have like another Waylay because he's used like two Waylays now. So it's probably out of Waylays. And there it is. Okay, that's the Rival's Fall. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's pretty good too.
But he's going to take a beating in Spade. That's the thing.
He is.
And keep in mind, we can also see Fire Spray. This might be just a tempo negative play, unfortunately.
Yeah. And that's like, people argue that, okay, Boba is not as scary if you have Rival's Fall, but still, you're spending your whole action dealing with something that your opponent got for free. So you're going to fall behind on tempo. Seeing 7 damage go to the base here. Mario just claims.
Restless Raider is a great one there. Not as good as Fire Spray, but still pretty good.
Yeah. The thing with the Raider is you're basically guaranteed to get 4 damage because of the when played and when defeated. So it can really be a way to kind of sneak in damage when you need some more reach in the end of the game.
By the way, guys, if you're looking for it, if you never played or you don't have a lot of experience playing Star Wars Limited competitively, and if you want to play a deck and have good chance of winning a tournament, Boba Red is probably the best pick. Boba Red is by far the easiest deck to play in the entire meta. It's not even close.
Damn. Hadn't thought about it.
Such an easy deck. It's not complicated. It plays stuff in space, and it's an easy.
You're right.
Much easier than
gameplay.
It doesn't interact with the opponent much, or just a very minimum. So no, it's a very, very easy deck to play. And it's very powerful, as you can see.
Into 7 resources now means we can see redemption. The question is, he probably does not want to put himself into Tarkin Town range. But it looks like he will actually. He will heal the maximum of 6. Going from 18 to 12.
Yeah, he basically healed all the way to the maximum he could, but with the discount, of course, meaning that you can't heal as much. And now this is going to be the easiest Thorrk in town in the world. And looks like Chris keeping the Thorrk in town and not using it earlier paid off dividend this game. And now he's going to be able to put so much pressure in space. I think this game is... it's going to be hard to come back from this. He's going to take another 11. He's going to be up to 27 at this point. Ruthless Raider deals 2 when he dies. Maybe he has another redemption could be great. We know that he's playing 3 redemption is in his list.
And remember,
surprise
there's
strike.
still
Is that lethal? Is that lethal? Yeah, it's lethal with the next attack here with the.
Yeah. And like when you look at this turn and the previous turn, Mario had to spend his whole turn answering Boba's place. So after the redemption, Chris still had how many? 7 resources open to continue to create threats. So really shows that 1-for-1s is not gonna let you just take back the game.
Yeah, that's what we were expecting. We were expecting this matchup to be hard for Boba, and so hard for Han. Sorry, and it was indeed it turned out exactly as we were expecting. So let's take a look at the sideboard. So here we are going into Chris' sideboard. So in this sideboard, he has an ad maneuver, which I don't think it's necessarily great. I think he might want the wolf just as a counter to if he can play the wolf on curve 7, 8. He can stop the redemption, which can be a massive deal. I think that would probably be the only card I would side in here. I mean, this is such a good matchup. I don't think you need to side a whole lot to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I think Force Surrender is too slow. Like when you reach that point when you want to play Force Surrender, you probably have a very bad hand. You probably would rather play your space units, right?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think Force Surrender is a trap in this matchup. Now, like taking a look at the hand list. So Mystical Reflection is going to side in to counter 7th Feet Defender and what's it called? And TIE Phantom, but he still needs to have a Force unit in play. So it's a little bit clunky, but I think if there's one matchup when you're going to side in, this has to be this one. Felder Dragon to counter Fire Spray. And then a third copy of Concordan Interceptor. Maybe Karabast. Cheap removals are always great against aggro decks.
Yep.
And that would be the only thing I would side in personally. Maybe if he wants to raise the Fleet Lieutenant, if he wants to raise... He has so many top end, like Krayt Dragon is bad. Mace Windu is bad in this matchup. Chewbacca is fine, but Krayt Dragon, I think Pelagius is not good. So you get 6 cards off. Tech is too slow, that's 7 cards. Village Protector is not great. So you get 7 cards. Yeah, you get plenty of space to put some fleet units to try to raise things.
I think Village Protectors have seen a lot of success into Boba, but against the space deck, it's not what you want to play.
I mean, I guess it can keep at bay. Like, there's a couple of early game drop, and it's not terrible. I would probably keep it. Because it blocks... The thing is, like, you don't have to answer Boba anymore, because now Boba can attack your base. So you can just, like, keep your Village Protector and just keep Boba at bay like this. And once Boba has attacked once, then he can be one-shot by pretty much anything. So maybe it's a good idea to have the Village Protector so you actually don't have to care about the ground anymore. But, yeah, it depends. Yeah, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards to easily take out. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You see, he's almost complete here. So I think he's probably want to keep the Village Protector. I mean, I would if I was him.
Yeah. Nice.
It's not the greatest card in the world, but it definitely is better than a lot of other stuff that he has in his deck. So
but,
probably
the third copy in the side. Probably not gonna see put in, or what do you expect?
Maybe, but then what do we want to take out then for that? I don't know. I probably not. Yeah, there's nothing else you would want to. Maybe instead of Obi-Wan. Actually, I think Village Protector is better than Obi-Wan.
Yeah, because Obi-Wan is a magnet for Waylay, right?
It's like a
So if you
Sentinel
play
unit that
some-
comes to play too late. It's like
Yeah.
it's a Sentinel unit that comes to play too late. That's the thing. So I would probably play Village Protector over Obi-Wan. So I would probably side out a couple of Obi-Wan. Not all of them, but a couple of them. So he's basically siding almost his entire deck, to be fair. I think I side every... Oh my god. Yeah, I think he's siding... I think he's siding all 10 cards. I think the correct play is to side all 10 cards.
Interesting. Just put out the expensive units, basically.
Yeah, just siding all 10 cards, remove the expensive units that are not Redemption or Luke or Chewbacca, remove the discard, remove the tech. Yeah, I think you're siding all... remove the Obi-Wans. And yeah, I think you have all 10 cards. So, technically, if Mario sideboards correctly, I think this matchup is going to be better for him. I still think it's not going to be favored, but I think it's going to be significantly better because he's siding so many cards while his opponent basically doesn't side anything. With that being said, the card that he's sidings are relatively low impact.
Yeah. I think maybe if he gets some restore units out that manage to stick on the board, he can have a better shot of racing. So Kanan, for instance, a force throw maybe answering a space unit, even the Mystic Reflection being turned on also by force. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think, yeah, we see a Yoda there. The 2 damage, though, means that it can be taken up by Tarkin Town, but then Mario will get to draw a card from it, at least.
Yeah, this time he's 100% should Tarkin on turn 1. He's not having any issue anyway. Yeah, good play from Chris. Taking out the Yoda right away, right out of the gate, I think is a great play. And that's basically in a nutshell the reason why Tarkin is so good against Han. Such a low effort play. It's 100% low effort, no cost at all to this. He didn't even lose initiative to make that play. And allows him to put himself in a commanding position right from the beginning of the game.
And Village Protectors here can even be taken out by Greedo because of that when defeated effect. So
yeah,
maybe
unlikely but possible.
Yeah.
Unlikely because the Boba effect really doesn't play that many events, but
yeah,
that's a beautiful.
So we're still gonna see it.
To be fair, I think if you trade with Greedo, you're not too unhappy about it. It's not the end of the world. At least you stop the Greedo from bleeding you to death.
But Chris exhausting 3 resources here, and it's gonna be a TIE Phantom.
TIE Phantom is a good one. There's no make an open. Mario does not play make an opening. He's playing Mystical Reflection, which requires a force unit to be in play. The Greedo.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get the luck. He's gonna get the luck.
Yeah. So that's pretty bad for Mario. But the thing is, he's not drawing that triple Dark Raid now, and triple Dark Raid I think would have been a pretty nice play.
Oh yeah,
honestly.
triple Dark Raid. I mean,
on 4.
To be fair, something we haven't spotted from Chris' deck, but Chris is only playing 1 copy of TIE Defender, which in my opinion is baffling. I think TIE Defender is one of the best cards in this deck. Like TIE Defender locking TIE Phantom combo is one of the strongest things you can do in this deck. So I'm really surprised.
About the TIE Advanced?
Sorry?
Are you talking about the TIE Advanced?
Yeah, he's only playing 1 copy of TIE Advanced in his deck.
Yeah.
Which I think is it's a bad deck building call in my opinion.
Yeah, but I think also the angle he's going for, maybe playing triple Dark Raid on 4 and then playing a 6 cost space unit is also pretty strong.
Yeah, you can do both, but I think regardless, TIE Advance is an amazing play. Like as I said, if you can play 2, if you can put 2 experience token on locking TIE Phantom, it's against a lot of decks, it's game over.
Yeah.
And that play itself justifies playing TIE Advance.
And Poe hitting the board early again, pretty nice. But
oh my god, he just
has the answer again. And just having to pay 1 for that force stroke is so good, because if you now can follow it up with another space unit, which he has, that means Mario is 2 units behind on the board, and he will probably just continue playing 1-for-1s, while Boba can just deploy, put on even more pressure, maybe ready some resources. So really looking good for Chris here.
Chris is incredibly far ahead at this point. Being able to be in such a comfortable position before the Boba turn is absolutely nasty. And yeah, I don't have much hope for Mario. We'll see what he can if he can turn things around.
Gonna see how deploy. Four damage to Mario's base. And for 5, there's not that much you can do really. Like if he still plays the Obi-Wans, he can play one of those. And if Boba doesn't have a waylay, then it can be a nice way at least to stop that 4 damage coming from Boba. But
he would have needed like a Crocodile Interceptor, and if he had it, he would have played a long time ago.
Yeah. So we're just gonna see Kanan here.
Yeah, Kanan is too slow here. But the heal is going to be useful. Oh, 4th throw. That's a nice one.
At least he has the 4th throw.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think I would have rather passed maybe that way. Chris would have kind of been discouraged from deploying his Boba, right? Because then it looks like Mario has 1 resource up, and he will force throw himself and throw like a Redemption or a Chewbacca, immediately taking out Boba.
That is a good play. Yeah, it's a kind of a next level kind of mind game. Another play he could have made is just simply fall through himself just to kill a smaller, just to one shot that punishing one, because this is the worst case scenario here for this fall throw.
Agreed. Yeah, I think when you are behind, you should not take the risk of force throwing your opponent.
Once again, we don't know what the players have in hand, so it's easy for us to say like maybe he simply just doesn't want to get rid of any of this card from his hand, and throwing yourself a redemption is also a massive cost. But yeah, I agree with you that in this kind of case, you're hoping to fall throw a big unit yourself and hope that you're going to be top decking another big unit, because you're so far behind. You need to take risk. You need to play like as risky as you can and try to come back from this, because that's how you can make come back from this. So like just redemption, throw the redemption, whatever, and then draw another redemption and hope you're going to draw another redemption. He does play 3 redemptions in his deck, so it's not uncalled for.
So like even with the Luke here taking out the TIE Phantom, for instance, he's still going to take a lot of damage on his base. Yeah, and with 11, I think it will be very hard for him to stabilize.
I think the Boba player decided to not resource.
Interesting.
Yeah, that means he doesn't have Fire Spray in hand. It means like he just has a couple of small cards.
Yeah. And he, I believe he emptied his hands, so he only has the 2.
Yeah, that's something. That's you take your little victories where you can. But yeah, he's incredibly far behind here, and he doesn't even have a way to not take damage from the Boba as well.
Oh, only 5 means we're gonna see Obi-Wan. Interesting to see he's still keeping a resource up. Maybe he has another force throw.
Yeah, that's the only explanation. Oh, he has a mystical reflection. But if he had mystical reflection, I think he would have played right away to kill that Time Phantom. Or maybe he wants to block Boba first and then play mystical reflection after.
Yeah, makes sense, because you can take out both the 7th Fleet and the Lurking TIE. So punishing 1, hitting the base for 3.
I feel like I would have attacked here with TIE Phantoms, but maybe he doesn't know his opponent is playing mystical reflection, so that's why he's not.
Yeah, true.
Because people don't know about each other's deck list as far as I know.
Yep.
Oh, but he's not playing mystical reflection here, so maybe that's a 4th throw. I don't know. We'll see.
Or it's just like mind game play again. But if he doesn't have it, I think I would rather play Obi-Wan with full HP, right? So
absolutely, yeah, because he doesn't die to Boba then.
Yeah.
Here we go. So yeah, poke the bear, and this Kanan is gonna be a menace. The 6/7 restore can restore 2 potentially, but he's just too far behind in the race, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's hoping to draw into mystical reflection. Maybe it's like he's that deep into it, you know, like.
Yeah, I mean, when you're that far behind, it sometimes is what you need. pull off those dream plays.
Yeah.
He's thinking for a second here. I mean,
Are we ever going to
claiming
find
is-
out why he kept the one resource back? Are we ever going to find out why? We'll see. Finally, okay. Fourth throw.
There it is. And he does choose his opponent again. I guess
That's risky, yeah.
with only 2 cards left in your opponent's hand, you could argue it's at least stopping both from being played.
Yeah.
But now with the 1 damage, it's not useful at all. Like, it
Yeah,
does nothing to
the
one.
Greedo is the absolute worst card that could have been discarded. But to be fair, Chris is playing 12 1-cost card in his deck. So I believe, generally speaking, against aggro, you don't want to be 4-throwing your opponent. You want to be 4-throwing yourself. And you're playing against someone who's playing 12 1-cost card. It's a very high risk. But maybe that's that. Once again, he doesn't want to discard the other card he has in hand. He's playing risky because he knows he's behind. That's basically, maybe that's the play.
Yeah. And as I mentioned, now Greedo won't be played. So you're kind of removing something. But with 28 damage on Mario's base, there is no out, I think, from this.
Yeah, no,
board.
he needs to be dropping redemption after redemption after redemption after redemption. This time he can play redemption. His opponent doesn't have attacking down, so maybe redemption. Hope that your opponent doesn't play. Keep in mind that Chris has plenty of ways to deal damage, to finish off like very damaged units, or like Ice Bee agents, daring raids.
Yeah.
So even that, I don't even think that would be enough. Also, a Ruthless Raider can also finish off a very low health redemption.
That's true. Yeah.
So basically here your hope is you play redemption and hope the opponent has nothing.
Yeah, but I think you even die if your opponent doesn't have anything, because you can maximum heal 6 going to 22, and then you take 4 from Boba.
There you go, that's GG.
6 from the Space Needs.
Handshake.
Yeah.
Very one-sided game. So John Albert says it's possible that he didn't have the 4th throw Mystical Reflection, but playing Obi-Wan so it dies and then draw a card and get into its draw. That's exactly what we talked about. It's a very far-fetched play, but it's exactly the play we mentioned afterwards. But I know you're a bit behind on the stream. That's why you probably didn't hear us. Anyway, so easy win for Chris. I think, as I said, it looked to be an awful matchup for him from the deck list that we've seen. I don't feel like he's been particularly unlucky, especially in game 1. He drew his redemption. He drew his card. I just think the matchup is just not good at all for the deck.
Yeah.
And as we expected, he decided in the Wolf. That's pretty much the only card he decided in, I believe. Yeah, that's exactly what we called. So yeah, well done by Chris. I think he played this game flawlessly, and I think we'll be ready to go for another break. What do you think, Jonah?
Yeah, maybe let's just take a quick look at the bracket if it has been updated with any games.
Good point. Okay, so Christian takes 2-0. And he's going to be facing off against Dominic. A lot of people thought us Dominic was a very good player. So,
and we have gotten the signal that all deck lists should be in now. So maybe we should take a look at the fan favorite Dominic list.
Yeah, let's go. Which one is it? Okay,
just refresh the page.
Have to refresh this one.
It's if you go into the list view, you should be able to see the names.
Peter. That's Nico's list. Mike. Martin. Mario. Mark, which we saw earlier. Lucas.
I think it's
Imre. Dominic, that's it. Oh, okay. Dominic is playing the Hondo Naka Blue. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, so that's George Hudson's creation.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is I've talked about a lot about this deck with a friend of mine who is a big fan of Hondo Blue, a very good player as well. And I'm not a big believer in the deck. I think the deck is often just like a weaker version of I don't think the deck has a very good matchup into Boba. I think overall the deck is kind of like lacking the speed mostly. I think it's a bit slow. It's kind of my concern. But it's definitely a deck that is not as is definitely a good deck. I think it's a deck that can win games. It's only also playing only 2 copies of Barrage, which is shocking to me.
Yeah. He has the third in the side, but I wonder why he decided not to main it.
Yeah, it's just such an absurd card. I mean, it's the best card in the game, right?
One of them at least. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, he's playing Long Pike. Yeah. The rest of the deck is what you would expect from like the Covert Strength is a sneaky one of the best smuggled card in the game. The Covert Strength, sneaky good. This card has been under the radar, but now I see more and more people playing it. It's such a good card, especially in this deck because you get 2 experience token and a heal at the same time. That's just absurd. Yeah, the rest of the deck is what you would expect. This guy, I forgot his name. It's called the Ruthless Assassin.
Yeah.
Not sure why. Ruthless Assassin, of course, combo with Covert Strange, of course.
Yeah. So you can play it as a 5/5 on turn 2.
Yep.
Pretty nice, I guess.
Yeah, that's nice.
But to be honest, I think in the Boba meta that we currently have, I personally would rather go for a Kira 30 HP because that's also control, villainy, command, and Kira because of the deploy can trade with Boba, right?
Yeah.
But
here's what I found out about Star Wars Unlimited is that at the end of the day, the better player wins. So I think his list is very good. And if he's better than his opponent, he will win, even though he might be playing a deck that we deem underpowered. But another interesting things as well. It's like he's playing Super Laser Blast, which is weird to me because his deck is full of units. So that sounds a bit weird. That Super Laser Blast. I mean, I guess you want to reset the board and then go into an attrition war, and then when you have all those smuggle cards, it is at your advantage to be attrition war. But it feels like to me that a barrage would simply just be better. But I don't know. And then 2 additional copies of it Super Laser Blast in sideboard as well. That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Maybe the effect of surprise, the element of surprise is also like, valuable, I guess.
Yeah, definitely.
I can imagine this deck winning against hard control, by the way. Against hard control, this deck is very, very, as basically nothing. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I guess you just have infinite value with the smuggle card, I guess. But it's so slow. It's so incredibly slow.
Yeah. It looked like Dominic won his first game, so maybe we should check who's facing.
So, yeah, Dominic against Christian. And then it's going to be Matthias versus whoever comes here. So, we're going to have one of the 2 games is going to be if Dominic so Dominic versus Christian, who do you think is favorite here?
Interesting. So that's it's the space deck we just saw, right?
Yeah. I think Dominic is in big trouble if that happens.
Yeah, I mean he has some tools with the making openings and vigilances to heal and take out space units at the same time. But the problem is, as we saw in the other game, it's not enough just to answer 1 by 1 units. You need to stabilize at some point.
Yeah. No, I think its hope is going to be hoping to play early game space units, then trade, and then hope he can play them removals and stuff. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be a good matchup at all for the deck. Also, not playing the 3 of Barrage is going to be a weakness for the deck as well. If he can get to Snoke, though, it's amazing because Snoke is he has 2 copies of Snoke, and Snoke is such a hard counter to Boba Red.
And honestly, he has top targets. He has some sentinels here and there. I think he has the tools to get to Snoke.
Yeah, but he doesn't have his sentinels are not in space. Like he has just those guys in space, but those guys are so overcosted by 5 drop. I mean, the 4/6 in space though, 4/6 sentinel, but then you get bounced and you're like, you pay 5, it gets way later, and you're like, yeah. Most of his sentinels are on the ground. That's the problem. So it's I'm not entirely confident. We'll see how it goes. As I said, if he's a better player, he will have an edge. So so let's see the rest of the record. Let's see what else we have going on here. We got Matthias. What does Matthias play? But Matthias is the number 1 seeded guy, so he's definitely a good player as well.
I think that was the Sabine.
Can't think.
If you on the top right, you can change the view to kind of a list, so then you can
Oh yeah.
find it more easily. A bit higher up, even higher on the right side. More
yeah.
to the right. There you go. Yeah, so you can find mics.
Mics. Okay. Interesting.
Nice.
He's playing one copy of
Yes.
Capture.
Very interesting
That
cards
is
here.
cool. I found it very cool. Like, I don't like putting card that are not like, but the effect of surprise can be real on this card. As I said, players don't know each other's deck list. There is value in card that nobody expects, and I can get rid of like a massive thing that's blocking you, or whatever. I think there's value into that.
Yeah, he is playing 6 cards that are non-heroism. So
Yeah, that's
he
a
probably
lot.
needs to count on his 4-cost not always dealing 4.
Yeah,
But the Dark Sabers have proven to be extremely strong, and Timely shows that you can continue to threat direct damage with a Wrecker, for instance, even in the late game.
that's huge. Yeah.
So pretty cool list.
Okay, so we're now waiting for the. We're gonna go on a break now until the next round is starting. Thank you so much for being with us, and we're looking forward to have more games, more interesting games. So far, games have been pretty one-sided, but obviously it's only the beginning, guys. We'll have like at least 3 or 4 more rounds to go. So I'll see you later, guys. Bye bye.
Soil where twin moons rise in the heart of 2 moons under endless skies. Legends gather, the brave and the bold, seeking a crown to have and to hold. The air is thick with fire and will. Who stands alone when the night grows still? The champions prepare, their moment is near. Who will conquer? Who will disappear? Who will rise? Who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. The galaxy whispers of power untold. On Aldria's ground, the stories unfold in the clash of minds, in battles fierce. The line between fate and glory pierce. In the roar of the crowd, beneath the moon's gaze, one will triumph, one will blaze. Warriors clash, under shadows they fight, but only one shines brightest tonight. Who will rise? Who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Now the stars hold their breath, the moment has come. Will you be the one, or fade to the hum? Feel the pulse of the world, the beat of the fight under Aldria's moons. Who burns through the night? Who will rise? Who will reign? Who will conquer? Who remains? Into moons where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Above, the stage is set. On Aldria's soil, where twin moons rise, in the heart of 2 moons under endless skies. Legends gather, the brave and the bold, seeking a crown to have and to hold. The air is thick with fire and will. ruffians prepare, their moment is near. Who will conquer, who will disappear? Who will rise, who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moves where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Whispers of power untold on Aldria's ground. The stories unfold in the clash of minds, in battles fierce. The line between fate and glory pierce. In the roar of the crowd, beneath the moon's gaze, one will triumph, one will blaze. Warriors clash, under shadows they fight, but only one shines brightest tonight. Who will rise? Who will stand? Who will claim the victory hand? Into moves where legends are born, a champion rises with the dawn. Now the stars hold their breath, the moment has come. Will you be the one, or fade to the hum? Feel the pulse of the world, the beat of the fight, under Aldria's moons, who burst through the night. Who will rise, who will reign, who will conquer, who
Hey guys, welcome back to the Two Moons Star Wars Limited Premier Championship 2024 in Zurich. And we have a game. It's gonna be Chris versus Dominic here. Dominic playing on your left hand side as Hondo Blue, while Chris is playing as Boba Red on your right hand side. So, we already talked about this matchup, but maybe Jonah, you can kind of like give us a little summary of what we talked about earlier.
Yes. So, first of all, the Hondo deck is super interesting because it's one of the less popular blue-green control decks. But it has some cool tricks up its sleeve with, for instance, covert strength, giving 2 experiences instead of 1. He has also access to a spaceship that can be relevant in this matchup, can be smuggled in. He is playing 1 blast in side, 2 in main, and 2 Snokes in main. So that might be a crucial, pivotal moment if Hondo can kind of survive, fend off the early game, and get to that 8 resources. However, the space deck, we kind of agreed it's going to be a bit favored because there are not that many great answers to just so many space units hitting the board. And Boba is, of course, known for having great tempo on that flip turn. Hondo sadly deploys 1 turn later, so we'll see if Dominic can be able to stabilize at that point.
Yeah, I think the main factor is going to be, of course, Hondo is going to be the control deck in this specific instance. And what he wants to do is he wants to be able to slow down the game as much as possible. He does have a couple of space units, even 2 space sentinels, a 3/5 that you can smuggle that can turn into a 4/6 if you smuggle it. Very expensive, very late though, so I don't know if that can be fast enough here to keep up with the aggression coming from the Boba Red deck. He does also have some target removal like Power the Dark Side. He does also play 2 copies of Make an Opening, which are great assets in matchup. And if he can save enough time for the Snoke to come out, then once Snoke can hit the battlefield, the game is won for the Hondo players. That's going to be, I think, the route he's probably going to have to take if he wants to take this game.
Yeah. So on Boba's side, it's basically just about trying to hold tempo and maybe really look out for those waylays to stop space units or even get that Snoke away once it hits so you can kind of finish the game.
Yeah. So Boba is going to be first player in this game, which is a big advantage because Hondo does play a few space units. So if he was able to play space units and then within initially be able to trade before they get to attack, that would have been a big advantage for Hondo. But sadly, it's going to be the Boba Red deck that's going to be playing first. And that obviously means that that's a slight advantage he's going to have. So, I want to say something I forgot. I forgot what I want to say. Anyway.
Yeah, looks like players are still shuffling, getting ready.
Interesting. Dominic was looking at the top of his thing. Is he looking at I don't know what information he has in there, but that was interesting. Yeah, another thing is like as you were saying, I think Waylay is going to be a big card in this matchup because Hondo Naka, you have to obviously smuggle your card. It costs resources to do that, and then you get your +1/+1 counters, but then you bounce back into your hand. You lose those +1/+1 counters, and that's you have to do it all over again. So I think Chris needs to identify that those Waylays are going to be super crucial. And here goes. The game starts now. Both players. Turn 1 is going to be a Greedo. Greedo, Arena Dodger right from the get-go here. That's good for the Boba Red.
Yeah, Inferno 4, I would say, is still a pretty nice start for Dominic because he can trade to multiple of the spaceships Boba has access to. But it does mean he will need an answer for Greedo. Luckily, though, I think getting answers to ground units will generally be easier than space. So even though he got arena dodged, possibly in the favorable arena.
Okay, the
And now we're gonna
smuggle,
see some
nice.
tempo here.
Smuggle shenanigan. Maybe that's the race. The racing is what. Maybe we are completely wrong about this matchup. Maybe Dominic is going to be trying to race here. And if he
Yeah,
can do
I
that,
think-
that's a. So 7th Fit Defender comes out. Cannot kill
Yeah.
that Inferno 4. Is he going to try to race?
Yeah.
I mean, one of the advantages he has, he's playing in someone's playing 25 HP base. So whenever you have this 5-mana head start, you are tempted. And this is what Dominic is going to try to do. Dominic is going to try to race his opponent at this point.
And I think doing that is pretty decent choice, because if he would now draw, for instance, to make an opening, he would get super rewarded and probably reach a board state that he could just ride the wave of and snowball
Yeah.
to the win.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah. Who can win the race is going to be a big factor. I mean, obviously Boba Fett's deploying earlier. Those fire sprays, those no good to me deaths are just so strong in a racing situation. But 5 damage HP difference here, obviously on the base. The 5 damage less on the base is a big deal. Maybe Chris is considering attacking this Inferno 4 and finishing up with Target Town, but I'm not sure that's the best idea in the world.
Yeah, the fact that it's gonna cost him 2 actions is not ideal. So it looks like he's gonna opt for a triple dark raid instead.
Can he find a fire spray? A fire spray, or even like a fire spray or a Ristless Raider would be good as well. He can damage this Inferno 4 finish up. There you go. That's Ristless Raider. He's gonna kill the 2/2. That's big.
That's really nice. Yeah.
And Raider, of course, can attack right away. Can actually kill the Inferno 4 if he wants to, or he can go damage. We'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah.
And tap 1. Super awkward for Dominic, because if he wants to kill this Ristless Raider, that's a bit of lost value, because this Ristless Raider is going to come back in Chris' hands at the end of the turn. And this Ristless Raider is so incredibly good in this deck. It's just not even fair.
Yeah. And that Greedo is a bit annoying right now, because Power of the Dark Side is just going to get eaten.
Yeah, and also this Greedo is just has already dealt 6 to base, and it's only the beginning for him.
So Chris should have all resources exhausted here, but no, he actually shouldn't.
Yeah,
because he
did untap 1. Yeah, so
yeah.
He could actually play like Ice Bee Agent. We know he's playing Ice Bee Agent. He could be Ice Bee Agent and talking down the Inferno 4. Okay, looks like he's gonna go after the Inferno 4, so he probably doesn't have that.
Yeah. And I think it's a bit annoying for Dominic getting his unit removed, but at this point he should realize he's not capable of racing.
Oh yeah, no, he's no longer.
I think it's fine that Chris traded.
Yeah. Oh, okay. The client. That could be a card that can help stabilizing, even though it is a bit of a slow card.
Yeah, and it at least can get rid of Greedo.
Oh yeah, at the very least, yeah. You just could attack the Greedo. Oh, and a top target. Oh yeah, he's playing top target main deck. Yeah, we forgot about that. Yeah, that's a huge deal in the aggro matchup. Oh, so okay, obviously attack initiative here. You want to attack with that Greedo before he gets killed, and then if the client kills the Greedo, then that's basically healing on 11, and there's no McClunky in Chris deck.
Yeah, I think it's too greedy for Dominic to use the bounty in addition to top target, because a waylay would then be so punishing. So I would rather just attack in with the clients as soon as you get a chance.
That's a very good point. Yeah, I didn't thought about this here. Wailing your own stuff. Yeah, lots of healing going on. Basically, heal up to back to 0, basically. Ooh, no good to be there. That's a good one. That's a very good one.
Yeah.
Now he's going to have to find a removal to get rid of Greedo.
Yeah, and I mean, Power of the Dark Side was simply fine here, I guess. Even though Greedo will probably not get picked.
Oh,
but
this is
just
not
gonna
what he
end up paying it
wants.
for
Finds a long pike. Very passive play. He's going to take an absolute beating this turn.
Yeah.
And Lompike is pretty big, right? But I don't think Chris is interested in killing that Lompike anytime soon. He's probably going to be ignoring it.
Yep. And with the Boba flip now, it will just put so much damage on Dominic's base.
Yeah, and Chris is not even tap out. He has another 3 that he can play. can Dominic turn this around here with his Hondo Naka deck? Obviously, he probably built his deck with to try to counter Boba, so I would expect that he will have some pretty significant stuff to bring to the table here. But maybe he was not expecting the Boba Red deck. That is definitely the least popular version, even though it has been very popular in PQ this weekend. It's a deck that is very easy to play and that is very, very effective. Yeah, 17 is going to go up to 21 after the Boba, and if the Boba can if he can play like another 3-drop, that would just be a very, very tough position to recover from.
Yeah.
Anything is possible, right? Because the thing is, he's gonna heal 6 with the top targets, and then deploy the Hondo Naka. So maybe there's the next turn for Dominic is gonna be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, and I think he probably wants to see like a barrage or a vigilance. Could be also very nice for 6.
Yeah. Fun fact is that our friend Dominic is only playing 2 copies of barrage here. Oh, daring raid on the okay. Daring raid on the and then Thorrk in town for 5, but that's not lethal.
But that's not enough. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. I see what he means.
He really
Basically, he did this. This allows him to untap 2 for having killed a unit. And this also allows him to protect his Greedo. Because that means the client is not untapping again next turn. So there are some reason you would want to do that, but it is very costly. And he followed that up with a triple Dark Raid, finds a Punishing One. Punishing One is not the best thing you could find here.
Yeah.
This
Notably,
is okay.
He wanted to.
Yeah, go ahead.
He wanted to get up to 4 resources, right? So he could play a 6-drop, but he didn't find one.
Yeah.
So I think just playing a 3-drop, he didn't need to do the whole daring raid shenanigan to ready more resources. So was a nice line, but didn't find what he needed.
Yeah, exactly. I think the lineup play would have been so much better if you would have found like something for 6. So
Xanadu would have been insane bouncing the Greedo.
oh yeah, you can bounce. Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. So yeah, no, I think this this is a play that makes sense. But I mean, regardless of the situation, right, he's still looking very good. Like he still has the board. He still has put 20 damage on his opponent base. So I think that even though this turn was definitely a bit of a gamble for him and it didn't pay off exactly as he wanted, I still think that he's looking in a very sharp position.
Yeah.
So now does Chris has another way to prevent the Greedo from dying this turn? That would be interesting.
I guess another no good to be dead.
Yeah. Another no good to be dead, or just I think if you can't save the Greedo, just attack with him, cashing your damage.
Yeah, that's the thing with top target, right? Sometimes since you're spending an action, they can just attack with a unit afterwards, and then you are healing 6, but you were taking 3, so effectively you're just healing 3.
Okay, so he decided to go for a play that I was not expecting. He decided to attack with Boba. And not save the Greedo. That is very, very weird. I'm not exactly sure why he decided to do this.
I guess if he attacked with Greedo first, Boba could have been killed by a barrage or a vigilance, and then Greedo could have been killed afterwards by Hondo, and then he would have gotten 1 less damage on the base. But that would force Dominic to play a removal on one of them. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's anyone's game now at this point. 21. Timely intervention. And with the clients in play. 4. Okay, so he's gonna be able to kill the Boba. Now Boba needs a strong follow-up. He needs like a fire spray. I feel like the game is slipping out of his control at this point because the client is now going to be able to ready. And with the client in play, he can start healing himself up. And from that point, he can just win the game. And he can actually kill his opponent fairly quickly with the big units that he has. So I think at this point, the Boba needs to go fire spray and then hope that he has like some sort of surprise strike to go for next turn and wins the game like this. Otherwise, the game is going to slip out of his control. I feel like, as we said earlier, I feel like this crucial turn where he decides to go for the kill on the long pike, I feel like this might have been the turn where the victory slipped away from his fingers.
Yep. He could have had 4 more damage on the base and still had the Daring Raid, right? So that could be 2 more damage.
Yeah, Daring Raid also facing into base is a big deal. So he does have the Fire Spray here. Okay, that's a good start.
Yeah. So
okay, now he needs a surprise strike. He needs a surprise strike or I feel like if he has a surprise strike, game's over. Dominic could also go. No, he's going to be at 7, so no way he can play. How's it called? A Snoke. As I said, I think the plan for Chris is really to win. Oh, that's a nice one. Vigilance here.
But he's not going to be able to heal with the client. So
it means he does not healing with the client.
He's taking 5, and then he needs another answer next turn. At least he has a 4 powered unit, so Barrage could take out.
You're saying this, but he's putting a beat down on the ground. He's 4, 8, 10. Okay, 10 damage on the ground this turn.
Yeah.
So
that's true. He just needs 1 more out for that Fire Spray.
Another Fire Spray wins the game for Boba as well. Worth mentioning.
Or maybe a triple Dark Raid into.
Oh yeah, triple Dark Raid. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff.
Ruthless Raider could also be good. So.
Yeah, Ruthless. Yeah, Yeah, he already played two triple Dark Raids, so it's that line is a bit out of is a bit unlikely, but.
Yeah.
As I said, the surprise strike here would have been very nice. Okay. Yeah, he definitely needs more than 1 thread. Oh, he takes initiative. That's okay. Did he just win the game here?
Makes sense.
Yeah, did he just win? Yeah. There's nothing you can do, right?
1 resource left, so
yeah.
You can't heal.
There's a 26. There's 5. It's a 19. What is going on here? Oh yeah, no, he decided to concede. Okay, so game 1. Yep. I hope I'm not wrong, but game 1 goes to Chris.
Yep.
As we predicted, the Boba deck just a little bit too fast for the Hondo deck. Hondo did not manage to get to the 8 resources that he needs to get the Snoke down. And
yeah, I think if he would have make an opening or some powers earlier instead of just units, could have been a bit better.
That is true, but his unit does have a lot of units. That's the thing. It's at the same time we can say, I mean, if he finds more removal, he's going to be in a better spot. But the nature of his deck is he does play a lot of units. That's just the nature of his deck. That's why because most of the good smuggle cards in the game are units, and he's already playing the full package of timely intervention, covered strength. You can't even play more than that. So that's the inherent weakness of trying to abuse Hondo Naka is you're playing a lot of units, and you're playing a lot of units. And okay, let's talk about the sideboard. I'll look at this.
Yeah, it looks like they are actually showing us what they're siding here.
Hey, Dominic is showing us.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the list. I can show the. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So here the sideboard. I think for Hondo Naka, in my opinion, you want Barrage, you want Vigilance, and you probably want you want Barrage and Vigilance for me are the obvious ones.
Yeah.
For me, I saw him. He was kind of signing out Snoke, wasn't he? Let me take a look.
Yeah, he was hiding out First Light, Snoke, and Blast, and it looks like he's taking in Fel the Dragon.
Okay. I think signing out Snoke is a crazy mistake. I mean, to maybe his thought process is I'm never going up to 8 resources.
Yeah.
So I don't care about Snoke, but arguably a game that he was only 1 resource away from Snoke that game, and I feel like Snoke, in a game that does well for you where you manage to stabilize, Snoke is such an ultimate kind of saying this game is over, just coop, please coop.
Yeah. The thing is, maybe he figured that his win con is the unity he's already played, and Snoke is maybe a bit redundant. But I have to agree with you because the Boba deck tends to go a bit wide, and you sometimes lose just because you don't have enough actions to get rid of all of them. But Snoke can do that, right? He can get rid of some and nerf others, so you have enough leeway to actually win.
It's inevitably to you to win because you're the control deck in this matchup. You need a card that says, "This game is over. Let's go to the next game," and I think Snoke is exactly that card. So siding out Snoke for me is a huge mistake, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Just wanted to take a look at Chris' list to see if he has anything good in this matchup that he could side in.
Yeah, we have interesting message coming in from the hosts here that Chris sided out the TIE Phantoms and TIE Advanced. So he's trying to kind of dodge that whole game plan and maybe siding in the Wolves to stop the healing.
Okay, maybe
or even Fang Fighters.
Okay, I think the Wolf is a good idea for sure. Fang Fighters, there's a lot of experience token going on the Hondo deck, so that does make sense.
And top target, right?
Yeah, I think with the amount of like make an opening and stuff against that deck, it can make sense to take out. I think the Locking TIE Phantom. I agree, Locking TIE Phantom is not amazing in this matchup because it doesn't trade well against the 2/3. On the 7th Defender, I personally think the 7th Defender is still pretty good in this matchup, but I agree that the Locking TIE Phantom is Locking TIE Phantom is kind of like not so I think I agree. Locking TIE Phantom siding out, I think I agree because there's just so much going on that counters Locking TIE Phantoms. Siding out 7th Defender, not as big of a fan. With that being said, Locking TIE Phantom is so good once you manage to put a couple of experience on it. But the thing is, in his deck, he's only playing one copy of TIE Advance. So he's not going to have that many ways to boost the TIE Phantom. So in that context, I think it makes sense to side out the...
Yeah. He, in the message from the host, they said he sided out the TIE Advanced and not the 7th Fleet.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Okay, yeah, okay. That makes sense. Okay, thank you for correcting me.
So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Maybe Dominic ends up holding Make an Openings when he doesn't need to.
I mean, Make an Opening is still a premium card in his deck. It kills TIE Silencers, it kills Mercenary Gunship, it kills 7th Defender, it kills Garrido. It's still absolutely 100% premium in this matchup. And same goes for Snoke, by the way. So Victor Eldstrom says as Boba is close to lethal, can always pull out a win. Yes, it's fairly true. Like it's a deck with a lot of reach. Snoke is brilliant against Boba Green, is great, but 3 against Boba Yellow Red is too many. I would disagree with that. I think Snoke is specifically strong against Boba Red, and he's not playing 3, he's playing 2. Then Soda mentions, you got to actually draw enough bullets early to get to Snoke Avenger. Then you can go 3 off. Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. You need to get there, but I think that there's a fair few cards in this deck that you could have sided out instead of Snoke, in my opinion. Because Snoke, you need to get there, true, but as I said, the rest of the deck is about that. And then your end game, your final objective is to Snoke. I think this is kind of the best gameplay in my opinion. Anyway, we're back into game 2. And we're going to have a turn 1 dude that gets killed by a Daring Raid. Interesting. He could have used Tarkentown here, but decided to go for a Daring Raid. And obviously, because Boba is fair and balanced, gets to untap resources and play a true drop. By the way, this guy is terrible. Ruthless, what's he called? Like Ruthless Assassin is horrible in this matchup. Gets killed by Tarkentown, gets killed by ISB Agent, gets killed by Daring Raid. I think it's the one card you could have sided out. That could have been the one.
Yeah, that's true. Still, though, the covert strength line, if your opponent doesn't respect it, might be good to... Yeah,
but if you win. I agree with you, but if you are playing at this level of play, you have to assume that your player is good, and he's not going to let that happen.
Yeah.
That was a good paradox I turned through here. Preventing the board from developing and stopping the damage. That was a very good paradox side, even though it only is on a 2-drop.
Yeah. So just having no damage on the base and continuing the trend now with takedown, taking out that punishing one, is really what you want to see from the control deck here.
Yeah, that's an excellent. It's an excellent early game here. Oh, and a turn 3 tie silencer here. Not a good follow up from the Hondo Onaka. From the Boba player.
Yeah.
Now this control style play that Hondo Nakai that Dominic is going for right now is exactly what you need to do in this matchup. I feel like it's so much more efficient than the Hondo Onaka shenanigan that he was doing in game 1.
Yeah.
Nice. The 3/5 Sentinel. I forgot the name of that card.
Yeah, but actually coming really clutch now. Problem is though, if Chris can find, let's say, a fire spray here, yeah, and he finds it, then he will both be able to take out Sentinel, get damage to base, and get that fire sprays to the hand afterwards, which can be really, really good.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's still going to be a tough turn, and then there's going to be Boba deploy, untap 2, play another 3-drop.
Yep.
Yes, Boba is very balanced, guys. You can see it on screen.
Maybe even another
fair.
triple dark red.
Completely fair. Another
There it
triple
is.
dark red.
There it is. Oh my god.
What a turn. Imagine a Ruthless Raider here. And I guess Ruthless Raider is not the best, but...
Yeah, Xanadu can hit for 6.
Oh yeah,
so
he gets
can
Ruthless Raider to the base. I think he has to deal damage to his own units, if I'm not mistaken. But then he can just damage his own... He can just damage his own Boba that is on Fire Spray, sorry.
Yeah.
And attack for 4. What a turn. What a turn here. I mean, most of his units are going to come back into his hand, so his board is kind of going to be... But he's still going to have, like, a Boba and a Silencer on board.
And he's going to have those 2 amazing cards in hand for the next turn. So, like, even though it looked good with Dominic removing all of the early plays and then following it up with a Sentinel, Chris has just taken over the game at this point.
Yeah, despite an excellent start from the Hondo Naka player. That's a good Mekon opening. Mekon opening is one of the best card against Boba Red. It's even better against Boba than it is against a traditional. He might want to play against Power Dioxide here. He decided to go for an attack. A risky play from Chris, and he's getting heavily punished here by Power Dioxide. An excellent follow-up here from Dominic.
Yeah,
but to be fair,
with the fire spray.
Yeah, to be fair, he would have probably been.
He had no other option.
But yeah, he's still putting his opponent down to 20. He still has a fire spray in play. Now Hondo Dominic needs to find an answer to that fire spray and hope his opponent doesn't have another one. That's pretty much the name of the game at this point.
Yeah.
He has sided in a couple of Fell Dragon after sideboard.
Exactly. Exactly. Fell into another power here would be probably the best. But you can't always have exactly what you need, so...
Yeah, you already played 2 Power Dioxide, so... Okay, Fell Dragon is great.
Problem with Ruthless Raider, though, is... it's gonna deal 4 regardless of what Dominic can do.
Yeah, he's gonna need, like, some vigilance just to heal himself up. Something worth noticing is that, as I was saying earlier, is... because he sided out the Snoke on game 2... Hondo Naka does not have the late game inevitability that he would need to seal the deal. I feels like he has no way to really truly stabilize because he took out those Snoke. It's kind of my feeling about it. We'll see. Maybe he's going to be able to stabilize regardless. We'll see.
Yeah. So Hondo getting his first attack in here, but at this point it looks really, really difficult because Chris has the initiative, putting Dominic to 26, and then just being 2 off with the when defeated effect. So a daring raid, for instance, could be enough reach. So that means Dominic basically has to get some healing in order to stabilize.
Absolutely, yeah. So John Albert asks, who won first game? Chris won the first game.
And there we have it. Top target.
Yeah, top target only heals for 4 though.
Tank fighter. Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Wolf.
Wolf blocks the heal. That's a good one to have when your opponent is at 26. A wolf
Yeah.
is just it's a card that's once again the Hondo Naka player is gonna have to get off the board. It's just so
Yeah.
annoying otherwise. Yeah, he has to.
But notably, the effect is still there, right?
I think so. Yeah.
So he has to kill Ruthless Raider now because he will die in one attack next turn. Maybe his best option would be to play a Sentinel, but
If
that
he
would
has one,
require
yeah.
him to actually have a.
And keep in mind, there's still 6 fossils left for the Boba player. There could be a fire spray
Oh.
coming. Another Ruthless Raider.
Another Raider. Oh my god.
Yeah, GG. Yeah.
That is GG.
Chris takes the game here 2-0 against Dominic, which was a fan favorite. A lot of people were rooting for him. He's an excellent player. And we said it earlier in the chat here, if you're a good player, it doesn't matter. It does matter what deck you're playing, but you can win tournaments with even decks that some people would consider suboptimal. But here in this case, Chris played this very well, and he's obviously, I think this matchup is obviously favored for the Boba Red deck, as we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
So yeah, he set it out the Snoke. In this case, I have to say, obviously a Snoke would not have been helpful. It's just like, okay guys, when I want to say that Boba is overpowered and needs to be banned, this game is a good example of that. Because we're talking about the Hondo Naka player who had an excellent start, be able to manage everything that was going on the board, and despite that, the Boba player, thanks to Boba's ability, completely took over the game despite this very, very good start. And to me, that is a clear indicator that there is something wrong here, personally.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think about this, John.
I think that explosive 8 resource turn is very, very difficult to deal with for some decks. The thing is, the example we saw just now was very, very lucky and probably a lot stronger than the average Boba flip turn. But just the combination that you can put on so much pressure on 5 resources, like if you still had the possibility to get those extra resources, but it was on 6, it would be so much worse. So I think the combination of great stats and the early extra resources is just what gives Boba the tempo that many decks can't recover from.
Yeah, Victor is saying this was the 8 rounds, 12 Snoke would not have helped. I agree. In this particular game, Snoke would not have been enough. But I just think it's a mistake to side it out. But that's just my personal opinion that you may agree or disagree with. Obviously, Dominic has probably a lot more experience than I do playing the Hondo Naka deck, which I'll admit I haven't played. But it's once again you guys are on Thorrk Hot Takes, so you're here to hear the hot takes and my opinion about things. And
All right, so it looks like we will get to see the other semi-final of the top bracket.
Yep. So just
So it's gonna be
answering so some of the chat here. Johan Albert says Boba is not getting bad until the result of set 3 showdowns, I think. Yeah, so this is what I said in my channel, saying that the devs are probably going to be waiting to see how set 3 shakes out before deciding on a ban on Boba or not. In my personal opinion, I think that waiting for the result of the showdown would be too late, in my opinion. I think they need to make a decision fairly early on, because obviously that could be too late.
Yeah, I think players might be a bit tired having to bring Bobas again for showdowns.
Yeah,
But
exactly. Yeah.
PQs are of course a step up over showdowns, so I don't know.
The good news is that the good news is like they're gonna be big tournaments happening relatively early on. So if FFG takes into account notably there's going to be a massive tournament in Birmingham end of November. I think Birmingham is an ideal moment. I think Birmingham, you get a big tournament, there's a lot of stakes, there's a flight tickets to Worlds, there's multiple booster boxes, so it's a very high stake tournament, even though it's not official FFG tournament. It is a very big tournament. So it's going to be a perfect moment to see how the meta shakes out. And if this tournament is dominated by Boba, then I think there's no debate. You need to go for ban, in my opinion. So Kakikdu says Boba getting banned, a hot take ? Lol, it's not really, to be honest. Yes, that's not a hot take. I agree. However, it depends to whom. Some people some people disagree with that, believe it or not. But here in this specific instance, I was talking about not signing out the Snoke was a hot take. That was not kind of my opinion.
Yeah. Right. Looks like.
Oh yeah, so we're going back to the brackets. So we see Christians now in the final of the upper bracket final. So if he wins that, he will be guaranteed final, and he will be paired up against the winner of the lower bracket final. That's how it works.
Yeah. So we're gonna see Mike's with a Sabine deck now facing Martin in another semi. He is also on Han Blue.
Awesome.
But with a different list. So that's gonna be an interesting matchup. I would say in general, pretty favored for Sabine, but there can be some outliers. So let's see. It looks like my audio is a bit low. Would you be able to turn it up on OBS Thorrk a little bit there?
Yep.
Yes.
Can you speak?
Better. Yep.
You also not Jonah. You're not a loudspeaker either, compared to me.
Yeah. Okay. So, should we take a quick break until we see the players get ready?
Yeah, I can answer a few of the. I can interact with the chat also. Yeah, we got 2 mood sayings. I really hope FFG does something as fast as possible. I think they're gonna be waiting for set 3, as I said. And the question is when in set 3 are gonna decide to pull the trigger. How much impact set 3 is gonna have. It's up to us to decide. Victor says, me and Jonah have talked a lot about the Boba situation. I do believe in other solution rather than banning. Yes, I actually had a lot of debates. Currently, I think the debate is not really whether or not Boba should be nerfed, but rather how. A lot of people are kind of different takes on this. I've talked, as you see, I made some videos about it in my channel. My opinion is the ban is the best solution, personally. John Albert says, the fact that I'm Boba player and I'm also asking for it might say something. Like every other deck I craft, I have to ask, does it beat Boba? Yes. I mean, having to build your deck around the meta is not really the problem. That is kind of the common thing in most card games. The question is, how much does this deck wrap the meta around it? And in my opinion, it does it way too much. And then Catherine, same, I am a Boba player, a Boba yellow player too. Okay, we're ready to break down to a break, and I'll see you for the next round. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a lot of fun, and see you later.
Yep, be right back.
Hi everyone, welcome back. That was a short, very, very short break because right out the gate we have a different game. This is Han Blue versus Sabine Green, a completely different matchup, but two very, very powerful decks. Who do you think is favorite in this matchup, Jonah? Tell me.
I would say Sabine because Sabine has so many strong plays around 4-5 where Han is still trying to ramp up. When Han can get to the Lukes and the Chewies and really start getting 2-for-1s, that's where you stabilize. And when you get to Redemption, you've pretty much won the game. But the Pose, Darksabers, or Wreckers can be very difficult for Han to get past to without taking too much damage. So another kind of scary thing for Han is the ECL. Because if Sabine gets to use ECL early and get a 2-for-1, you get behind on the board and you'll just stay behind and keep taking damage. So that's also something to look out for.
Player can start. We are everything is ready. Just so you guys know where we are now in the tournament. This is the other semi-final of the winner bracket. Matthias is playing as Sabine Green. Martin is playing as Han 2. Matthias was the number one seeded player for the qualifiers to this top 12. So he's probably a favorite to win this tournament, I would say. I mean, based on the information I have. And I think this matchup is, as you said, I think it really, like, Han 2 is one of those decks that can beat almost anything it wants. It depends on how it's built. It's a deck that has a lot of flexibility on how it can be built, just like Kira, for example. So I'm just going to take a look at Martin's list here to see how good his version is. So he's playing 3 Redemption. He's also playing 3 Concordant Town Interceptor, 3 Yodas, 3 Karabast. So I would say among the Han 2 list that I've seen before, his list seems to be particularly well equipped to beat this matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I would like maybe to see the 3rd takedown or open fire, but he does have those in the sideboard. So those will be also very valuable to have more removals. And I think the Village Protectors are actually a great card too against Sabine. The thing with the Sabine unit though is if your opponent has, let's say, a Sabine of their own or a Battlefield Marine, it can get 2-for-1. So I'm not too fond of starting with that turn 1, but the Cassian is amazing to start with because that's going to trade regardless.
Yeah, I think that the only card that Martin is missing that really helps in this matchup is Open Fire. He doesn't play Open Fire main deck. He plays them in sideboard, and I think this card is very good against Sabine. But outside of that, I feel like he's very well equipped to beat this matchup. So we know. So basically, Matthias is playing a relatively standard list. I think the only kind of things that we have to mention about this list is like he's playing 6 non-heroism cards, and he's also playing one of the capture card. I forgot the name. The basic
Take captive.
Yeah, take captive. Yeah, so 3 resources, capture with a unit on the same arena as the opposing unit. As a basically it's kind of a waylay, I would say. This is how I would consider it kind of a sort of a waylay thing.
Yeah. I think also playing the Sundari Peacekeepers instead of Fighters for Freedom is a bit interesting and not that helpful in this matchup. You would rather have those fighters dealing some extra ping damage, but Sundari Peacekeeper has shown to be pretty good when you're facing more aggressive lists or even a space deck.
Yeah, for sure, Sundari Peacekeeper is for the mirror match. The fact that it's not a rebel is really what is a bit annoying with this card. Otherwise, it would be an absolute auto include in. But yeah, so it looks like Matthias decided to take a milligan, so maybe there's a chance he's going to be missing his turn 1 play.
Yeah, that is very, very rough. Some key plays we need to look at here for Han is the Poe. Poe is extremely good into Sabine because it kind of blocks Darksaber. Because if Sabine decides to play a Darksaber, they can't really go face because then Poe will be able to kill Sabine and survive. So it's going to force Sabine to attack into Poe. Another great play is Kanan on turn 2, actually, because a 4-3 is a bit awkward to trade with, so it might going to get the restore, and it might be able to attack into Sabine and survive, putting Sabine easily within takedown range or any other range for removals.
There you go. We see Matthias is starting off with the Sabine ping. I think it's a very smart to do that because then you can arena dodge. Oh, he doesn't have turn 1 play. He doesn't have turn 1 play. This is what I was expecting. I was like, he did mulligan. Maybe there's a chance it's not mulligan play. That is very unfortunate. Yeah. What a great start for Martin. You have to feel so good whenever you are in the semi-final bracket, in the semi-final upper bracket, and your opponent starts with no turn 1 play as Sabine. You got to feel fantastic about this.
Yeah, this is a huge bump to the odds here of who's winning this. And a Battlefield Marine is also something that he probably can deal with. Ooh, Village Protectors.
Village Protector,
pretty good.
Yeah, that is even that turn 2 play here with the Battlefield Marine, that's not really what you're looking for.
No.
This is
definitely not.
Things are looking rough for the Sabine. Sabine player is playing it's very unlucky for him because he does play 9, 10, 11. He's playing 13 turn 1 play. So he's really kind of he has a good number of turn 1 plays. So it's very unlucky. Sometimes you see Sabine players missing turn 1 play, but often because they play like greedy list that only play like 9 or 10 turn 1 play. But here's a 13. And taking that hit is just very unfortunate. Martin is very far ahead. He has completely blocked the space arena. He has a way to heal. Obviously, never count the Sabine players out until he's used ECL because ECL can swing games so brutally on the other side. So never count out a Sabine player that has ECL available. That is something I've learned many times in Star Wars Unlimited.
And this Concordon is not really what Martin wants to play here. He wants to continue on putting on pressure, like something with the Poe, Kanan. So he's going to miss out on 2 damage to base, K2SO being ECL'd, taking those Peacekeepers.
Oh, that's a good fall throw.
Or Protectors, yeah.
There's so many low health units on board. Unless Matthias discards a 1-drop, it's a very good fall throw. But he does discard X-Wing Alliance, would allow him to kill one of those 2 units.
Yeah. So he has to get rid of K2SO, probably taking some damage to the base here.
Yep.
And this turn, I would say, was a bit subpar for Martin. So Sabine is looking a bit better now. Could, of course, be a lot better, but Martin's going to be able to restore 2, taking out the Battlefield Marine with Yoda, and then drawing a card.
I think considering the fact that Sabine has used ECL and obviously deployed Sabine, you're looking pretty good with you're looking pretty good, honestly. And I think a space unit, I agree that the play was a bit suboptimal, but it's not a bad play. Something worth noticing about Mike's list is like he's playing very few space units. Only 2 Alliance X-Wing instead of the traditional 3, and only 2 Red 3 instead of only 2 Red 3 instead of 2 Red 3 instead of 3. Sorry, I got confused with that name. And then he got obviously the full package of A-Wings and the Wing Leader, but he does play less space unit than the average Sabine players. But still having the security, the opponent cannot. You know that from that point on, you can just focus on the ground and you're not going to be dodged anymore, which is very comfortable.
Yeah, I think Martin would probably like to see a Obi-Wan here. He's only playing 2. I think Obi-Wan is an amazing card into Sabine because he can safely deploy his Han, and then Obi-Wan would probably...
Ooh, Darksaber into someone who hasn't played anything. That is a risky play. Risky play
Yeah, the
from...
thing is though, Rival's Fall is the only thing that can
No,
deal with her right now.
any Sentinels, bro. Any Sentinels. Oh yeah. Oh, Disarming Fang Fighters. But even a Sentinel is a counter to Darksaber. It's like, this is something with Darksaber, is that Darksaber is a good card, don't get me wrong, but I feel like a lot of people are over-evaluated, and there's a far more answers to Darksaber than people think they are.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a risky play from Matthias, but I believe it could be a correct play because he's very far behind at this point, and he understands that he needs to take a risk in order to get back into this game. So I agree with this Darksaber play, even though it was a risky play indeed.
Yeah. Poe will probably be better, but we can expect not seeing any pose.
Yeah,
from
he doesn't have one probably. Yeah.
Matthias' hands. Yeah.
Yeah, but once again, like, he's going for risky play, but he's with the horrendous start that he had, I think it makes sense that he's kind of like wanting to kind of come back from this. So the Zimmerman Five Feathers main deck paying off here for Martin. Against someone who's playing 3 Darksabers, they are obviously very good. And give you even additional space in presence in space, sorry.
So going to see Fleet Lieutenant hitting 5 damage to the base with Sabine.
Yeah, so at this point, this is the moment where the Martin needs to stop taking damage and kind of lock down the game. So at this point, of course, like a Luke to start to take down units and have a constant source of restore, or even lock the board out with, as you were saying earlier, an Obi-Wan. All those are great options. And I think this is definitely something that is usually very smart. He's attacking with the space unit, letting his opponent play a card. Hey, just play your card, make your plays. I'll see what I do. I'm not in a hurry. Just make your plays. And at least he knows he makes his play having perfect information about what's going on. That's exactly the right thing to do.
So it's 6 resources up. We could see Mace possibly taking out multiple units. Or as you said, a Luke would also be very nice, having that restore for next turn.
That is indeed the Luke.
So Han can still take out Sabine here, but yeah, that looks like what he's gonna be doing. The thing is, Han can now be killed by the Sundari Peacekeeper, making it so that Martin won't be able to play his Redemption or Chewie, but with the Luke on the board, that's not something he needs to be scared of.
Yeah, I mean,
so he is in the perfect spot.
If he cannot use his hand, it's really not that big of a deal. As we said earlier, ECL has been used, so we are now in a much tougher situation. I think now, if Matthias wants to come back into this game, he needs to be looking into some good timely interventions into Poe, timely intervention to Wrecker. This is the kind of setup that, okay, Wrecker is a excellent start here. Killing that Luke is absolutely massive. Even if he does not ECL, that's fine. That's why Wrecker is such a good card. Get yourself a massive threat on the board and get rid of that Luke. This is an excellent first step for Matthias to come back into the game.
Yeah. So Martin has 7 power on the board right now. Can put some pressure on Matthias' base, but he does need to answer Wrecker, so second Luke would work, Fellow Dragon. We're going to see takedown, actually.
Maybe he doesn't have an answer to Wrecker. That could be the beginning of the end for Martin, because he still is at 14, so it's not like he's out of danger at all here. Sure. Taking a 7, spooning up to 21. That is tough.
Might be a bit greedy. Oh, but we have the Carabast hitting 4/5 there with the 4 damage on Solo units, so he will be able to trade with the leader.
Yeah, Carabas is such a good card against aggro because it's a cheap removal, and having damage units really when you play against Sabine is very easy to do. So it's a very specialized card. It's not good in every matchup, but against aggro it is definitely a great card. And this is what I said earlier, that Martin's list is very good against aggro. He has a list that is very well prepared against aggro. As I said, 3 Karabast, hold the package, the Concordant Interceptors, those Fang Fighters main deck, the 3 Redemptions at the top enders. Like, it just has so much going on against aggro in this deck. So it is a favorable matchup to. Generally speaking, I would say whether Sabine or Han has the advantage really depends on how Han is built, and there's Han's build that are not very good against Sabine, and there are Han's build that are very good against Sabine. I think this one is very good against Sabine.
Yeah. Just gonna see Cassian being smuggled, but Martin has a Obi-Wan, and that's gonna be very hard to get through. So Matthias will just hit into it, and at this point there's not much Matthias can really do to win this game. The problem is Martin has to close it at some point. He can't just keep playing low powered units. He needs to hit the base, but he's going to be able to put Matthias to 16 now, so he will have enough damage on the board for next turn. Now with only 14 damage on his base, it's pretty safe to not go too fast.
Yeah, now he has a source of healing, which is exactly what you want to do. At this point in the game, you want to put yourself out of range of 4 cards, I believe in, and you want to lock the game out with the big sentinels, and then heal yourself up, and then you put yourself completely out of danger. So this game should be called, obviously. Matthias is going to play this until the end. As I said, at this point in the game, what he needs to do to come back into this is to go for some sort of timely intervention into a wrecker, timely intervention into a Poe, and this get back the control of the board, and then rebuild a win from then, and hope that the hand player does not draw into one of his big cards. That's a lot to ask for, but it is basically what needs to happen if he wants to win this game. So his odds are basically less than 1% win at this point. But it is still technically possible, so obviously you got to fight on and see what happens.
Yeah. And I think that's in general good practice not to concede too early, but in some matchups you might need the time. But with the 75 minutes in the top cut here, it's no issue at all.
Yeah, you're playing Sabine. There's a 75-minute rounds. There's no reason to concede early here. You got to fight until that percent chance of winning is to 0%. That's another record. That's pretty good. No timely intervention, unfortunately, but still good to get rid of this big blocker here.
Yeah. You will be able to draw a card and put some experience on Yoda, so we might see that taking out the Cassian in return.
Oh my god, Yoda has 4 experience token on him. Oh no, never mind. That's just there's 2 experience token plus 1, okay.
And Han should be on 8 or something right now, so he is going to attack the base, it looks like. Putting Matthias to 20. So 1 off on the board, but he might have something to get that extra damage.
So Joey Kang is saying, anyone have the link to the matchup? We have the link to the, I don't know if this is what you're asking for, but we do have the link to the bracket. So I'm pasting that into the chat.
So if Martin has a Cassian here, it's going to be game over. But even without, let's see, Wrecker is not a Rebel, so Rebel Assault won't really work for Matthias.
Here we go. We see the Cassian going for the swing.
Then it looks like he will be looking for his Cassian
Oh, he does
to
have the
smuggle in,
Cassian. Yeah, that's it. GG.
and that's game.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's talk about sideboards. So we go back to here. Sorry, oops. So let's talk about sideboard. So we're gonna start by Mike's list because he lost, so he needs to make something happen. Okay, so I'm covering the card I'm covering is Confiscate, which I don't think is a card you want to side in there. Possibly Wolf, even though Wolf is better whenever you're playing against a deck that has the ability to get huge surges of heal, which is not really the case for Hand 2, which is more like kind of small healing coming from Make an Opening, coming from the Restore.
Yeah.
I personally really like Hondo Kitsu Onyo because she can get rid of those pesky Village Protector.
Yeah.
The Valiant ship. Oops, sorry. The Valiant ship. Oh my God, what's going on? Oh my God, my computer wants me to stop doing whatever I'm doing. Anyway, so we got the Valiant assault ship, which is good when your opponent plays a lot of sentinels in space.
Yeah.
Good lord. Good. What the hell?
I think there's not that many great cards to side in. It's more about if you have some cards in the main that are not useful.
I agree.
So, for instance, the Sundari Peacekeeper, not so good in this matchup. So you might rather want to play those space units you mentioned.
Yeah, so basically Kitsu Onyo, Assault Ship, and Wolf are like the three cards I'm looking at. And the card that I'm looking to side out would be the Peacekeepers. The three Peacekeepers, probably. Maybe the Dark Sabers, because you've saw the opponent playing some Disciplining Fighters main deck. That's also an argument.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the list of... so is it Martin, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It looks like our players are getting ready to show us what they side.
Okay.
It looks like at least Martin is having his hand ready there, but...
So basically Martin, he has 2 Make an Opening, 2 Open Fires, and then the Disciplining Firefighter is going to side in those 5 cards. The takedown is also going to go in. Personally, I think after sideboard, it gets worse for Sabine, in my opinion.
Agreed. The Crate Dragons and the discard cards might go out in favor for other cards, like even Chewbacca is better.
But you see, he has a lot of bad cards to take out. Like Tech is terrible, Pillage is terrible, Crate Dragon is terrible. That's 5 cards. And then he can side in, as I said, 2 Make an Opening, 2 Open Fire, more Disciplining Firefighters, more Takedown. And that looks very grim for Sabine. I think the deck gets a lot better after sideboard for Han. Han Blue is a deck that a lot of people, it's always been there in the meta, and a lot of people kind of like talk about either Sabine and Boba or Kira. But in my opinion, after Sabine and Boba, the best deck in the game is Han Blue, in my opinion.
Interesting.
Are you seeing interesting because you're not agreeing?
I'm not sure, actually. I haven't paid too much attention to Han Blue after I played it at Malmö Game Week. I felt really good about the deck then, but then I just wanted to play other stuff, so it didn't really work more on the list. But I think because of Boba and Han Blue basically just auto-losing to Boba Fett's armor, it feels a bit discouraging to play it. And then if I would play something else, I would probably more look into the Kira 30 HP, which kind of feels like the same thing, kind of late game oriented. Of course, very different because it's blue-green villainy.
Okay, but, so I have a question for you. How does Kira has better ways to deal with armor than Han? Because he has Power the Dark Side, but Power Dark Side, you can't rely on Power Dark Side to kill Han kill Boba with armor.
Yeah.
Han has access to two very important assets, which Kira does not have access to, which is disabling fang fighters, which our friend Martin is playing. And he also has access to 3 looks. If you can get Boba with Boba armor does not get completely unscattered. He's still gonna get a couple of damage here and there. So you just play like Luke, you can finish off, and the fact that Han can actually play that Luke's 1 turn earlier mean that you can really easily kill the Boba armor. So I'm not sure if I agree with Han having less way into Boba's armor than Kira.
Yeah. I get that point. I think it's maybe more. Maybe I emphasize too much on the armor. It's kind of just the tempo of Boba in general that can be very hard to catch up with and keep kind of the same speed as that deck. But Kira has the flip, right, to deal damage to Boba.
Yeah, that helps. If you don't mind, we're just gonna come back to the game. I mean, there's enough Boba out there that we talk about Boba all the time. So this is an excellent start for Sabine. Much better than looks like he decided to keep the Peacekeepers in his deck after sideboard, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Being able, of course, to get a Sabine first on board and trade into it. The fact that Martin probably didn't have any other choice but to play that Sabine first. That is obviously a big bummer. That puts him quite a bit far behind this point in the game.
Yeah, that's a good example of where Cassian is just so much better, right? Because then Martin wouldn't have traded. He would have to go base or trade and lose his Sabine.
Yeah. At this point, it's a much better start for Matthias. It's much more representative of what Sabine is capable of. Because don't forget, in game 1 he did skip his turn 1 play. With that being said, we know that Martin has plenty of good stuff against Sabine in his sideboard that he brought in to improve his matchup. So obviously it's still anyone's game at this point.
It is. Personally, I don't think K2SO is that good into Sabine because playing it on turn 2, it's only a 4-2, and I think like Kanan or other cards that can be 4-3s are much better because they can attack into Sabine.
I agree, but K2SO is so good in other matchups that.
Yes, of course. But I would sometimes find myself siding it out actually, if I have something to side in.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything that you would side it. I think there's a higher card that you want to side in before. You got Pillage, you got Great Dragon, you got Tag. Those cards are really much worse than K2SO. But I agree that Han did not get the best start. Like the turn 1 Sabine is whenever you're playing against another Sabine that has initiative, that is obviously not good. And then the turn 1 K2SO is far from the best thing you can do in this matchup. Literally any other 3-drop in the deck is better, except that maybe Fang Fighters, which is when there's no equipment. Let's see.
I think it's weird to see Sabine being deployed here. I don't feel like Matthias really has a rush. Because now Sabine can be takedowned.
Yeah.
So I would probably rather attack with the Peacekeeper first, but let's see.
Yeah, let's see. This play could be punished. Whenever you are anticipating that your opponent has a takedown in hand, what you want to do is you want to make all of the play possible and do the Sabine play last. Oh, that's why he did this. Okay, very risky play, but he's doing it again.
So
this is a Fang Fighter again on the Darksabers.
Yeah, and Martin passed here, right? Because he deployed. So that was pretty telegraphed. Exactly. But maybe Matthias didn't have anything else, so he just wanted to get that out there.
Probably because this play was so telegraphed. He had the Fang Fighters. For the second time now, we're saying the Zipper Fang Fighters taking down that's which is a huge tempo play for Mata. It's basically the equivalent of getting rid of a 4-drop and putting a 3-2 on the board at the same time. That is such a massive play. Yeah. Something I want to say earlier is like you want to basically kind of delay Sabine and then deploy Sabine in the end. So then the worst case scenario is, okay, your Sabine gets taken down, but then you get to grab initiative.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was my reaction too. So we're going to see this Poe being slammed here.
It should have 2 damage on it. No.
No, actually. We are on 5 now. But
I'm only 65 resources. Never mind. 5 resources. I was not quite seeing every single resource.
Yeah. The thing is, Wrecker ECL, I would say, is bit more into Poe, because then you at least get 6 damage overwhelmed. But for Matthias now, to deal with that Poe, he would need to ECL his own Poe. And then there's kind of no point really using his ECL.
Yeah.
Much better using it on Han, for instance.
So Gothmog Elberth is asking, hello, can we find the deck list somewhere? We have the deck list, but we can't share them right now. So we are showing the deck list before the games and in between games during sideboard. So take a screenshot whenever we are on this. So, so okay,
we are
Poe
going
is
to see
coming
ECL
out,
being played there. Yeah.
and he's gonna go ECL kill. But that means that, yeah, this means the Poe is going to get to attack next turn.
Yeah.
But the good thing is that this Poe is going to be at 3.
Yeah.
Not at 4. And that's a
Very
huge
crucial.
deal. That means Poe can now just go and kill it.
Yeah. So what we need to see from Martin now is maybe a Luke dealing with the Poe. And then his own Poe can attack into either the Peacekeeper or Sabine.
Yeah.
That would be really nice.
What he wants to have here is something along the lines of open fire. Get rid of this guy. It could also have Felder Dragon, less efficient. Or maybe just a Luke. Yes. Yeah. That's basically, guys, if you want to know why Han is the best red, white, blue leaders in the game, this play is a very good example. This playing the Luke one turn earlier, so incredibly impactful. It's such a strong play, and this is flexibility of being able to play any of the card in your game one turn earlier is just so incredibly powerful in this game.
Yeah.
Gudo the Gamer is saying, I can't wait for the set 3. This meta has been sort of stale, for the exception of Gar Yellow. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you that the meta is very stale, which is pretty much expected, I would say, at this point in the game lifespan. We are pretty much kind of the elderly. The meta is getting kind of elderly at this point. The meta is fairly diverse though, outside of Boba dominating. So I agree that. So it's still entertaining in my opinion, and it's such a good game that even on a stale meta, I feel like this game is still entertaining, but. I agree with you that definitely set 3 is going to be something we all going to love seeing. I feel like in set 1, we were not kind of starving so much for set 2 because the meta was so good. But then in set 3, in set 2, because the meta has been a little bit more Boba focus, we kind of like are starving a little bit more for something different.
So we're going to see Poe attacking into Sabine and discarding the K2SO in order to remove one of the 2 experiences. That way it will be exactly 6 damage and Poe will survive.
Yeah, Martin is really taking control of the game at this point with those massive plays. And I think it all came down to this disabling Fang Fighters who kind of starting turning the game around. But keep in mind that the Sabine player still has a ball, still dealing damage to the base, and hasn't taken any damage on his base. So he's going to have time to put down a couple of power. Yeah, 4 Cause I Believe in the Sky one is to talk about. And maybe it's a bit early for Cause I Believe in. Maybe he would have rather had another threat. But...
Oh, those are some great cards to see there. Bit sad to see the Darksaber only dealing 3 damage. But both Wrecker and For a Cause is really, really nice.
Absolutely. Those are some great pulls. I was to say that it is expected to not get all 4 damage because he does play 6 non-heroic cards in his deck. So definitely something that can happen. So Gothmog Alvarez is asking, do you think Han V2 will still be meta with green or blue base in set 3? My opinion is I don't think Han V2 green can be really meta until Bone is as long as Boba is meta, because Boba green just hard counter young Han green too hard. However, young Han blue, so this deck that we're seeing on the left hand side, I still think is going to be meta in set 2. I don't think the new Yoda deck is coming. Is going to be on the same parallel level as this deck, personally, because as I said, the flexibility of playing anything you can play under one turn earlier, there's nothing that can really replace that. And I think the new Yoda, while very very powerful, might be just a little bit too slow, and not as capable of the flexibility and the consistency that this young Han is capable of.
So Wrecker here, gonna have to take out that Poe because it's still ready. Preferably he would like to get rid of Luke because of the restore. But Martin definitely did the right action, attacking with Luke first on that Peacekeeper.
Yeah, well done from him. Yeah, maybe he has an answer to the Luke.
We're gonna have Carbast dealing with Wing Leader. I would say a bit greedy because okay, he of course had answer for Wrecker,
There
but
you go.
if he didn't, it would have been a bit greedy, right?
Yeah, Martin is taking control of this game. The fact that he's still basically just only half health at this point in the game with a Luke into play is great.
Yeah.
Maybe Matthias can come back into the game with another Wrecker.
Yeah.
So,
we know there was a 4 cost there too. I don't recall if he put it on top, but he might have. But that's not going to be enough right now.
K2SO, yeah, not what you're looking for now. I mean, it's Rana needs an answer to. He needed like a timely intervention answer to Luke. I have to say that the ECLs from Sabine have not been like super crazy. You would want to have like stronger ECL than this.
Yeah, I think the best thing you could do is ECLing into Han with Wrecker on turn 6, because that way you're dealing 6 damage to the base, your Wrecker is surviving, and you're stopping Luke from being played, because as soon as Han dies, he can't use the ability anymore.
Absolutely. So John Albert is asking, if Sabine was the only problem for Yoda, Boba ban, is that new leader a force to be reckoned with? Yeah, definitely. The meta slows down. I think that Yoda could be a better choice over Han. The fact that Rey Skywalker is still seeing play, despite Han Blue existing, is a sign that there is definitely a chance for Yoda to see play, depending on the meta. I think it's going to be one of those decks. It's going to be another option available. I think that Han Blue is going to be the most popular option in terms of like competitive decks. But for sure, Yoda Red is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the new meta. I would be very surprised if that's not the case. So even if Boba doesn't get banned, but if Boba gets banned, then obviously that opens up a lot more space.
So make an opening on K2 makes it possible for Luke to survive after hitting K2, and it looks like he asked Martin to discard there, if I'm not mistaken, a Fang Fighter.
Yeah. At the end of the day, yeah, Martin is doing a good job at keeping himself healthy, but he still needs to be able to finish this game. This game could still go on for quite a while. And against Sabine, once again, if you're playing against someone who has like timely intervention, there's always opportunity for him to come back. Another factor as well is something that the reason why I'm personally a big fan of U-Wing Reinforcement. U-Wing Reinforcement is so good in those kind of like super late game situation with Sabine, which can sometimes happen, especially when a deck is particularly well prepared against you.
And Kanan and Poe being played here is clear what unit is bigger, right? So Martin does need something to deal with this Poe.
Yeah, being able to finish off the Luke was big now. No constant source of healing. The 12 HP is still something, but it's that. I mean, what I'm afraid of is the Sabine players just running out of gas at this point.
Yeah.
Because right now he's been able to make big plays after big plays, but he might just be running out of gas.
So Kanan will attack into Poe, discarding a timer intervention to heal 1.
That's a big card. That's a card that you do not want to discard usually when you're in late game situations. But Yeah, maybe they didn't have any other choice. Oh, he's got
So
another
it looks
card for
like
2 the base. Okay, he's really trying to hit the. He's go for his opponent for the juggler. He's trying to kill him. And there's hope for the if the Sabine player wins this game, it's a huge comeback.
Yeah.
It seems
I
like
think-
Martin just didn't have any big plays after after his first look got played. It feels like he hasn't got any big plays until then. Like, keep in mind, guys, he's playing 3 Redemption.
Yeah. One thing before my run at Malmö Games, I playtested a lot against Sabine, and there I actually learned that having 3 Chewbaccas was kind of important because they were kind of the closers. Because as soon as you play your Chewie, remove one of your opponent's unit, and have that stick, you have taken over the board. Like, your opponent can't recover. But the Luke entering as a 6/5, that can easily be answered by Wrecker. And okay, you might have another one, but still, at some point, you need to take over the board and close out the game.
Yeah, I think Chewbacca is kind of like extra copies of Luke, essentially. So it's
Yeah.
obviously quite helpful. Not quite Luke, but close enough.
Yeah.
So,
So at the beginning, I sided them out, but then I realized, okay, they have to stay in.
yeah, it's definitely better. Chewbacca is definitely better than Krayt Dragon or. So it's a good one to have. After sideboard, when you have a lot of answers, you still need late game to close the game out. Sabine Green is definitely a deck that is capable of fighting you in late game with those timely intervention, those spells, those records. This is basically the major difference between Sabine in set 1 and Sabine in set 2. So you still need to get those powerful cards going on. So here at this point, I feel like the hand player is in decent spot. He keep the ball clean, and he has a constant source of healing. And at some point, as I say, this is the moment where the Sabine player might be running out of gas. We saw him playing a lot of pose, a lot of records. I think at some point maybe he's going to stop drawing absolute gas. That might happen. We know that he's not playing any big cards on his sideboard. He's not playing U-Wing Reinforcement or any things like this that could help him in later stage of the game. And yeah, he's running out of gas. You can see here this wolf is kind of like saying, yeah, well, don't have much going on now. But it's still good. It still prevents the heal from Yoda. And obviously, timely interventions can, for cause I believe it can still see games. Beautiful 4th throw here. 2 for 1, your opponent. Perfect. And now Yoda still alive. The healing is still stopped by the... Oh, nice. He's going to be able to smuggle a Cassian. Also, another thing with Cassian, having access to Cassian is really, really great. Really gives a second breath of fresh air for Sabine. But in this case, going to be intercepted by a takedown. And once again, Matthias keep the board clean and has source of healing on the board. This is a very slow game, guys. Martin is really having a trouble putting significant pressure on his opponent, but he still is completely in control.
Yeah. So 7 damage now on Matthias's base. And this is kind of what happens when you side out all of your top end, right?
Yep. So basically I have information about what he sided out. He did side out a Chewie, 2 crates, 1 tech, and 1 Rivals Fall. So he did side out the Chewie, which, as we said earlier, probably a mistake. We think Chewie is good into Sabine.
Yeah.
It feels like, so that means he did not side out the pillage. So probably keeping the Chewie in your deck and not signing out the pillage would have been a better play, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. But maybe he can find some redemptions to close.
Yeah, redemption would be great, of course. Still 6 drop in space. And that's going to be a full cause, I believe in. A full ILC 4, and that is a 25. And suddenly things are starting to be a little bit icky. But Yoda with the Restores 2 still on the board, still capable of keeping him out of range of those out-of-hand damage. And that also means that none of those cards from the top of the deck are particularly exciting. I probably think he's going to discard all of them. Maybe he's going to keep the... Okay, looks like he's keeping the Fleet Lieutenant.
Interesting. I think Cassian...
yeah, Cassian is the one I would have kept, right?
Yeah. So, healing 2 now with Yoda. Gonna see a Fleet Lieutenant hit the board. So, if that sticks, it might be able to hit for 5 next turn. we're gonna see Mace finally. So that will take care of the Fleet Lieutenant and be able to hit the base for 5 this turn.
Yeah, Mace is a good one. Is that a champion Mace? Oh, it's a top 8 Mace. That's not good
Nice.
enough. You only have one Mace to put in your deck. He only has one copy of Mace. Can you put like at least a Mace champion? Like, please? Jesus Christ. Those guys. Yeah, now the damage is going to rack up very quickly here. 8 damage per turn. So it's a 2-turn clock here for Martins to win this game. He's at 24, but he's healing 2 per turns with the Yoda, so he's pretty much out of danger.
Yeah, and we know that drawing a Fleet Lieutenant here is not gonna help out at all.
I think he already drew his Fleet Lieutenant.
All right, so looks like we are going to have a interview that we can play after this round with Martin, one of the players.
Here goes a red 3 coming out. And yeah, now game is pretty much in Martin's hand. Yeah, 22 is completely out of danger now. Even a double 4 Cast of Believin would barely be enough. And keep in mind that he's playing quite a few non-heroism units in this deck, so that obviously makes it a little bit difficult.
So we have
Eric resolved now on the red 3. That's going to be allowing to one-shot the Concord's Interceptor, but that's not really what he's looking for. It's just way incredible. I mean, getting a +4 attack, you get 6 attack with Overwhelm. Means it gets to add 2 additional damage to the base, but it's not going to be enough. Now that's 5,
No.
3 damage to the base, yeah.
Yeah. I guess even a force for a cause for 4 damage here doesn't help, because Martin will get the initiative and have lethal in 1 action with the Mace Windu. So it looks like this very long Sabine series will get to an end.
Yeah, it's a 2-0, but it was still played for like a long time here because the second game was so long, which is very unusual. And this is the kind of game, like, basically after sideboard, I love to have a couple of U-wing reinforcement because it makes it so even if opponent does have answers to what you're doing, you still have ways to kind of come back into the game. So time intervention also helps with this, but U-wing reinforcement does it in different ways, and also is an heroism unit, so doesn't disturb for a cause I believe in.
Yeah.
Yeah, this takedown, I think the nail in the coffin here. And we should see a GG coming from Matthias, which was the #1 seeded player. He's not done with this tournament. He's gonna be able to go on the loser bracket. So it is a double elimination format tournament. And now that those players are done, we will be able to jump back into the interview. But before maybe looking at the interview, maybe we can look at the brackets.
Yep.
Okay, so let me take a look. Here we go. So brackets here, we got Martin here playing as Han Blue versus Christian playing as Boba Red. So there's going to be a winner bracket games here. I think Martin has a bit of a better shot than Mario had. Mario was also playing Boba Blue. Han Blue, young Han Blue, because he's playing he's playing more anti-aggro card. He's playing 3 Concordant Interceptors in his main deck, while Mario was only playing 2. Yep. Let's jump into the interview now. So give me a second to set that up.
So this is the Martin that just played. So this was probably recorded between one of the earlier rounds.
Yeah, we'll find out. It's a short interview anyway.
Überhaupt was dazu. Ja.
Let's go.
So hi Martin.
Hi, Tis.
So you made it into the day 2 with a good league performance, and you brought with you the Han Blue deck. Why did you choose this deck?
I come from playing Magic, and I really do enjoy decks that can adapt to the other decks. And so with Han Blue, I found a deck which I can navigate against aggro, and control is tough tough matchups for me, but I think I can sneak in some wins anyway with the deck.
So what decks do you really want to play against?
I prepared for the meta I anticipate here, so I want to play the aggro matchups more than the control matchups, which Bosk Blue will be here, and probably a Hondo or a Han Yellow. So I want to avoid these matches and hopefully get paired against the aggro ones.
So I took a look at your deck list, and what I found interesting is only 2 Obi-Wans. What's the reason for it?
Firstly, I in no way, shape, or form claim that I'm a good deck builder, not at all by any means, but I tried to adapt for the decks we have here, and I expect on Sunday, and there will be lots of aggro decks, and with the village protectors and the main board disabling fang fighters, I needed to cut cards and thought Obi might be the best choice for me to take out.
Interesting. So I also looked at your sideboard, and there's kind of 2 different sideboard strategies. Either there's like completely new cards that you bring in, almost a playset to completely counter deck.
Yeah.
Or as I saw, you have a lot of 1 or 2 offs in your sideboard that you also play in the main board. So why do you like always play a split of them and then decide which ones you change to a full play set and which one you want to remove from the deck?
Again, no way, shape, or form claiming to be a good deck builder, but I needed the second deck for the control matchups where we go to high resource turns. I want to have the play set of I forgot the name, the red with raid in space.
Yeah, the 1/3 with raid.
1/3 with
yes.
raid 2, which I need to counter another deck I'm expecting at day 2 of the tournament. Yeah, so a mixture between couldn't decide, couldn't let go of some cards, and actually needed 1 more in the sideboard for the anticipated matchups. So it's just a gut feeling that I went with, and hopefully it will work out on the Sunday.
Well, it has worked out so far. You're here, and yeah, I wish you the best.
Thank
Good luck
you
to
very much, Tees.
Perfect.
Awesome. So,
Cool.
as expected, yes, he did say that he has a good match, that he was preparing for the aggro matchup, and it is definitely what we're seeing here. His list is very anti-aggro. It's one of the most anti-aggro version of Han Blue I've seen, to be fair. And it's not a surprise that he's saying he has a bad match against control, because he is very light on the control thing. It's just one of those decks where you have to make a choice between what you really want to beat, and it's very difficult for you to beat all of those decks. It's going to be very hard for you to beat all those decks. But this interview was probably done at the beginning of the tournament, of the top cut, and now he's in the semifinals, so things have worked out for Martin, obviously, so congratulations to him. And I think he has a better shot than Mario to take down Christian as playing the Boba Red, the boogeyman. So,
All right.
yeah, we'll go for a short break, and we'll come back here for probably the winner bracket final. Martin versus Christian. So the way it works is that Martin versus Christian will play against one another. Who will win? So I'm just gonna show the brackets here. So upper bracket final here. Whoever wins between Martin and Christian gets into the final. Whoever loses will fall down into the lower bracket, which means he will have to play against whoever goes on in. No, he's gonna go here actually. Sorry, the loser is gonna go winner bracket final, and the loser bracket is still kind of being decided, but basically there's gonna be a loser bracket semifinal, a loser bracket match number 4, and whoever wins this match will be paired against the loser of that match, if that makes sense. And then whoever wins this will be the other finalist. So the road, basically whoever wins this directly goes in final. Whoever loses this will have to win another game, which is going to be against the winner of the loser bracket. So for people who are in loser bracket, the road is a lot longer and more painful, but it is still, of course, possible for them to win the tournament. And that's what is very fun about the double elimination system. Anyways, without further ado, we'll go back to the waiting and take a break, take a cup of coffee. We're having loads of fun here. Thanks, obviously, 2 Moons for organizing this tournament and having us so we can talk about the game we love. And I'll see you soon.
See you later.
Hey guys, welcome back to THT. Welcome back to the Two Moon Star Wars Unlimited Premier Champions 2024. We're now going to be casting the upper bracket final. So as you can see here, so I'm going to be showing you guys the bracket. So whoever wins this upper bracket final will be in the grand final. Whoever is going to lose is going to be seeded to the lower bracket final, and whoever wins the lower bracket final will be going into the grand final. For people who are in the lower bracket, there's still a long journey to go, and we're definitely going to be casting some games of the lower bracket. I'm going to be joined by JonahNiklas later on. He's probably doing something at this moment while players are getting ready. So going back here to the matchup, so Chris is playing as red Boba. Martin is playing as Han Blue. We saw Chris taking down a Han Blue players earlier in the round, but which was Mario. He won actually 2-0 against him. And in that context, Mario did not have necessarily the best version to fight against Chris, while the version that Martin has is much more capable of doing that. So just take a look at the list here. So I think this is the list. No, which one is it? I think that's it. Yeah, that's Martin's list. No, there's a lot of Han Blue in this top 8. So I think that's the one.
Hello.
No. Okay, and Niklas is back with us. Anyway, we're gonna go jump back into the main game where players are shuffling back their deck. Niklas, tell us a little bit about this matchup.
So looks like we're still on the winners bracket, right? We have Chris with his red Tarkitown Boba Fett that we saw earlier today, kind of smashing a Han Blue. But we're gonna have a rematch now. Not the same player, so of course not the exact same list, but kind of the same deck idea.
Yeah, so talking about what basically Martin has, the difference between Martin's list and Mario's list. Because Mario was not playing the full package of Kokoldan and Deceptor. This is going to be very useful. He was not playing Disabling Fang Fighters, which is going to be additional space unit as well as deal with all those shields that are the 7th Defender. He doesn't play Make an Opening in the main deck, but plays them in the sideboard, while you remember Mario was playing those Mystical Reflection, which I think is not as reliable. I Make an Opening. I think Make an Opening is overall a better card.
Yeah, agreed.
So, and he still plays the full package of 3 Redemption. We saw it during the interview. Martin has built his deck to fight aggro, and definitely Boba Red is an aggro deck. So I think he has a very good chance of winning this game. I think this is going to be a much closer, at the very least, it's going to be a much, much closer matchup than it was versus Mario. What do you think?
I agree that it's looking better now, but I think, like what we said before the last game, that Boba is kind of favored out of the gate just because of Tarkitown, right? Because that is going to stop Mario from playing some of the great early game plays that he can. So he's probably going to have to save his Conquer Dawn for turn 2. Starting with the Cassian turn 1 is not going to be as good. And if it doesn't get used early, it can be used against that Redemption. So I personally am going to give a slight edge to Chris here, but it could go either way.
Yeah, I agree that the matchup is still favored for Chris. He's the Tarkitown is such a big deal in this matchup. I feel like Boba Red was simply just a very, very good choice for this meta, to be fair.
Yeah.
And it just ended up working very well for him. So I think, as I said, I'm expecting a much closer game than against Mario, but definitely it is anyone's game. Definitely, I feel still favored for Chris.
Yeah.
So players are getting ready to play.
Looks like they're just setting up some final things here.
Yep, I'm gonna be as soon as they start. Yeah, I'm gonna be able to reset this timer. Looks like players are aware that they are allowed to start. And I've restarted. Yeah, the timer is out. Players have 75 minutes to complete their game, which should be fairly easily. We're talking about aggro decks here. 75 minutes is obviously the standard timer for Top Cut games, and looks like hand 2 has effectively has basically skipped his turn 1 play here, which is not ideal to say the least, but maybe the reason why he kept his hand is because he has a lot of good stuff going on. It looks like he's gonna go, oh my god, this is not what you're looking at here. Kanan, turn 2
That's
will be
awful.
killed by Thorrk in town so
Yeah.
easily here. This is the worst case scenario here for Martin in order to put pressure on his opponent.
Yeah.
Another card is going to be played. Oh my god, Thorrk in town. There you go. In a nutshell here, that is the reason why
Exactly. Yeah.
this matchup is difficult.
So I think it was just a very unfortunate start for Martin. He probably missed his turn 1 play and didn't have any other options turn 2. I don't think Kaden is something you want to play if you have another option there, but better to get Tarkin Town used rather than just taking the initiative.
Yeah. So players are basically fighting off for the upper for to be in a grand final. So this is the final. This the upper. It is the upper bracket final. This game. So it's a very very important game. If you
Yep.
are losing this game, you're not out of the tournament. You're gonna have the opportunity to win again by going down in the loser bracket final. So.
Yep.
As we said earlier, the Dismembering Firefighter is very solid here, taking out the shield and putting a threat that will be able to trade with another space unit, but he's going to take another 6 damage this turn, and that's before Chris gets to play anything at this point. So it's not looking good at all for the hand player.
Yeah, and that force throw there is a bit sad. Just making Boba discard a card is not gonna do much about this board. So kind of looking at the boards there right now, I'm wondering maybe if stealing the mercenary gunship would have been better than playing that Fangfighter.
Yeah, the problem is like the Boba can steal it back right away.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that's a better play, to be fair.
Yeah. That way, at least Boba is not playing something else. Now you got rid of
Get the Whaley on the
the
Effect
shield,
Fighters. Yeah, I feel like the Dismembering Fighter play ended up being a little bit better, but
this way you at least got away that Waylay.
Yeah.
Was able to force throw to discard punishing 1, and looks like Boba now is left with 2 or 3 cards. 3 cards maybe.
Yeah, no, this turn was not the most amazing turn here for Chris. But he still is very, very much ahead in this game, and Martin's gonna need to have something very special. He's gonna put another Yoda. This one will stick to the board a lot better because of because Tarkin has already been used, and the fact that he played 4th Thor, maybe he's gonna have more copies of 4th Thor to get rid of those space units. We'll see how it goes.
So if Han deploys, he will be able to use the ability again on, for instance, Kanan or K2. But hopefully he has a Concord Dawn Interceptor here. That would be really nice for Martin.
Yeah. Concord Dawn Interceptor is okay. That's gonna be that's a good one.
Yeah, Carbast, great follow-up after playing Yoda damaged.
Just a very solid removal, generally speaking, against aggro, and it's showing off again here. But obviously, Boba still hasn't said anything. He's gonna get deploy, probably on tap 2, doing some more Boba shenanigans. Okay, the false.
Exactly.
I like this false stroke personally because I think at this point you really don't care about your opponent drawing cards. However, you do care about the Boba healing things up.
Yeah. So Han deploying here, having 1 resource left is no danger at all for Chris.
Still gonna no good to me dead. That is not the best no good to me dead, but if he has nothing else to do, then I guess that's fine.
Yeah. He will be able to ready 2 resources, so we could still see a triple dark raid.
Oh yeah, triple dark raid here would be very strong. Keep in mind that Chris does not play the full package, only plays 1 copy of TIE Advance, but in this case, there's no... Okay, triple dark raid is... Oh, he has 1 spare resources, oh my god, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So I think the way...
probably look for the 6 cost here.
Yeah, the way Chris plays his deck is like he likes to play triple dark raid on 4 and then pay the extra resources to play
Yeah.
Boba Fett. So he doesn't care as much for the TIE advance, and he really likes to focus on prioritizing getting out a Ruthless Raider or a Fire Spray. And in this case, of course, he's putting an absolute beating on his opponent.
22 damage already. This deck is fast.
Yeah, this deck is disgusting. And you know what? I think that, to be fair, I think even if Boba gets banned, I think you just replaced Boba by Jango Fett, and the deck is almost the same.
Yeah, that's true.
It's almost
Because
the same
Django
deck.
is also on 5, right?
Yeah, he's a 3/7
But
though,
he's
not a
a
4/7.
3/7. Yeah.
But Django also has some good synergy that you can play like Ice B Agent. Like Chris is already playing Ice B Agent, and you also can play like the new 3/2 that pings for 1 when it comes to play and when it dies. And I think this deck is going to be very solid. There's actually an argument to be said. I'm not sure that's true. I still think Boba Fett is better than Jango Fett, but if you downgrade from Boba Fett to Jango Fett, it's not a huge downgrade. The ability of Jango Fett is actually very strong with Ice B Agent, with the spaceship that pings. So this deck will still be a big thing after the meta. But one big thing to keep in mind with Boba Red, in my opinion, is that I think Boba Red is much easier to counter than Boba Green. If you really want to beat Boba Red, you can do it, no problem. While Boba Green is a much tougher cookie to crack. It's a deck that is capable of adapting much better, in my opinion.
Yeah. It has a big toolbox and a lot of gas, right?
Yeah. Okay, the Pillage, discarding 2 cards. I don't know if those were the last 2 cards that Chris has in hand. If that's the case, then it's a pretty good play. Otherwise, it's not so good.
Yeah.
Looks like he's empty-handed. If that's the case, then this Pillage is massive.
Yeah, true. But still, he's gonna take 7 here and probably die next turn, right?
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, but yeah, Pillage is just not a good card against aggro, guys. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bruce Peters, I'm almost 99% sure that Martins drew 2 cards from the full stroke. That is completely normal because the Yoda also draws him a card. So 1 card for the Yoda, 1 card for the full stroke. I also got weirded out when I saw it, and then my brain go like, okay, wait a second. To be fair, players have been playing very clean. I haven't seen any major misplay. I mean, maybe some player mistake, but not like people making like blunders and missing rules and stuff. Players have been playing very clean.
So not much Martin can do here.
Yeah, he's
looks
gonna
like he will just. Yep.
So game 1 goes to Chris. Just the speed of this deck. The early game was just too bad for him. That's just the long story short of this game is just he simply just did not have it just didn't have anything going on in the early game, and that was just he got just too far behind in the series of the game. So let's take a look at the deck list and see if there's something that Martin can do to turn things around. So we're now going into Martin's deck list. So as you can see, so sideboard, I think he wants to have the Thorrk in town, open fire, takedown, open fire, disabling fighters, and make an opening. Make an opening specifically is going to be massive in this matchup. That's basically 6 cards. That is a lot. And then potentially the Fail the Dragon for Fire Spray as well. So that's basically 8 cards, right? He wants to take out the Crate Dragon. Way too slow for this matchup.
Pillage,
absolutely. Tech is too slow as well. That's 5 cards as well.
Arguably, I think K2 is not that good either in this matchup.
Yeah, no, I agree. K2 is not great. Especially since it's probably not going to get killed. So you're not even benefit. It's basically a 4/4/4/4. So, yeah, I think there's an argument for taking out maybe not all of them, but a few of them.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess K2 is so as a 4/2 is not bad. 4/2 for 3.
Yeah.
But your opponent plays a Daring Raid, so that's something good.
Yeah.
So let's take a quick look at Chris' list. Sorry, just you want to say something?
Sorry. Interesting comment here from the hosts that Chris actually played Boba Yellow yesterday and qualified, and switched to Boba Red today.
Yeah.
So kudos for the great performance.
Yeah. It's players are allowed to play a different deck than the way they qualified, because some of those players have been qualified for a long time because it was through a league. So that's like the way things the way that works. Okay, that is Chris' list. For the sideboard, it doesn't really have much going on. I don't think he wants to spend an entire turn with Forced Surrender.
Yeah.
I don't think Wolf is not amazing in this matchup because the hand list doesn't get massive burst of healing. It just gets a bit of healing coming from the Restore. So Outmaneuver is mostly an anti-aggro card. I don't think it is worth running against a control-y deck. So I don't even think he's siding a single card here. What do you think?
I agree. If he doesn't expect any top targets, then he probably is not going to side. The thing is, he doesn't know that, and some hand players do play top targets in the sideboard for aggro. So maybe he's doing that, but I agree that personally wouldn't side.
So I'm just gonna sideways talk about Jango Fett again. So here you replace Punishing One by the new 3/2 Spaceship Separatist that deals 1 damage when it comes to play and deals 1 damage when it dies. You replace Boba Fett with Jango Fett, and then this is a great deck. Like it's a very strong deck as well. Like Jango Fett is gonna be very strong in this particular archetype, in my opinion. Because really, in this archetype is where you care the least about Boba being Boba, I think. He's not even playing Boba with the armor.
The thing, though, we did see in a prior game 2, what was it? Triple Dark Raids being played on the flip turn. That was insane. And that you can't do with Django, but you get some other benefits, right?
Yeah, you're still gonna miss out on the don't get me wrong, I still think Boba Fett is better. Like, but it's not like a lot worse. Like it's they're fairly close to each other. So I think that if you're gonna be, I think if Boba is not banned, I think Boba is still gonna be the weapon of choice. But if you are gonna be playing, also the fact that you're 4/7 is also a big deal. But I think that if Boba gets banned, replace Django by Boba, the deck looks very similar, and it's still gonna be very powerful. But I think, as I said, I'm not afraid of Boba Red as much as I'm afraid of Boba Green. I think that Boba Red, if ever Boba Red, I think Boba Red is having a lot of good results this weekend because it's a deck that is taking a lot of people by surprise, and people have not dedicated a sideboard to this card. They haven't really playtested against it. It does require some specific answers. And on the flip side, it is one of the easiest deck to play. It's such a I don't want to be saying brain dead, but it's very easy to play. Like it's very easy to play. So so yeah, it's kind of the thing. One thing that I've sorry, you want to say something?
I was just saying that, like, of course, there's always skill expression, and there's always better pilot is having better chances. But as you said, the deck is kind of streamlined. It's a very streamlined game plan. So in that sense, it's easy.
Yeah. So
we actually got some messages also from Edu about the side. If you want to take a look at that.
Yeah. So I just want to say that so because Boba Red was more than expected, I feel like it's doing very well. But I think that as opposed to Boba Green, which can beat anything, even stuff that's trying to counter it, is still going to be able to do well. I feel like a Boba Red is kind of an easier deck to counter in that sense. Yeah. So that's the reason why I'm personally I'm more scared of Boba Yellow and Boba Green than I'm Boba Red for the meta as a whole, like in terms of like game design, from a game design standpoint. Okay, so sideboard plan from Han has been, he took out 2 Crate Dragon, 1 Shui, 2 village people, 2 Village Protector, 1 tech, 1 Field Dragon. Taking out the Village Protector, I'm not sure that's the right move. I think this card is still nice to have like a bit of defense in early game. Yeah,
against the Boba flip.
Okay, that's gonna be okay. Did have the wolf, did side in the wolf. Remove tie advance, locking tie, Death Star, Stormtrooper. Okay, and that's a wolf instead. Okay, so yeah, wolf coming out turn 1 and Talking Town on the thing. If you get your turn 1 play Talking Town, it's not as bad as when Talking Town is used against a bigger card like the
Kanan.
Kanan.
So at least we see a turn 1 play from Martin here. Still not ideal because Thorrk and Town taking it out, but Yoda is actually a pretty nice answer to Wolf here, being able to trade and survive.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a great. It's not about early game for Yoda at all. Even though he's not going to be able to heal right away, but he's going to be able to heal right away on the next turn because he's going to have initiative.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, that hurts.
Ooh.
I mean,
at least there's no like lurking tie or something in space, right? So
yeah, at least there's no threat in space. You're right. It's not the worst. It's still a kind of a mana inefficient play or resource inefficient play.
Yeah. So Yoda's going to be exhausted for this turn, but we might see an open fire, takedown, or even just playing a Kanan or a Poe could be good.
Yeah, I think it's much better start for Han. But of course, the storm has not come yet. That's a great fourth. With that being said, Boba Red does play quite a few 1 resources cards. So there's a risk here, but looks like he got rewarded for taking the risk. And the wolf is going to be taken out.
Very much so, yeah. That surprise strike is super efficient also, so getting that card away is nice.
Absolutely, no, yeah. It was a risky play, but it paid off dividends here for Martin, and now Martin is in pretty good position.
Yeah.
The dream here would be to make an opening on that 7th defender, and now we're good to go.
So good.
Oh, he's gonna take initiative. That is not great. Ouch.
Yeah.
Very.
Maybe he has to take down in
here.
hand, and he just wants to get rid of the defender as soon as possible. But we will have to see. Having the Yoda on board is pretty nice. As I mentioned earlier in the Boba game, Boba gains so much tempo from attacking. So in general, when you're playing against Boba, you want to force throw yourself to one-shot Boba with like a Luke or a Redemption.
How do he keeps the pillage after sideboard? Yeah, I disagree with this. I don't like pillage. I mean, in this case, he did play a 4th earlier, so the opponents might be Titan cards, so he might be able to get rid of some good stuff. But typically, Boba Red is not a deck that runs out of card very easily because triple Dark Raid does give you some card advantage.
Yeah.
So yeah, not a big fan of pillage in this matchup at all. But in this case, it's going to be nice. And here we got the Phantoms going up here. Yeah. And it's quite clear that Martin doesn't have a make an opening, otherwise he would have played it a long time ago. So that means this Blacking Type Phantoms is free to roam. Something worth noticing though with Chris is that he does not have any tie advance after sideboard, so there's no way he can bring this Type Phantoms out of control.
Yeah, and he's now out of cards, so the Boba flip is not going to be as huge as we've seen earlier. But still, with only 1 resource left for Martin, Boba will probably be able to hit the base, unless... there it is!
Oh my
there
god!
It is!
You've been
That's
calling
exactly
it!
what it needed. Yeah. That's the dream.
Yeah, Jonah has been calling this play for since early this morning when we saw the game. We've been told, we need to do this, we need to do that. Maybe Martin actually watched the stream and said, okay, I need to do this.
Yeah.
What a play.
One cost, get rid of Boba. Easy.
yeah. One cost, get rid of Boba, I guess. I mean, having to get rid of that redemption does suck.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
But with the Yoda on the ground, being able to restore 2 each turn looks pretty nice for Martin here.
Yeah, no, it's...
that's a great top deck for Chris.
Oh yeah, Fire Spray is amazing, yeah. What a top deck for him. Because he's basically on top deck mode at this point.
Yeah.
Does he have a Fell Dragon?
Rival's Fall. That works too.
Same. Yeah, I still think Han is in good spot. Spot.
I would prefer to see a Luke here on 6, taking one of the smaller units and putting his 6/5 with Restore 3 on the board. But at least Rival's Fall will get rid of that Fire Spray.
Yeah, no, it's a... And he's dealing some damage to the base as well. This is, I think, a 7 damage on that on Chris base. So it's not like he's actually winning the race right now. Believe it or not, because of the attack in town, of course. So yeah, now this is a great setup here for Han. He needs to keep going at it. And the 7.
Yeah, so
Here
this
we go. Luke is here.
nice.
Yeah, this is
That
everything is coming together
really
nicely
perfect
for Han.
Martin. Yeah.
And it all
But
comes down to that
might
full
be a
throw here.
dark
Full
raid.
throw yourself to get rid of that.
Yeah.
Triple
It's a
dark
super
raid.
strong play.
Yeah, the
Will
problem is
he
like he
find
hasn't.
a 6
Sorry.
bust?
The problem is like I feel like Chris hasn't dealt enough damage to Martin's base.
Yeah.
Finally, we're seeing the Xanadu Blood here. Swings for 6. He has an ability that can bounce an underworld unit to exhaust an enemy resource. Not an ability
Or
that is
unit.
useful right now.
Yeah. So I really love to see cards where your opponent has to ask, may I read that? So
Yeah.
funny to see Martin here just taking a look at Xanadu. What's that thing do?
Yeah, the version of Martin's playing is like it's very, very all in on this triple dark raid +1 resource thing. It's really all in on that specific aspect of the deck. And that's why he's playing Xanadu Blood. It's basically extra copies of stuff that he's happy to find from triple dark raid. And that is basically at the cost of the of running the TIE Advance play. In my opinion, TIE Advance into Locking TIE Phantom is way too good to not be played, in my opinion. But that's what Chris... Another thing that I forgot to mention, but Chris' list runs 3 copies of Gunship, of Mercenary Gunship, and only 2 copies of TIE Silencer. Which, there's no explanation for me. There's no way this is correct. Unless it's a budget thing.
Yeah.
I think the budget thing is the only thing, because obviously TIE Silencer is quite a bit more expensive, but it's not like a crazy expensive card either, so...
Yeah.
I didn't know
hear
like
that
Swiss
he
people were
switched over
so
to this
cheap.
deck. Yeah, it would be the opposite.
Yeah, you would think like you would expect the Swiss guys to be running like a full hyperspace foil deck.
Yeah.
No showcases, people playing Mercenary Gunship instead of TIE Silencer. I was like, what is going on here? The reputation of the Swiss is being damaged here.
Yeah, but with 21 damage now on Chris' base, it looks like there is no out. Because there are 2 units being able to hit for lethal next turn. So even with no good to me dead or something like that, looks like we will be going to game 3.
Yep. Yeah. This game started off way too good for I mean this full throw was just double full throw into pillage, worked out pretty well in game. Still not fan, guys. I'm still not a big fan of pillage personally in this matchup.
Yeah.
But there's always going to be scenarios where it's going to be good, even against aggro. It just the question kind of like I'm asking myself is, how often is it good? It's kind of like the thought process that I have whenever I'm trying to side out and side in cards, because every card can be useful in a given situation. Every single card in the entire game can be good in a given situation. The question is, how often is that card good? How often is that card good? Anyway.
Yeah. And honestly, the pillage wasn't what made the big change here, right? It was the 4 throws.
The 4 throw on himself.
Lucking out.
Yeah.
And that he could have done even if Chris had many cards.
Yeah. Especially since, like, I think pillage is always a bit of a gamble, right? Because you're basically emptying your opponent's hand.
Yeah.
And then basically what happened after this is that you're hoping that your opponent is not going to top deck good stuff. And in this case, he did. He top deck like a fire spray right away. That means that this pillage was actually not that impactful in the end.
No. A Kanan would have been much better.
Distant Saturn is saying, old cards are useful in specific situations except Jar Jar Binks in set 3. Well, if you are a lucky guy, Jar Jar Binks is a good card. Is one of the best cards in the game. If you're the luckiest man on earth, Jar Jar Binks is one of the best. So even Jar Jar Binks, I would argue, is a great card in a given situation. So it's actually the first time today that we go to game 3, which is worth saying. This is once again, guys, you're watching the 2 Moons SWU Premier Championships 2024. It is the biggest tournaments hosted in Switzerland. And I can show you guys the prize pool for this tournament, guys, because we have some We got some updates on the prize pool. Give me a second. I will put this on the screen. Yeah, I'll go here. Here you go. Prize pool for the tournaments. Darth Vader convention exclusive. That's the black one. Expensive cards. Then you get a Yonga and a 30 HP base altered 2 Moons Championship 2024 promo. That is awesome.
Interesting.
I really wonder how those guys looks like. I would love to get some pictures of how those cards looks like, because that's a really nice. The Darth Maul one, then a Kylo Ren for. Then you can custom 2 Moons Galaxy set die set, Kylo Ren convention exclusive, 14 boosters. Okay, so basically the 14 boosters for the third player is considered to be worse than the promo. So now I'm even doubly interested to know what those promo look like.
Yeah.
Because they're good to the point that they're worth more than 14 boosters. That is crazy. Okay. And then Emperor Palpatine, then Dooku one. Dooku, guys, by the way, guys, don't sleep on Dooku in set 3. Dooku set 3, guys, is going to be a real thing. I would actually rather have the Dooku than the Kylo Ren or the Asajj Ventress, personally.
But are you talking about the new leader or the old unit?
The whole unit.
Okay. And why in particular do you think the old unit will get better in set 3?
Because it gets discounted by the leader, boy.
Oh, yeah. So you can
Dooku,
exploit it out on 5.
Yeah, Dooku at 7 is okay. It's not amazing, but it's okay. Dooku on 5, that's different. Basically, the new Dooku is kind of like, I think the new Dooku is kind of like, you don't want to be playing exploit unit with it. You want to be playing separatists that don't have exploit. You get much better value out of his ability on separatist units that don't have exploit natively. And one of the best separatist card without exploit is Dooku. Just simple as that.
Yeah.
So, Goran, this is the upper bracket final, because we are on a double bracket elimination system. This is the upper bracket final, and this is the third game. Currently, games are tied 1-1. So yeah, going back to what I was saying, basically, Dooku is the best separatist units that basically doesn't have exploit. So he's a great fit in the deck. Looks like
nice.
We're gonna start a game here with the Tylo Silencer. Turn 1. So Arena
And
Dodger.
finally, an undamaged unit.
Yeah.
So at least it won't be taken out by Tarkentown. But we're gonna have to see if Martin has a turn 2 play to follow it up with. Hopefully a Conquered Dawn or something like that.
Yep. Here we go. Yeah, Conquered Dawn is a great follow-up here. 7th Feet Defender. So far, so good for the hand player. Martin is looking pretty good at this point.
Yeah, the question now is whether or not he wants to take the initiative. If he has a make an opening in hand, will probably be good. But if he doesn't, it's probably a bit of a risk to gamble on it, so would rather just get that 3 damage in.
Yeah, we got Khaki Duck saying Jar Jar Binks should be banned. Best card in set 3. If you're the luckiest man on the world, yes, Jar Jar Binks is by far the best card in set 3. I agree. And if you're a lucky guy, just play Jar Jar Binks as your turn 1 play whenever you're playing the Boba deck, and then you have one of the best deck in the game. Because one of the big weakness of Boba in general is just it doesn't have great turn 1 plays. And if you're a lucky Jar Jar Binks player, then you fix that problem.
Ooh, surprise strike, taking out the Conquered Dawn.
I think it's worth it. 100% worth it.
Yeah.
Especially if you have the 3-drop to follow up.
That's one of the great power plays of Boba, when you can guarantee to get a discount on the card.
Yeah, it's
now Yoda's
so
back. So maybe we're going to see some more forced throws.
Yeah, Forthor would be very strong here. Always the risk of discarding a 1-cost unit. If I'm playing as a hand blue, I might actually keep like a 1-cost card in my hand just to screw up with Forthor, because he does play a lot of turn 1-cost cards in his deck. So having just 1 in your hand just for that reason is actually pretty good. Chris is actually thinking about racing this game, which I think is totally reasonable. You're playing a 30 HP base against 25 HP base. You have a Yoda that can race. And the fact you see how big of a difference it makes that the Boba player cannot use Thorrk and John early on. That makes such a big difference.
Yes. And seeing just a Greedo from Chris here is not that good. He had 3 resources to play with, and a Greedo is just gonna die into the Sabine.
Absolutely, yeah. This Greedo is looking very sad, especially gets one shot by Sabine, not even doing any damage back.
There is an argument to be made that maybe attacking with Yoda is good if you want to guarantee the restore, because if Greedo's when defeated effect does damage to Yoda, it could be finished off with Thorrk and Town, but I think the free attack with Sabine is still worth it to take the risk.
Oh, he's not even getting the trigger off the Greedo here. That is unfortunate. Jar Jar Binks would have done better.
So
yeah,
7 Fleet Defender.
Yeah, this is going to be the Boba turn, so obviously this is the moment where Chris needs to turn this game around. If he cannot turn the game around this turn, the game is going to be very difficult for him. So we'll see. This is the upper bracket final, guys. A lot is at stake. Whoever wins this gets into the grand final. Whoever loses this will have to get a second chance to win.
There it is. Triple Dark Red is really good for Chris here, because deploying Boba right now is gonna risk just being force thrown, as we saw last game. So nice that he has some other powerful plays.
Yeah, now he can just Thorrk down the Yoda and
yeah, exactly.
And put some pressure. Good. This is a great Resistance Raider. And keep in mind, Boba will be able to attack and then tap 2, and he might be able to play another 3 drops after that. The beauty of Boba is fair and balanced, guys. Fair and balanced. We're about to see it. We're about to see it. Get ready for the blowout.
He can do the double Triple Dark Raid actually, because he can ready a resource with Thorrk and Town.
But then he can't get a 6 drop though if he does this.
No, but he can ready a resource with Thorrk and Town actually.
Can he?
Yeah, if he finishes Yoda.
Yeah, but he readies 2. He's still gonna be missing 1 resource to be able to go Triple Dark Raid on the 6 drop.
Yeah, but he can first ready 1 with the leader side of Boba, and then the flip side.
Oh yes! Oh my god! Yes! Oh, he forgot to use Boba. That's unfortunate.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, mistrigger. Yeah, he forgot to.
Another Yoda hitting the board here. That means we could still see force throw.
Yeah, we could still force throw. Oh, he forgot to untap 1 with... Maybe he doesn't have a second dive, so maybe we're just jerking off on an idea. Yeah. It's not even...
A man has to be allowed to dream.
Yeah, exactly. A man can dream. We were just like, oh yeah. Because we want to see it. Like, we want to, like, deep inside, we have this, like, guilty pleasure of seeing some absolute blowout play. I mean, I'll be honest, guys. I want Boba to win this tournament. I don't want... Like, I want things to be very clear. Oh my god, here again. False choke on Boba. This is a huge blowout. And I think this is the nail in coffin here. I think this was the turn where Boba needed to make something happen to come back into this game. Yeah. And I think despite a good Triple Dark Raid, this fall throw is simply just putting him back to Stone Age. I think at this point it hasn't dealt enough damage to the base. There is a restore unit on board. The hand player can race. It's gonna be tough.
Now we actually see a use case for outmaneuver, which probably was not cited in, but Boba needs some time, because he right now is put on the clock. He will die in 2 turns.
Yeah, I think a good would be no good to be dead on the Yoda. Exactly. Boom. It's happening. Look at it. Call me Nostradamus, guys.
So now he is 14 damage away. He's got 6 on the board. He still needs a little bit more reach, but he has the Ruthless Raider. And Martin will be able to attack for 6 this turn, putting Chris to 17. So he's also a bit out of reach.
Yeah, the reason why I'm saying that I want Boba to win is because I don't want to be like I want the fact that Boba is very OP. I want this to be very obvious to the devs. I don't want devs to be like, oh yeah, you know, Boba hasn't won every tournament.
Yeah.
So anyway, I don't want an escape for the devs to not ban.
Don't
Anyway.
give them some.
Don't give them
Excuses.
hope. Don't give them copium.
So we're gonna see the silencer hitting for 3. And Martin still has his 6 resources open, so a Luke would be pretty nice here to kind of close out.
Yeah, if he has
The
Luke, this
game.
game over here. If he has
Yeah.
Luke. And yeah,
Redemption
both are
is also
actually
great.
equal on damage here. It's the 19 to 19 because you have to take into account the attacking down 5 HP. But obviously, with Surprise Strike, his deck has more. Oh, that's a great takedown.
Oh, there it is. Triple Dark Raid.
Triple Dark
Hopefully,
Raid.
he will find a Fire Spray, something like that.
Yeah, Fire Spray is better than Ristless Raider here, in my opinion.
It does not.
Looks like he hasn't found anything good.
Yeah, it takes a bit too much time, this decision. Yeah, that's just a punishing one.
Oh yeah, it's not good. Yeah, nothing is going this way. Everything is going wrong for Chris. I mean, to be fair, I think this is kind of an unlucky game for Chris because the fact that like Martin got everything, like the fact that he had that the Yoda got killed and he got another Yoda to play the other 4/3. He got
Yes.
2 4/3. All this this is like a lot of good thing. Like literally, that was the only. Yeah, it was just a very fortunate situation. Everything went very well for Han. As we said earlier, Martin's deck has much more ways into this matchup, and we're singing here, and Martin should be able to take the win here. It's not over yet. Oh, I think Surprise Strike wins the game, right? Surprise Strike for 6? No, it's too short. I think Surprise Strike, and then Ruthless Raider for the finish move, but then Yoda is still tapped because of No Good to Be Dead. So maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, because Martin doesn't have a lethal either. So if Chris can Surprise Strike or play a Raider and then just take the initiative for a Surprise Strike next turn.
Oh,
and
Game
that's
over.
the nail in the coffin.
Exactly, yeah. That is 100% over now. Redemption. And looks like Martin will be in the grand final. Chris is not out of the tournament yet. We knock out to the lower bracket final. You have to fight against whoever gets out of the lower bracket jungle.
The thing is, he actually put 8 damage on Redemption, so Ruthless Raider can just take it out.
Yeah, but even though the heal is just too big.
Yeah. And 6 damage on ground means that Chris will definitely die next turn.
The heal is too much. That's the problem.
Yeah. So Chris is looking at his options, calculating, is it even possible? Only to realize that it's not. No good to me dead.
Okay.
Trying to buy a little bit time.
That's not the no good to me dead of the century. Let's put it that way. That's not gonna save you. Yeah, the Ristless Raider was like kind of the first step to kind of come back into this game.
Yeah.
He actually did not even play around ISB agents. He could have just go ISB agents, kill the redemption here. That would have worked too.
Mm.
Yes, tons. Also, Daring Ray that he has, that he can finish off the redemption with. That's like a lot of stuff that could finish off this guy.
But as you said, getting the heal is still super valuable.
Yeah, the heal alone finished the game because you're in a racing situation here, so just a heal 8 is just too big by itself. Okay, so I'm just gonna answer some question here. Distant Saturn says Boba deploys on 6, easier fix for Boba. I agree, but we are in a. You cannot do that. That's the thing. You are talking about a trading card game. You cannot make an errata that just contradicts what is written on the card. That is just not. It's not a good idea in my opinion. It makes the game very confusing. For the entire time, you're always gonna have to have this leader that says deploys on 5, actually on 6. It's gonna be confusing. I think it's going to be very, especially for new players. I don't think it's going to be a good fix. I think my opinion is to ban Boba, and then later on, maybe in future expansion, you can reprint Boba with the fix. That is, in my opinion, a better option. But then in the meantime, just ban it. Just in the meantime. And to be fair, people are just sick of the card. Like they don't even want to see it. Like even at 6, people don't want to see Boba anymore. That's just the reality of things. People are just sick of it. So might as well just ban it and like. Sometimes, sometimes it's just better to just like, okay, guys, let's just move on. If you want to play Boba as a character, you can still play Boba Daimyo. It's fine. And do still have Boba as integrator in the game. And then the Boba leader can come back later on with the correct printing. But the idea of just playing with cards which don't have the right cards written on them, I'm not a big fan of that option personally.
It does look like Chris is trying to stall the game a bit here, clearing Yoda with a Force Choke and trading into Redemption. But still not looking good.
So Johan Bonilla says, what about people who own the showcase? Well, first of all, the showcase is a collector item, so even if Boba gets banned, the showcase will still have value. It will have a lot less value, that's for sure, but it's still going to have value. Still going to be worth hundreds of euros. That's for me, it's pretty sure. Then the other thing is, I don't think you can, if you're afraid of screwing up people who have a showcase, then you basically never ban anything. Then you can't ban any leaders because every leader has a showcase version. So, and in my opinion, hurting the entire community and preventing from balancing the game just for a few people that have a showcase, that doesn't make any sense to me. And in Magic the Gathering, if Wizards of the Coast was not capable of banning expensive cards, you will still have Hoko in the game. I don't know if you guys play Magic the Gathering. Hoko is one of the most busted cards in the history of Magic. And it's a legendary, it's a mythic rare that is very expensive. And still got banned because it was better for the game. You cannot just sacrifice the health of the meta and the health of the game just for a few people who own an expensive card. That's just my opinion.
So Dark Raid.
Distant Saturn says, just print for showdowns the participation prize Boba for 6 costs. Easy now. Everyone should have plenty of copies of Boba at 6 deploys. Okay, but the problem is, between the time where you want to do that and the time when it actually happens, there's a huge gap. Printing cards, guys, people cannot print on demand. Like just when FFG got the set 1 got a massive. Oh my god! Just I'm saying all this. Are we seeing a comeback from Chris?
I like the fact that you got so.
Anyway, I'll be back. I'll be back to talking about this. Let's go back to the game.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris.
No, we saw a triple Dark Raid here, putting in Fire Spray, but Martin only has 19 damage on his base and is 1 action away from killing Chris. So I think he is still fine.
Yeah, Martin's still fine. Okay. Well, we'll talk about this subject, guys, once the game is over. So Whaley comes out. If Martin comes back from this, guys, if Chris comes back from this, guys, this is actually crazy. That's the 3rd 4th throw.
Oh, and there is the Ruthless Raider force throwing on Fire Spray. Yeah. And that was just too much for Chris, so he will present the hand.
Okay, looks like
congratulate Martin on making it to the final.
Okay, well, cool. I'll be able to answer some question then. Yeah, so
Yeah.
the game was over for a while. Chris did a good job at trying to come back into the game. Unfortunately, did not quite make it. And so we have, what I was talking about. I think we'll go back into the main chat here. Trying to answer some questions here. So
While you do that, I'm just gonna go and grab some food. And
yeah,
see you
okay.
later.
Later on, see you, Niklas. So yeah, saying basically kind of the. So I was talking about the 6 drop and the fact that basically the printing time takes a very long time. So when the set 2 basically stopped, so when set 1 got released and was very successful, immediately FFG tried to get like a second printing for the set, and the earliest time they could print it was December, was holiday 2024. That is crazy. That's almost a year between the time they wanted a reprint and the time when the reprint actually happened, because we are now expecting a reprint for set 1 to come out. So you see that it's not that easy. If we wanted to have like some sort of reprint for Boba to have like an adjusted cost, this reprint would have needed to be ordered like 8 months ago, which is very unlikely. So I think it's going to be, if you want to be waiting for that, it's going to take too long. So my opinion is ban Boba, see what happens, and then eventually later on get that printing fix eventually. But on the short run, it is probably easier to just say to ban it, at least on the short run, and then you can retroactively make the showcase version legal for tournaments, even though it has a 5 cost printed on it. Anyway, that would be my opinion. We got Late Night Gaming. Thanks for covering this event, guys. Well, thank you for being here. I know you guys have had some busy day with the PQ Portland, so it's really nice to see you. Yeah, so James says, I quit MTG after Oko. Yeah, I'm saying Oko was one of the most expensive Magic card because it was a legendary, but Wizards of the Coast still had to ban it. I think you cannot hold the community hostage because the card is expensive. That just doesn't make any sense. Well, okay, so we got Victor saying, the comparison to what happened when MTG banned Oko doesn't support banning Boba. MTG took a hard hit in doing that, but since then, there is so much trust in the MTG brand collectors as well as players. Could still stick out although they were angry. Yeah, I agree. I think you answer your own question here. Collectors will be pissed at the beginning, but then eventually what is better for the health of the game is better for, and as I said, you do not want to hold hostage the majority of players just because a few players are doing like collecting things. So as I said, if there's an alternative to do that, then I'm all for it. But in my opinion, the priority is to keep the game healthy, and that's would going the route of limited or semi-limited cards be any good? I personally don't like limited cards because it creates those very weird situations where if you draw your limited card, then you suddenly have a huge advantage. So it does make the game more random, and I don't think it's and by the way, in the context of banning a leader, it doesn't really make much sense because leader, of course, always there. Yes, but showcase promos cards are printed in-house, so the length of time at most would be 3 months. That's better than 6-8 months to print the correct stats on the booster box. If they can do it early, then fair enough, but I don't think they can. And in my opinion, if you're waiting 3 months, that already is too long. So I mean, if you can print in 3 months, then ban the leader and ban it in 3 months. Maybe that's the way to go. I don't know. Once again, I don't work at FFG. I just give my opinion as a commentator of the game. As I said earlier, I just don't like restricted list. I think it just makes the game random. It's not good for gameplay. And I know it because I played Legends of the Five Rings, which had a restricted list, and I didn't think it felt very good. Anyway, guys. So Jennifer of Vandenberg says local 1K at 6 Bobas in it. I'm not going to go to tourney if this is the case. Also, you get new players to the game. The game's fun unless you play there. The one leaders you lose. Okay, I'm not as extreme as saying that Boba is an auto lose. Like I don't think that's the case at all. I think many decks can have games against Boba, and if that was the case, Boba would win every single tournament. That he doesn't win every single tournament. With that being said, I think that I agree that the overall feeling of we're just sick of playing against Boba. I think that's a very valid feelings, and I think that we need to, and that's by itself is a good enough reason to ban the leader, in my opinion. Even though once again, set 3 might change things. We don't know what set 3 is gonna do. We'll see how all set 3 checks things out. Anyway, guys, I'll take a break of my own, and we'll be right back for probably some lower bracket games, because now all the winner bracket games have been settled. So we're gonna be back for the lower bracket, and we'll see you soon.
Oh yeah.
Hi everyone, welcome back, welcome to THT, and we are on the Two Moon Star Wars Unlimited Premiere Championships 2024. Joining us for casting this game, we have JonahNiklas. Hey man.
Nice to be here. Really excited to see who is going to be the winner of this losers bracket.
Yeah, so I don't think this is the winner bracket final. Yeah, okay, so we're just going to take a
Yeah,
look
yeah,
very
not
quick.
yet, but
This is whoever wins this game is gonna be on the semifinal, on the semifinal of the on the loser bracket, and then whoever wins that will be on the on the final of the loser bracket. So it's still a long road
Yeah.
to go for whoever is in loser
Yeah.
bracket. We got Dominic. We saw him earlier. He's playing his Hondo Onaka deck, Hondo Blue. And he's going to be facing against someone which we haven't seen today. And that person is Christoph playing as Ray Tarkentown. So that's going to be super exciting, a matchup we haven't seen today, even though we've seen a lot of blue, white, red.
yeah.
What do you think about this matchup, Jonah?
To be honest, I don't have much experience with neither of the decks, but I think it's interesting to see that Ray kind of gained some popularity in the end of the set 2 meta because of Boba being that prevalent and kind of the late game power of Ray being good in those matchups compared to Han. And with Hondo, they kind of work a little bit of the same, right? They're both going to be giving experience to the units, but I think for Ray, it could be very pivotal if Christoph manages to get the discard cards. They tend to be really, really good into control, pillage, K2, force throw, even Poe. So that's going to be something to look out for.
Anyway, we're ready already for the game where we have Pike Sentinels starting off and getting double buffed here by cover and strength thanks to Hondo Onaka's ability. One thing that is very key in this matchup is going to feel like is covered strength is so good at countering Tarkentown because you can heal up your units and this allows them to dodge the Tarkentown thing, which is pretty big.
Yeah, that's true. So Restored Arc from Ray's side, gonna hit the base for 2 damage.
Okay, so I just want the damage to be updated if it's possible. Yeah, I think that's matchup. I would say I think Hondo in those kind of matchups should do very well because Hondo is a very grindy deck. Hondo is like a very, very grindy deck. And this is definitely a very grindy matchup. And I feel like Hondo can grind games better than Ray can. This is my thought process. I could be wrong about this because I don't have a lot of experience playing with or against Hondo Onaka. But it feels to me that it should be a good matchup for him. I also want to take a look at the deck list as well.
Yeah, I think there are some key cards in Ray that can give her a bit of a fighting chance. Tech, for one, is going to give a lot of value. Crate Dragon can be really good if it's played at the right time. So if you first focus on creating a lot of threats that Hondo has to answer, and then you play the crate when you kind of know you've already exhausted Hondo's hand, then it can be very impactful. And the forced surrender coming in from the side might be very big as well, in addition to the discard package, which is already in the main board.
Yeah. So it's a matchup that can totally go either way. Here you see the Pike Sentinels being able to get rid of the enemy in front of it and still out of range of Tarkentown, which is pretty amazing. Actually, no, it's not out of range. It should be able to kill it. Yeah, the 3 health. Yeah, it should be able to kill the Pike Sentinel with Tarkentown. I wonder why he's not doing it.
Yeah. It got the damage from Yoda, or?
Yeah, he attacked into...
Yeah.
But yeah, I wonder why he's not using Tarkentown here. Because to me, this seems like a very obvious play. Paxton goes for the swing. Yeah, yes, this is the cost of not killing that Pack Sentinels is going to be putting some damage. You're playing a 25 HP base, so you have to be careful to not be raced by the opponent.
Yeah.
And
maybe Christoph is thinking he needs to save it for some more impactful stuff, but a 4-3 is really nice to get rid of. Just with an action.
4-3 Sentinel, guys. No, this card is too good
Yeah.
to not. And you're taking the risk of your opponent finding like a covered strength that would just heal up the Pack Sentinels again and just completely take over. So it's like it's just an extremely dangerous spot to be in for the Ray player.
So here we do see the pillage, and it being played after K2SO is, of course, a bit more impactful. Looks like Dominic only has one card in hand left now.
Beautiful play here. The timely interventions smuggled, meaning that he can put a +1/+1 counters on his Infernal Fall before he gets to attack. This is exactly enough to kill the Arc 170, and now the Ray player is so incredibly far behind. This is one of those plays that the Hondo Naka can do and no other leaders can do, which is very nice. Feels like Hondo Naka was so close for being like a real competitive leader. I feel like it's just the if the leader was at maybe like less stats but deploys on 5, it would just be so much better. Finally, we're seeing the Tarkin Town activation here. Finally, it should have come way earlier than that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It's super cool to see Hondo actually work out, but maybe it will, or it could be better if we see more smuggle cards in future sets.
Yeah,
because right now the deck building possibilities are kind of limited.
That's for sure. Yeah, I don't think it's a leader that's gonna get better as time goes by. I feel like this set was his one shot of being competitive, and he kind of missed that. Even though he's a competitive leader in my opinion. He's a competitive leader, but he's just not quite there. It's kind of like how I feel about it. But Dominic might prove me otherwise here. That's a beautiful paradox side here. I think Ray is so far behind from this early game. Not using Talking Time earlier, I think, has caused her great distress. And now Hondo is going to deploy. Ray can boost herself with the +1/+1 and start healing up. Everything is still possible for Christoph to get back into this game.
Yeah, that Restore 3 is really impactful if you can get Ray to stick on the board.
Yeah.
But in most cases, that does not happen because people might save some answers for it. So we're going to see next turn if Dominic has anything.
So if you wonder what the late game looks like for Ray, she's playing 3 Lukes, 1 Mace Window, 1 Redemption, and 2 Krayt Dragon. As for Dominic, he's playing 2 no Vader, just Maul, 3 Maul, 2 Snoke, and 1 Super Laser Blast. And he's also playing First Light. 1 copy of First Light. Definitely some...
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, some interesting like out-of-the-box deck building incoming from Dominic. I've been heard he's a fan favorite, or some people living in the same area as him qualify him as an excellent player, so we'll have to see this in action here. Oh, that's another timely intervention. Decide to buff the Hondo Naka. Hondo Naka also a raid 1 if you didn't know. Still not quite enough. Okay,
yeah.
Timely intervention does not attack with anything, just for the +1/+1 counter. Interesting. I think this is the first time I see a play like this.
Yeah.
Not super efficient, but if you got nothing else to do, why not?
Interesting.
Yeah.
With events, it's like you have to carry out as much as you can, so I guess that's a completely legal play.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, this was so people who are joining us today. This is a lower bracket quarterfinal, lower bracket semifinal. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
Yes, we do
kind of
know
hard to
about the
name them.
Hondo deck list. We have the Hondo Onaka deck list. We'll be showing off the list between game 1 and game 2 to show the sideboard plan. So yeah, so this Restore 3 is absolutely crucial for Christoph. He has to keep himself nice and healthy. And he's hoping that maybe the Ray might die, so then he can use Look and kill something big. Or he could just simply just play the Look on that Infinite Fall. So for me, really like the crux of this matchup is who has the better late game, and it is not entirely clear to us who that is, because we saw this great the smuggle is just infinite amount of value, just almost having an infinite amount of cards in hand, and getting those +1/+1 bonus means that you're gonna have a lot of gas. But in my opinion, the Ray player has the better late game cards, with notably with Great Dragon. But and there's no easy way for Dominic to answer this Great Dragon, at least before sideboard. He does not play any Felder Dragon. He doesn't play Rival's Fall. Yeah. The only answer he has to Great Dragon is basically Super Laser Blast. So Great Dragon is just going to be incredibly powerful before sideboard. But if he doesn't, if Christoph does not draw those Great Dragon, then Dominic is going to be able to side in the Rival's Fall, the Felder Dragon that he has in hand, and then there's going to be a completely different story.
Yeah, and I think crucially, the fact that Dominic is not playing Avengers. Avenger is like one of the best late game cards in the game, right? Yeah. And it's very common for blue villainy decks to have that as kind of a win condition.
So this was a beautiful Vigilance here. Decides to go for the meal. Oh, interesting. So Dominic kind of understand the fact that this game is going to be very grindy. It's going to take... It's not a game that's going to end in a few turns. We're here for the long ride, guys. It's not going to be a fast matchup. So he's thinking meal might be a win condition, even though he's only playing 2 Vigilances in his deck. Very interesting line of play that he decided to take here.
And especially if he lucks out and mills the Great Dragons.
That's another point, yeah. But I don't think he did there.
That could be a way to actually deal with them.
Sorry.
Yeah, that could be like one of the only ways he can deal with Great Dragon is to mill it.
Well, no, I think the other way is just simply to be ahead on board and try to...
Yeah.
Beautiful pillage here, getting rid of the Snoke. Snoke is a pretty good card, obviously, so it's good to have. But right now, it looks like Christoph is taking kind of a beating. He's at 22 now, only 3 HP away from dying, but he hasn't attacked yet with Ray, so he's going to be able to heal from that. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, this Inferno 4 is lethal. So he's going to save himself, put himself out of danger here with that Ray. But this is this game is probably going to be won in a couple of turns by Christoph. Obviously, gets rid of the Hondo Onaka. That's a huge play here for attacking with our Ray.
And maybe Dominic can smuggle something on that Inferno 4 to buff it. Oh no, because Hondo died this turn, so that won't be possible.
He's going to put another threat. Not a lethal threat, but a threat nonetheless. The fact that the Christoph played the pillage first makes me think that he doesn't have a removal, which is pretty bad. But maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
And Dominic needs to replenish
Christoph took initiative.
Smuggle the resource, right?
Christoph...
I think he might have missed it.
He missed the replacement of the resource?
I think so.
I think so, yeah. Well, that's an unfortunate...
That's always a bit unfortunate to resolve, also for judges. Not that clear how you resolve that, actually.
Yeah. I think you just missed out the resource, I guess.
Yeah.
That's a bit unfortunate, but It's been a long day for those guys. To be honest, throughout the tournament, we haven't seen that many kind of blunders like this, to be fair. So kudos to the players for playing pretty clean throughout the day, I believe. And now this is a game to recover from for the Ray player. He's going to have to pull some pretty big weights if he wants to come back from this.
Yeah.
It looks like he decides to concede. Okay. Game 1 goes to Dominic. Let's talk about deck lists, because it's been asked.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Here you go. That's the list of Mr. Dominic here. As you can see, a lot of out-of-the-box plays. In the sideboard after sideboard, I believe he wants to add in the Feather Dragons, the Rival's Fall. I would also side in Overwhelming Barrage in every single matchup, because I believe it should be in the main deck. But
yeah. Honestly, I think Dominic's sideboard looks okay to just put the whole thing in almost.
Yeah, I don't know about Super Laser Blast though, because he should be ahead on board most of the time. But yeah, I would side in almost everything except the Super Laser Blast. Maybe the question is, what do you side out? I'm not so sure about this. Probably you side out the top targets for sure. Top target, I think make an opening is terrible in this matchup.
Yeah.
So that's like 4 cards, and then
Ruthless Assassin because of Thorrk Town.
Oh yeah, Ruthless Assassin. Thorrk Town is bad.
Is it even? Yeah, it is Thorrk Town. Yeah.
And also the Valiant Pursuit craft.
Yeah.
That the 3/5 Sentinel thing is not needed in this matchup. Not a big fan of the 7 cost ship. But to be fair, if there's one matchup in which this card is good, it has to be this one. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards, and then 8 cards you can take. You can take in, so you can add in everything except the Super Laser Blast, and that would be perfect. Keeping one Super Laser Blast just to keep your opponent on his toes, I think is a good idea, but all 3 of them would be too much. So yeah, I think the sideboards of Dominic is getting substantially better. As for Christoph, he's going to be wanting to add the tech for sure. It's very grindy matchup. Tech, full surrender, very good for those kind of super grindy matchups.
Yeah.
And at least I would say maybe the Fang Fighter is not bad because there's going to be a lot of experience tokens. And probably the Feather Dragon.
Yeah. I'll probably add Redemption too, just to have more expensive units.
Yeah, it depends on what he can side out, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think after sideboard, we agree that probably Dominic has the upper hand.
Yeah, I think especially the removal for Crate and the addition of Avenger is really strong. However, if Christoph gets more discard tools, maybe it can be enough. But the thing is, Hondo has access to Smuggle, so there will always be some units hitting the board. But yeah,
very cool that players are using the cover of their deck boxes in order to cover their sideboard plans. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's siding in the Super Laser Blast. Looks like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or maybe that was the cards he didn't use.
I don't know. We'll see.
Hard to tell. Maybe our agent on the inside will tell us.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's in my opinion, the matchup seems to become a lot better for Hondo after sideboard, because he's gonna have single target removals for those Great Dragon, which I think is a big deal.
Yeah.
Phenom, is this a PQ? No, it is not a PQ. It is a Swiss tournament, which, in my opinion, has better price than a PQ, in my opinion, even though PQ, of course, gives you day 2 access to in-worlds. But outside of this, I think it has this tournament has better pricing than a PQ, in my opinion. So, yeah, players are getting ready here for game 2. And yeah, so it is definitely interesting to see the re-emergence of Ray after a lot of people, including myself, kind of considered Han to be the strictly better version of Ray Red, but Ray Red has kind of got this reemergence of like being because I think like a lot of people think the deck is more capable of like fighting off the late game. Also, Tarkin Town does give you a good matchup in the mirror match, and that's a pretty big deal. Like if you're fighting against, sorry, not the mirror, but like if you're fighting against
Han Blue?
Han Blue with this, you're gonna have the upper hand because you got Tarkin Town.
Yeah.
I personally still prefer Han Blue personally, but definitely the decks are close enough in power level that they are both deserve to be competitive. And I'm really glad that this is happening. That there's two decks that are very similar, able to live side by side. And one of the interesting questions is going to be for set 3 is will we see Yoda Red living alongside Ray Red and Han Blue? That's going to be an interesting. Are we going to see 3 blue white red decks competitive simultaneously in the meta? I don't know. That's going to be an interesting thing to find out.
Yeah, and Anakin might be a contender as well, right?
Anakin Blue is also another possibility. Lots of competition in those areas, and all those decks looks very close in power level. So we just have some more information about who sided what. So JonahNiklas sided out the Macon opening, the top targets, and the client. That makes sense. Had it 2 Overwhelming Barrage, 2 Felder Dragons, and 2 Avenger. Not as much as we were expecting, but still quite a bit. Ray sided out the Monster Farmers, the Macon opening, the Disabling Flankers, the Open Fire. That makes sense. We said that Disabling Flanker could be a thing in this matchup, but realistically, just getting rid of an upgrade is not particularly amazing. Decided to add in the Regional Governor. Interesting. Redemption, 2 Village People. Village Protector, obviously. 1 Tech, 1 Felder Dragon, 2 Forced Surrender. Dominic went for a quick P and will be able to get ready back into the game. So, a bit surprised to see Regional Governor going in. Not sure exactly what he wants to get to.
Yeah, agreed there. Maybe it's an attempt of protecting the Great Dragon.
Yes, but that seems like extremely far-fetched, especially since
only agreed.
One copy of Regional Governor. And I mean, Dominic did not side in his Felder Dragon. Winning he only has 1 card that can beat. I mean, he does have Avenger as well. Does he play Power Dark Side actually?
No.
Does Dominic yeah, he plays Power Dark Side. So Power Dark Side.
Yeah. He didn't side in Rivals Fall, but he did side in Foul.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, he sided into Felder Dragon, but not the Rivals Fall.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
I guess you're taking a little bit less damage on the Great Dragon, but Rivals Fall could be nice.
I think it says Fell. It means like Fell the Dragon. Not Rivals Fall. He says Fells, not Fall. So I think he sided the Fell the Dragon. That makes more sense. Both players decided to take a mulligan here. So.
Yep.
Pie shuffling. What is wrong with pie shuffling?
Yeah, it's a bit controversial, I feel like.
Pie shuffling? I mean, I don't understand. There's like some things that are controversial in Star Wars Limited community that is not controversial at all in the Magic community, which has been like power shuffling has been a thing in Magic forever. As long as you're shuffling normally after you do power shuffling, it's completely fine. Basically, what you have to do is you power shuffle. That allows you to count your card, and that gives you a good shuffle as well. And then you randomize afterward with regular shuffling. That's basically the way to go.
Yeah. I guess you could look up some math in whether or not it will be more random, but I think as long as you do some regular shuffles, you're fine either way.
Yeah, and what basically the reason why you do pie shuffling is to basically undo a little bit of the stacking that might have occurred during the game. Especially when you play Magic and you have all your lands in the same thing, then you need to do a lot of shuffling in order to undo that. It's actually much faster to pie shuffle and allows you to count your cards as well, making sure you have the right amount of cards. But to be fair, okay, it looks like both players decided to skip their turn 1, which I have no idea who is favorite from that. Who that favors.
Yeah, I don't think. I think it would be pretty nice for Ray to start giving experience to units, like the Cantina. What's it called? Answer?
No, yeah, the counter Braggart.
Yeah, Cantina Braggart. Yeah, or R2.
Or most of Founder.
Yeah. He sided it out though, but it's also good to buff.
Power Dark Side, that is actually, if you're playing Ray, you're pretty happy about this. Because you're trading 2 for 1. It's a very grindy matchup. Value matters in this matchup, like quite a bit.
Yeah, I really love Yoda in control matchups.
Yeah, Yoda is just so good in the control matchup. You do get like so many good value. In the same, like, this is where K2SO really pays off a lot as well. Like K2SO, you get to trade 2 for 1 as well. This is where the blue, white, red can really grind a lot of value. Okay, so regional governor, and here I'm gonna want to know what was named from this. Charleston comes out right after as a 5/5 for 4. Not bad, not terrible. Oh, never mind, 6. No, 5/5. Sorry.
So there was takedown Inferno 4, and I didn't see the last card.
Takedown for the 4.
2 takedowns.
I forgot. Sorry. It's been a long day.
Yep.
Yeah, takedown for the 4, and the other card was kind of like hidden beneath.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we don't know what regional governor named. We'll find out soon enough. Hopefully, our friend will be able to get it to tell us what was named from this.
Yep. Interesting here that
he named Power Dark Side. Okay, interesting that he names Power Dark Side even though there's already been one being played. That's a great Fel Dragon. Protecting his regional governor and at the same time, of course, cleaning back the board. So yeah, but Power Dark Side is a naming is obviously Power Dark Side is a good card to name. With that being said, he does have a regional governor to cover from Power Dark Side at this point, and he also kind of like we also already a Power Dark Side has already been played, so I think it's like not the most optimal play in my opinion, but
yeah, agreed. You're not that unhappy if your regional governor gets taken out by a Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah. Looks like Hondo Naka is gonna go taking up to space here with the 3/3 in space. That's pretty awesome. I forgot the name of that card, but it's a 2/2 in space that smuggles.
It's a Star Hopper or something.
Yeah, I was not expecting this card to see any plane constructed, but here we are. This is the beauty of Hondo Naka. He makes a lot of unplayable cards and suddenly they become better.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool just the fact that if you're putting a 3/3 in space, it kind of needs to be answered. So it's gonna require some answer from Christoph. Even though it's just a tiny weeny 2/2.
Yeah, it's like
normally
this deck doesn't have any sweepers, doesn't have any board wipe, so it has to answer everything it sees. I mean, maybe it doesn't answer. Maybe it can outrace it with a lot of restore, which the deck has plenty of, but it's still going to be, of course, a great card.
Yeah.
We're going to be able to see Array deploy this turn. It can give another +1/+1 counters to the regional governor, or it can simply just boost itself. Oh, that's a great protection here. Now he's able to protect both his Ray and his regional governor, and he can even boost the village protector with that +1/+1. And I also protects against, like, Dominic plays a lot of ambush stuff with notably with timely intervention. So I think this kind of like shield that shields your unit against like those massive stuff that are going to come out is actually pretty good.
Yeah, that is really nice. By the way, should we turn on the life counters?
Oh yeah, sorry. No, we don't need it. Life is irrelevant in this matchup. HP is irrelevant. It's all about board control, value,
Exactly. Looks like Hondo will just take out the shield, taking 2 damage back. Is Hondo a 3/6?
He's a 3/7 with raid 1. So he's a 4/7 sort of.
Yeah.
But he's a 4/7 that comes on 6, so obviously not that exciting.
So
It's not
a
Boba
fair
Fett.
one.
It's not a Boba Fett. Covered strength.
Covert strength.
That's 2 +1/+1 counters. But you see, a big boy here doesn't really do much because of Regional Governor. Because of, sorry, Village Protector. Because Village Protector can keep... Because of Village people.
And it looks like he's considering whether or not to put this second experience on Hondo as well.
Yeah, it's probably better
it's
to
gonna go
spread it
on
out, yeah.
Inferno form. Yeah.
Putting some pressure up in the space. And that's going to be a Yoda building a very nice board. Keep in mind that Dominic does play some Super Laser Blast in his deck, so he always has this option to completely reset the board if things start to get a little bit too out of control, especially on that Grand Arena. But the amount of restore that he gets here allows it to basically cancel everything that Dominic is doing in space at this point.
Yeah, to limited degree. Now this Inferno 4 is actually going to hit for 4. So a total of 9 power in space right now. Pretty big.
So Stephen Ambo is asking, what run are we on and how many in Swiss total? So we are indeed not playing a Swiss tournament. This is basically the top cut of some qualifiers with they were like a league and then a tournament in day one. So players have been basically be able to qualify in different ways to this tournament. And this is a double elimination tournament. That means that when you get knocked out, you get another chance to continue the tournament. This is the lower bracket semifinal. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament. Whoever wins will be able to get into the first lower bracket final, and then there will be a second lower bracket final that's going to lead to the final match. So I think we got like 2 more games to go. So there's no Swiss. Yeah. I mean, the Swiss are already happened, basically, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yesterday, basically.
Yeah. So we're getting into now, the board really is getting out of control here on the ground from the Ray player. He might need to go Super Laser Blast eventually, but that would mean blowing up his own stuff as well. So at this point, it almost feels like we're going to end, it would be better off for the Ray player to actually kind of not answer what's in space, but just keep adding more units. Because if you start answering stuff, then you start giving Dominic very good Super Laser Blast, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So basically just continue exploiting the experience that Ray can give on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. He's getting so much value from that Ray, by the way. Like this is one of the you don't see Ray be able to give so many different experience, and then the healing is also massive. So right now Dominic is really thinking about his play. It's a pretty complicated board state, so nobody can blame. Finally a barrage. Okay, that's a good one. That's gonna unplug and you're gonna be able to flush whatever is going on here. He's gonna be going to go after that Ray. He knows that he can't race with that Ray alive. So
yeah.
So on the back, I'm probably gonna swing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and with the 9 power in space, if you just manage to take control of the ground a little bit more, then you can probably just continue this board state and keep on going.
Yeah, but this is the moment where the nasty stuff is going to come out from the Ray. We're going to see notably like Luke Skywalker, that kind of thing. This is the moment where there you go. Luke is just coming out. -6 on that Hondo. Doesn't quite kill him, but it means that now he just has to attack with Yoda and finish him off.
Yeah. So he has now 1 experience and then the temporary.
Yeah, Hondo is basically doesn't do anything now.
Oh, but he actually still lives, right? Because of the buff from Barrage.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
yes.
How many attack does he have?
So he has 7 + 1, so 8, and then 10 health, being reduced with 6 down to 4, and now being damaged for 2.
He's gonna be
with
dead in the
Yoda.
end of turn, right? He's gonna be dead in the end of turn. Oh no, he's not. Oh
No,
no!
because
Oh my
they
god!
go
Oh,
away
this
at the
is so
same
bad.
time, yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. Because the debuff, and the buff from barrage is going off at the same time. This is a classic mistake.
Yep.
That it did happen to me not so long ago. It's a classic mistake, and this is a pretty big blunder from Christoph. So that means the Hondo is gonna stay alive. This is such a big deal, and now Dominic
And-
think it over.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Very weird. Like Dominic could still attack with Hondo and the Starhopper there. He went for claiming instead. And Christoph, he would be able to take out Hondo with the... Oh, looks like they are not resolving it completely correctly here.
Really?
Should we
Is that really a
intervene
mistake?
or...
Oh my god! So okay, Hondo Unaka should be dead. Should not be dead.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's see here.
you can intervene here, but I'm not sure they're gonna be able to fix that in time.
How much... Yeah.
Okay, let's cast this game as if... Okay, anyway, Duma doesn't matter. Everything is gonna get flushed away
Let's not
anyway.
bother. Let's not bother.
So let's not bother. It's
It was clear that they played out the turn assuming he would die from the effect.
Yeah.
So they would have to backtrack quite a bit for it to actually
Yeah. In any case,
play that fair, I guess.
basically Hondo Naka plays this because he knows that he has so much value coming from his smuggle cards that he can totally just stabilize from this. So Governor coming back again, and we're gonna have to ask Ian, what is the card that they named? Okay, Snoke has been named. I guess Snoke is actually a pretty good call. There's actually 2, maybe 3 Snokes in Dominic's deck, and Snoke is very strong in those kind of when people are trying to go wide. So I really like this naming from Christoph, and he's not afraid of Paradox at this point.
Yeah.
Flush it all the way. Obviously, when the inconvenience of whenever you play your Super Laser Blast like this is that obviously you tap out and then your opponent has the opportunity to repopulate the board with a bunch of stuff. So it is a play that has some consequences. And that's the reason why, in my opinion, Super Laser Blast is just so much better in a hard control strategy than it is in kind of sort of like mid-range strategy like this Hondo Naka deck is. Dominic is obviously looking through his restore card. He gets himself a timely intervention for 2. That is obviously going to be a great ambush. Keep in mind that the unit that gets ambush will get a +1/+1 counter. That's going to be the commando. The commando guys forgot if they are equipped, they get Sentinel. I think that's what if they have an upgrade on them, they have Sentinel. So obviously get a +1/+1 counter from the timely intervention. Means that they get the ambush, and then it's going to get killed by the.
Oh yeah, that's an amazing answer there.
That's a great look. I like the fact that he's playing a lot of small units. He's really playing around Paradox very well. Dominic does have some Felder Dragon in his deck after sideboard, so he's going to be able to answer this look. It's a very grindy matchup. It's really about getting control of the game. It's really a fair matchup, as fair as it gets. Like, it's really playing some good old Star Wars Limited, putting units on the battlefield, answering your opponent units, try to get the advantage here, try to get the upper hand. And both players are also equal in damage, by the way.
Gonna be interesting to see if Dominic can continue to answer the threats that Christoph is putting on the board right now, because you often find yourself trying to remove the threats, and then at some point you just run out of removal. And with the Avengers, they're not going to be that effective because Rey has so many tiny units to buff.
Talking about the Avenger, it's coming out. It's coming out, but it's not the best Avenger in the world. Like, there's a lot of small units. It's going to get taken out. This is actually was a pretty mediocre Avenger since he got just answered right away.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Now Christoph can buff the...
Oh yeah, there might be a misplay here from Dominic because now he can buff his original governor, and then he can actually kill the Pike Sentinels without having to use any cards. That's a big deal.
Yeah. So Luke can go to the base.
Sabah Berixi says, great matchup indeed. 2 of my most played decks. Yeah. Hondo
Cool.
Naka is such a fun deck because all those smuggled cards gives you so many options every single turn. It's a very hard deck to play as well.
Ooh, Pillage.
Pillage, 2 for 1, double child
And
Sim.
that's the last 2 cards. No.
No,
okay,
he has
more.
some cards in it.
He has some
Oh,
takedown.
decided to attack with. Oh, I completely disagree with this play. He attacked into the pack something with his, Luke Skywalker, and now Luke Skywalker is in range of takedown.
Yeah.
That is so weird.
And looks like he forgot to attack with
And he
Regional
didn't
Governor.
forget Regional Governor. What the hell's going on here? Oh,
I
this
guess
is
he
unfortunate.
still wants to block Snoke. So that's one argument of
But Snoke is already
letting
blocked by
the
Regional Governor. So Regional Governor is already naming Snoke.
yeah, but I mean that's why maybe he didn't. But Regional Governor would survive from Pike Sentinel, right?
Yeah, he
it's
would because it's 2-5.
2-3. Yeah.
That is a huge blunder here from Christoph, and now he's exactly what I was predicting happened. The takedown took the Luke Skywalker. Obviously, those are very long, grindy games. Players have been playing for a while now, so it is completely natural to see some mistake being made. But this is a huge blunder here from the Luke player, and now we'll see Krayt Dragon coming out. The Boogeyman, the card, and this is a very good spot for Krayt Dragon because he's protected by Regional Governor from Paradox side. So this is an ideal spot to put down the Krayt Dragon. Ryan Scott is asking, what round is this? This is the semi-final of the lower bracket. We are playing in double bracket elimination game. And both players are, this is the second game. Currently, Dominic is winning 1-0. We are 36 minutes to go on the round. This is one of those games that could go to time.
Ooh. I think big mistake from Christoph here, not just taking the initiative, because now his Krayt Dragon is exposed.
Yeah, he decides to kill the Pack Sentinels, which is kind of it makes sense. But to get rid of the Pack Sentinels to finish it off, but that is giving a huge opening for Dominic to play a Paradox side.
Yeah, but and he kind of knew Dominic wouldn't play more, so if he would have claimed, he could have attacked through the Forlom or the Long
even
Pike.
worse, the Avenger. I mean, he gets to deal 9 damage to base, but I feel like Christoph has made a couple of massive blunders here, and he's paying. And I think the slip might slip out of his fingers now, because the Avenger on anti-bot is just so good.
Yeah.
Okay. Does have the Rivals Fall. Keep in mind that the Hondo Onaka player does not have many ways to heal. I think the only healing that he has is the Vigilance.
Yeah. But
following up with a unit is very good here. Very nice.
Yeah. You get my point, right, with just claiming, because then you can attack with Krayt Dragon through the Forlom or Long Pike with over 1, right?
Absolutely,
so you would still have Regional Governor on the board.
Ignore the Long Pike. I would just go 10 to face. So then the Krayt Dragon is... But yeah, you could also go through the Overwhelm as well. That depends.
Because then you protect your Governor too, right?
It depends if you want to play around takedown or not. But yeah, that was a huge blunder here from Christoph, and then he made another blunder after... So yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. But Dominic, I think Ray still, despite that, Christoph is still in this game. He's 19 damage to base. He has a threat on the board. He's managed to answer the second and last Avenger that Dominic has. Dominic has no longer any Avenger left in his deck, so things are looking okay for the Red player. But once again, keep in mind that this Hondo guys is not getting out of gas anytime soon. He is just plenty of smuggled cards underneath those resources. You can be sure of that.
Yeah. Let's hope that Christoph can draw his second Krayt Dragon.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a way for the fun. If you want to see a game 3, do we want to see a game 3? That's the question you guys want to know. Do we want a game 3, guys? Yeah, this is an awesome matchup. I agree. That is the first light, not a card you see very often. Let me tell you what this does, because probably you might not know. So it's being played just for 7, right? It's not being smuggled, right?
Yep.
So first light is a 4/7 grit. and it gives other non-leader units grit as well. Yeah, and the rest of his abilities doesn't matter. So it's a 4/7 grit that gives other people's grit, basically.
Yeah.
Gods just came back from this tournament. I'm assuming the first day. So glad to have you here. Descent Saturn says, I want to see game 3. Okay. Cray Dragon.
There it is.
Blah. We saw Dominic lose earlier to Boba Red, but he has a chance just to take his revenge in this tournament if he managed to win this. The second Cray Dragon is huge, especially when Dominic is at 22 now. He's going to be extremely restricted on what he can play, and this might be a game for Ray. This might be a just very good game for Ray.
Even with a Fell the Dragon, he's going to take 3 damage from that Restored Arc, going to 29. So...
yeah, things are not looking good. I think the first step is... oh, no, yeah, he's just... no matter what he does, it feels like he's dead.
yeah. He does need a Fell in order not
Fell
to die.
Dragon's best case
immediately.
scenario here.
Yep.
Obviously, you want to deal the Forte base. Don't even dare to deal the damage to Lompike, please. Come on, Christoph. You know better.
I mean, he doesn't really have any direct damage in the deck, right? So dealing damage to Lompike could be a way of enabling Mace, for instance, to come in ready. But
yeah, that's a bit
I think it's... yeah, I agree. But it's nice to be devil's advocate sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't done the bad call yet, so... well, you can play the devil's advocate after he made the bad call.
Okay, so now First Light can start building up some grit. Possibly. Yeah, that's another argument for maybe why not attacking Lompike. Smart. Because it would get +4 power.
So Ryan Scott is asking me if I won my debate yesterday in the Buckethead. Well, I just encourage you to look back at the debate and just think for yourself who won that debate. So 29, yeah, okay. That's a good look.
Yep.
And Christoph is still in this. Christoph is very much in this.
We need to see Power of the Dark Side here.
Yeah, Power Dark Side.
Or-
The one interesting thing is, like, I don't think the Ray players has any way to deal direct damage.
Yeah.
Maybe he has a... what's it called?
There's no...
K2SO?
Yeah, true. That works.
Barrage is enough to kill First Light. That's huge. To kill Luke, that's huge.
Yeah.
He needs another dude. Oh my god, if Dominic wins this, guys, this is such a massive comeback. 4th throw, targeting his opponent. That doesn't really do much. But yo, that was a good discard. Because actually I think that Snoke is one of the way you can kind of lock out this game.
Yeah.
4th throw again.
Oh,
Discarding
and
a
that's
Vigilant,
pretty
that's
big.
a huge one too. What the hell?
Yeah.
Double 4th throw, removing both Vigilance and Snoke. That's some pretty awesome discard here. Totally the right play here to play 4th throw, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Killing
you would
5
rather have a
would
lethal
be-
threat, but still.
Yeah.
Damn it, this is such a close game. Despite the life total difference. If Dominic wins this is such a massive comeback here. And as I said, Ray does not have any way to deal direct damage. He just... oh, K2SO is great. Okay,
There
K2SO
it is.
is the nail in the coffin, I believe.
Yeah.
The fact that he
Without
managed to draw the
Vigilance.
K2SO so early is big. Dominic is like, no, the double fourth though is putting me in a bad spot. I wish I had this vigilance in hand.
Yeah.
Probably Dominic was feeling, I won this game. I have Snoke. I have vigilance in hand. Nothing can happen to me. But that double fourth throw here, completely breaking his back. It could also been a pillage as well. But yeah, this has to be such a heartbroken. He has to take initiative here. Can't really play anything. And then take down on his own K2SO. Wow.
Nice.
What a great end game. And now Christoph is tying it up 1-1. I believe he's made multiple misplays this game, but he still managed to win. Turns out Krayt Dragon is a pretty good card.
It is indeed. So now the players have 27 minutes for a third game. And since this is a top cut, we will have some tiebreakers. So if they are following the FFG system, then we will use remaining health on the base if the time goes out. So there will be, when time goes out, you finish the action phase, play an additional action phase, and still if no base has been destroyed, then the player with the most remaining health wins.
And if they are tied on health, what happens?
Then it's the player who has the initiative.
Oh. Okay, I didn't know that, so good to know. I think the fact that it's most HP, most damage on base tiebreakers, I think it does not benefit either players. I think both players have equal. Sometimes this rule can advantage, notably it advantages the aggro players.
Yeah, but it's worth noting it's not most damage on base. It's the player with the most remaining health. So Thorrk in town is disadvantaged out of the gate.
I see. Okay,
because you have 25 remaining.
Oh, I see.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Good point. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to come down to this. 26 minutes is still plenty of time to play a game of Star Wars Limited. So,
yeah.
But I think the Rey player specifically has to keep this on the back of his mind. I mean, both players have to keep this on the back of their mind.
Yeah.
As they are playing the next game. This is definitely it looks to me, in my opinion, it looks to be a fairly even matchup. I don't know what you think about this, but
yeah.
But the fact that the Hondo player, some people says, well, I've seen some people saying, Krayt Dragon is overrated. You got to understand, guys. You got to understand that Krayt Dragon was answered immediately both times. And yet Krayt Dragon still won the game. So, if Krayt Dragon is such an amazing card, guys, it's one of the best late game cards in the game.
Yep.
And is, in my opinion, one of the best card of the set too. It is in my top 3 of the best cards.
Yeah, I think the Krayt Dragon is the difference maker in this matchup, right? The fact that one deck has 2 of them and the other has 0.
Yeah, such a big deal. What is your opinion are the top 3 best card of set 2?
I think Bazine is really great. It's hard. It's a bit hard for me not to think of Boba in this meta, so I would maybe even consider Boba Fett's armor. But since it's tied to a specific leader, it's not as fun to pick.
It's also good card, but it's not good that I would want to put it in top 3. It's it's not good against everything. It's not good against aggro. It's not good against control. That's It's not good against decks that are very extreme. It's only good against mid range or mid range control decks, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think hard to say. Both Wrecker and Maul are pretty crazy units that we got from this set. So they are definitely up there. Snoke is also a really, really strong unit. But I think Bazine, just because it's so flexible, is in my top 3. And then maybe Wrecker and Maul.
So Bazine, Wrecker, and Maul in that order?
I don't know. Like you put me on the spot here. That was my
No, that's
45-second answer.
That's
If you
okay.
give me 5 minutes, it's probably different. But
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I'll give you mine, and then you can revise your ranking. My ranking is, and people who follow my channel already know about this. Paul Dameron number 1, Maul is number 2, and Cray Dragon is number 3.
Nice.
Bazin is good,
Yeah.
but it's good against specific decks. And the reason why Bazin is so good is because it's good against decks that Boba is weak against. And that's why it's so good. But it's only good against control. So that's the reason why I cannot justify putting top 3. So back in the game here, we got Pyke Sentinel's turn 1 against the Cantina Bregart being boosted. This guy is basically a 0-3 rate 2, but now with a +1/+1 counter, it becomes a 1-4 rate 2, which is very good. That's why this card's used.
This is really big. This can be a difference maker that we didn't see in the first 2 games for Christoph.
There's so many. Ray is such a cool leader as well because there's so many cards that are not so great and becomes really good because of Ray. Another good example is of the R2D2, and then obviously Moisture Farmer.
Yeah.
It's kind of early game kind of stuff. It's just really good. So yeah, good start for the Ray player. We're able to take out the Pyke Sentinel, no problem. Unless we see a covered strands boosting of the Pyke Sentinel. Okay, looks like he's going to be wanting to just trade, but another +1/+1 counter can be added to Ray, so then the country guy does not die if he attacks the Pikes, or he could just simply use Dark in Town.
Yeah, true. This is a difficult choice. Like, are there any 3-cost cards that you don't want to see right now? I don't think Power of the Dark Side is that.
I think Power Dark Side is. I wouldn't name Power Dark Side here.
Yeah,
personally.
neither would I. Because you already have the 1/4 that can just eat the Power of the Dark Side. It's not that bad. But I guess. Oh, interesting.
Okay, he named Power Dark Side.
The Ruthless Assassin taking out the Pyke Sentinel.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot you could do that. Yeah, that's a smart play in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's a smart play because you're basically rendering a Attack in Town useless this turn.
Yeah,
but still, I think out of all this shenanigans, I think Ray comes out ahead.
Yeah, we can see that on the board as well, right? A 2/5 is not that threatening, but it can become a 3/6 next turn, which is already quite a lot better.
We have 110 viewers right now. Thank you so much for taking a look at this tournament here. This is late. I know this is late in the meta. People are eager to see some set 3 actions, but it's amazing that we're still seeing that many people interested in seeing some competitive Star Wars Limited, even that late into the meta. That is so amazing. Thank you for being here.
That's really cool. So Village Protectors as a 3/3, pretty nice. As you mentioned earlier, ambush units is not gonna be able to take out whatever Christoph plays now. And he has put 2 damage on Dominic's base, 5 power on the ground arena here, and it looks pretty good for him.
Yeah, the village people indeed like covering this board very well. And I feel like at this point in the game, I feel like the Ray is in a comfortable situation. Is putting some solid pressure on the Hondo player. And then we're going to see the Commandos coming out. Commando shielded, 4/4 shielded.
Yeah.
That means he's shielded. I mean, he has Sentinels. As long as he has Sentinel, he's going to be... Ooh, that's a good call.
That is really good for Ray here. I'm a bit surprised that... I guess it doesn't really matter. I was about to say that Christoph could have just attacked his... what's it called? Regional Governor into the Sentinel to get rid of the shield and also get rid of Sentinel and still have the Governor survive. But I guess Dominic doesn't really have a good attack here into the Village Protectors regardless, so it's not much to be scared of, but
Oh, that's a great Fellow Dragon here. He needed to answer that poll, but something to consider,
Yeah.
guys. Dominic does not have that many Fel. I think he only plays 2 Fel in his entire deck.
Indeed.
And I don't think he plays Rival's Fall. So that means that every Fellow Dragon that goes into a Poe is not a Fellow Dragon. It's a Fellow Dragon that doesn't go into something bigger like a Luke or a Crate Dragon, obviously.
So we're gonna see Regional Governor attack into the Sentinel now,
I think that's the best he can do.
and notably both Hondo and Ray can deploy this turn. So
Okay, the Village Protector goes into 3 in the base. Dominic is tap out. Almost tap out, while Ray still has plenty of stuff to do.
yeah,
Oh!
that is rough.
Force
Fourth surrender is not gonna be mega impactful right now on 6 resources because Dominic still has cards left. But for the long run,
For the long run, it's
discarding
huge, man. It's
Avenger.
and he still takes out Avenger, bro. Like, it's a huge play. Like, the amount of
Yeah.
value. On this kind of matchup here, we're talking about a matchup that is all about value. It's all about grinding the game. It's all
Yeah.
about this card advantage here. And Force
Yeah.
Surrender is an absolutely insane card advantage swings here for Ray, for Christoph. If Christoph plays his card right, he should be able to outvalue his opponent because, I mean, yes, technically you can never run a Hondo player out of gas, but obviously playing card that cost 1,000,000 resources from your resource is not the same as playing bangers from the top of your deck. And it also means that Ray is going to have a lot more options. He's digging very deep to find those Crate Dragon, which are so important in this matchup. Beautiful attacking turn use as well. And we see Ray coming in, healing up.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
So the board looked pretty decent for Dominic, but after Thorrk and Ray hitting the board, it's starting to look a bit one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a grind until the end. I don't think Christoph is winning this game anytime soon. And keep in mind, guys, we are 60 minutes on the round. This could end on time of the round. So if the game is called, whoever has the most amount of health remaining on his base wins the tiebreaker because we are on top cut games.
Yeah. So it is worth noting that as soon as time hits, you can take your time again and finish the round and a second action phase. So you will often see people hurry when they know there are a couple minutes left, and then as soon as time is out, they actually start to think about their decisions again. But let's hope that we won't see that, so we can rather move on to the next round.
Yeah. I mean, as much as we love seeing those guys battling out with those cool decks, we still want to move forward in the day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wrong card here. Covered Strength. Covered Strength is a very good card here. Healing 2, getting 2+1/+1 counters. One the underestimated card of the set, in my opinion, Covered Strength.
Yeah.
So for people who are
That's
joining
a
us, we are
5
in the semi-final. Within the semi-final lower bracket. This is a double elimination tournament top cut. With 12 players battling out here to win the championship of the Two Moons Championship, the biggest tournament organized in Switzerland here. Multiple ways to qualify and some pretty awesome prizes in the end.
Yeah. So hopefully we will have some aggro players in the lower bracket. So
Fourth throw,
the
targeting the
next
opponent.
games will go.
Oh, this could be a huge fourth throw here.
Thinking.
Dominic is thinking about what a card to discard. Oh, he's throwing the card at his opponent's face here. Is he tilted or what? I don't know. Maybe he
Yeah,
is.
does not look happy.
Anyway, this is not the most amazing fourth throw in the world. I mean, oh, it looks like he wants to kill the Hondo. Okay.
But he does not have enough, right? Yeah, it was just 1 damage. So now it's basically a 5/4, effectively.
5, so 4 health. So still missing some stuff. So we're gonna assume maybe he has like open fire to finish it off. I don't know.
Yeah, could be.
dealing damage to the base, guys, very relevant because tiebreakers is on damage left on the base. So in this case, of course, keep in mind, Christoph does have a disadvantage for being Thorrk in town.
Doesn't Hondo have 7 life normally?
Sorry?
So you said Hondo was a 3/7, right?
Yeah.
Then he shouldn't have died there.
Because he had...
With 2 experience.
Okay, maybe
and
they're
5
forgetting
damage.
about the experience anyway.
Yeah.
I'll keep casting. You can talk to the guy. I'll keep casting.
Yeah.
Regional governor here coming down. I don't know what he's naming. K2SO comes out. And the pressure is starting to feel very heavy on Dominic. But Dominic has access to Super Laser Blast, guys. So he can totally turn this around with a Super Laser Blast. So don't count him out of this game yet, even though he's definitely under a heavy amount of pressure. That's a Snoke. That's a beautiful Snoke here. Obviously, such a big board. I don't think... Oh, it will kill the Ray. Does it kill the Ray?
No, it doesn't work on leaders.
No, it doesn't kill the Ray. It does kill the regional governor. So now Dominic can play Power the Dark Side. Anyway, man, I think it's too late. I think it's we're too far too far along. So
yeah, we are not judges, so it's not our responsibility.
Yeah, it's
either.
not our responsibility. It's okay. And maybe we missed. Maybe they didn't put the right counters on there. Maybe we didn't see right. I don't know. But anyway, but this part of the game, guys. Part of the game is to make sure that the game is playing properly, especially if you are not benefiting. If there's a mistake, it's part of you as a player to kind of make sure to correct that. And it looks like they're talking about this now. So I don't know how the judge are gonna fix that up. So just for context, the Hondo Naka the turn before got killed, even though I don't think he had lethal on. But maybe we are wrong. Maybe we are wrong. They're just kind of reviewing that information as we speak. That's why the players stopped playing. While this situation is resolving, I'm gonna be reading some of the comments. So God says Christoph already won in a tiebreaker situation 2 rounds ago. Interesting. Buckethead said ECL was the prime, so yes, Thorrk won the debate. Yeah, it's a pretty bad take to say that ECL is the problem in the game when there's literally only one deck that plays ECL. But I don't think that was the crux of his argument. Then Dominic, so Derek says Dominic has been tilted since last game. He won. He was throwing cards around last game. Shame. Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly. Some people, sometimes it's just a card slips out of your hand. It just happens. So I don't know if he's truly tilted, but if he is, then that's unfortunate, of course. This is part of the game. So it looks like we're back into the game now. Felder Dragon comes out, gets rid of the Palpatine. And that's a big deal. So now we're 10 minutes on the round, but to be honest, considering the situation Christoph is in, I think he should be able to wrap this up, to be fair. Like if not winning, at least he should be able to put himself ahead enough so then when the timer counts, when the timer is off, he's going to be winning this game.
So up to 20 damage now.
That's the tech. Yeah, we haven't seen tech. Tech is such a great asset in those kind of super grindy matchup. Basically, well, I don't need to play Hondo Naka and play a bunch of smuggle card. I can just have a tech in play and all my cards have smuggle anyway. So why would I bother playing smuggle cards when I can turn all my cards into smuggle cards with just one card? And that is a fair point.
That's one thing I'm so super excited for the next set with leaders like Nalase and Palpatine both being able to play tech with villainy cards.
Yeah,
cool.
I'm not a big believer of Nalase, but definitely tech in Palpatine is going to be an absolute great asset. Yeah, I just think Nalase just doesn't get enough. I don't think Nalase gets enough support, unfortunately. And that's another Snoke. Dominic here shutting down this very wide board from the Ray players. It's funny to see the Ray players playing almost like a swarm deck, which is so much going on on the right. This is such a fun matchup, by the way. And and he's gonna go after K2SO onto this. He's gonna try to take it down. Looks like. Ooh, that's a barrage here. Oh no, barrage is being discarded by K2SO. Interesting.
K2SO. Yep.
That
feels pretty bad for Dominic.
Sorry.
And then Luke will be able to finish off Snoke. So we're looking at 7 damage on the ground, putting Dominic in lethal range.
Yeah, he should be able to finish the game before the time's up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it can go up to 8 by giving the governor an experience from race on attack ability.
Yeah. Ray's ability has paid dividend this game. Extremely impressive. The amount of tokens that she put down between game 1 and game 2, absolutely staggering.
Yeah.
But
and this kind of shows how Ray has some more late game potential compared to Han too, maybe. Yeah.
GG, Dominic was hoping to find a Super Laser Blast that he does play in his deck, but he's not going to find it. Well played from Dominic. I mean, to be fair, I think going that far in a tournament with Hondo Naka, pretty big performance in my opinion. Hondo Naka is a good leader, and there's some strong decks you can make out of it. But I do believe that he's missing a little something compared to most of the leaders in the game that are competitive. So, but already great performance to go that far in the tournament with it. And now, even though it's not necessarily the leader that he qualified with, just so you understand that the fact that he is on top 12 with this leader means that he managed to qualify, but you don't have to be playing the same leader in qualification than you have to be playing in Top Cut. So it does work a little bit differently than your traditional tournament.
Oh, I'm seeing something very interesting here. Looks like we are going to have a reunion with Mario.
Oh,
so we're gonna see Ray versus Han.
Ray versus Han. So Mario versus Christoph, is it?
Yeah, exactly. So it's gonna be Mario's 5th game today. He lost in round 2 of the winners bracket, and then won 3 games in a row in the losers bracket. So he's now gonna be facing Ray.
Okay, so this is it, yeah. So this is the first. So just to explain you the tournament structure for people who wants to follow along. So this is the winners bracket, right? This is the losers bracket. So we got the first winner bracket final, Mario versus Christoph. So this is basically whoever wins this game is the winner of the losers bracket. And whenever you are the winner of the losers bracket, you get a chance to fight against the loser of the winner bracket final. And whoever wins this game gets into the grand final. So we got 1, 2, and 3 more games to go, guys. So stay tuned. It's going to be a lot of fun. So the way a lower bracket, winner bracket works is it's like a direct elimination, but instead of whenever you lose, instead of being out of the tournament, you fall down into the lower bracket. That's basically how this whole system works. So we currently have Martin, who is already qualified for the final. So he's already in the final. So you can just sit down and relax as there's 2 more games is going to have to come out. He's playing Han Blue. Christian here is playing Boba Red. That means there's going to be at least a Boba Red in the top 3 of this tournament. And then we got to have Mario is playing also Han Blue, and then Christoph is playing Ray Red. So indeed, we are seeing 3 blue, white, red decks in the top 4, and we are seeing Christian as Boba Red. So that's going to be very interesting. So let's take a look at some of the comments. Saba says, I play Hondo with Security Complex. It gives the edge you are talking about. Okay, interesting. Show us how it's done then. Go win some PQs. I love those players that say, I have the answer. I have the ultimate deck.
That's nice.
That's great. And I really like seeing people, of course, experimenting and finding new ways to break leaders. Then Distant Saturn says, I love double elimination tournaments. Hopefully one day we will also have group stage and why not. Yeah, I'm not sure about group stage, but I agree. I think the Swiss is really the most flexible and best way to get the top cut. But I do agree that double elimination top cut is very cool. And it is a bit complicated. As you can see, the structure is a bit complicated. But the advantage is that you get to... It's less punishing. Because you get...
Thor, could you like hide the left bar so we can see the whole bracket?
It actually doesn't really change much.
And if you hover over Christoph or Mario, you can see how many games they've played.
Oh yeah, you see
Like
Christoph here.
if you show the first rounds, right?
Christoph lost he lost in round 2, which brought him down to the lower bracket, and then he won. So he's currently looking at. So Christoph is currently
He has to be
4-1.
so tired.
He's 4-1.
6th game today.
That's going to be the 6th game he's going to have. Yeah, that's 4-1. Yeah, that means you're also playing more games, but it makes it more intense. Like, it makes it more like a big deal, in my opinion. I mean, one of the biggest esport tournament ever, which is as you know, the international on Dota 2. If you're following Dota 2, is played in double bracket elimination. That's the tournament structure.
Damn. Cool.
Okay, guys, we're gonna take a short break. Unless you have something to add, Jonah?
No, I think it's good to take breaks when we have the chance.
Exactly. We'll take a break, guys. We'll be right back for the first lower bracket final. See you soon.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to THT for the first lower bracket final. It's going to be Mario versus Christoph. It's going to be blue, Han versus Ray Red. So let's take a look at the deck list. The players setting up already. No, they're not set up already, so we can definitely take a look at the deck list. So we got Mario and his list. 2 Great Dragon main deck, Chewbacca. Really, when we're looking at this matchup, it's a very grindy matchup. We're looking at the late game and see who is going to prevail in late game. 2 Mace Windows, 3 Redemption, 1 Chewbacca, 2 Great Dragon. Not a lot, not anything else really in sideboard. After sideboard, I think this could be a lot better for Ray.
Yeah.
And for Christoph, fewer late game, not as many Redemption, not as many Mace Windows. 2 Great Dragon though. But the full surrender, guys. The full surrender are gonna be a thing.
Yeah.
Tell me your thoughts.
I think like Han's benefit is being able to play things early. So it's all about Han being able to get some value out of that in the early game. For instance, Poe can be played as a 6/4, still survives Thorrk in town, and if that gets left unchecked, might be able to attack in for 6 or even 8. So I think Ray, since it deploys later and has in general a bit of a slower game plan, needs to take the role of the control kind of, and Han needs to get valuable trades and get damage to the base early. But considering the sideboards, I do think Ray has an advantage in the late game.
Yes, I agree. I think that it's going to be a Han's game to try to take over the game early, and if he's not able to, Ray should have the advantage in late game, but not by a lot. It's going to be very close. Distant Saturns asked me the question, Thorrk, what do you think about building Yoda as a control meal versus mid-range? Any red, blue, white deck can be built as control, if you wanted to. The thing is, the big difference is that Yoda cannot have the same density of late game than Han can do, and the reason for this is very simple. Han can always put a lot of 3-drops and then play them at 2-drops, which means that he doesn't have to dedicate as many slots for his turn 1 and turn 2 play. He can basically merge 2 in 1. And that means that he can put more late game in his deck because he doesn't have to dedicate as many slots to fill his turn 2 and turn 3. So the Han will usually have more late game card because even as Yoda, you need 2 drops, otherwise you fall too far behind.
Yeah.
An advantage that Yoda has, of course, is the leader himself is a lot more late game focus. So we'll see how that pans out. You cannot really build a really true control decks in Heroism, in my opinion, because you don't have real Super Laser Blast. You have Invasion of Crystalsis, which is not even close to be the same card. So I don't think you can build a real control deck in Heroism yet, unless you're playing Palpatine, of course. Looks like we're ready to jump into the game where players are rolling the dice.
I think looking at the list, one advantage Ray has over Mario here with this Han deck is the fact that Ray is main decking 2 Fell the Dragon and has 1 inside, while the Han Solo deck only has the 1 inside. And that's going to be a big difference as soon as those Crate Dragons hit the board. So
absolutely, the Crate Dragon is going to be the star in the matchup for sure. It's going to be the key point of the matchup is whether the Crate Dragon can stick or not is going to be a big deal. Redemption also could kind of help to counterbalance the damage you're taking from Crate Dragon. So let's say Crate Dragon comes out and then you kill it with like a Fair Dragon, take a bunch of damage. You can play Redemption to come back into there. That could be a factor as well. And also the discard, the pillage stuff is going to be a big factor as well.
Yeah. I think Yoda is probably star of the show here. Drawing some cards, so you're basically making yourself immune to discard. I think what Han wants to do is go Yoda into K2 into Poe, or a more aggressive route with Cassian. But
No, yeah, I agree. This
a
in
lot
this
of great
matchup, both
options.
players have like a lot of cards that do 2-for-1s. Yoda is a good example. K2 is a good example as well. Also, Obi-Wan to some extent does that too.
Yeah.
So it's a very grindy matchup. So all those 2-for-1s kind of trade things are very important.
So things of note in the list, if you haven't seen Mario play yet, is that he's actually playing a attack pod, which is quite unusual. So that's something that's worth noting. And the Cassians, they also come in ready when smuggled. Ray does not play Cassian, but Ray, of course, has a lot of different tools, some space units that can be buffed, like the restored arcs, even plays disabling Fang Fighters. Not going to be as useful in this matchup, but if you get a decent space arena with a restored arc into a Conquered Dawn, could be relevant. Another thing is that Ray has one tech in main, one tech inside, while Mario also plays a tech, but only one in main. I actually found myself not really liking tech when playing Han Blue, because I felt like when you got to that point, you basically had to play tech instead of big units. And when you are at 7, 8, 9 resources, you really want to be playing your big units. So I prefer to play more Chewies, for instance. But in some cases, tech can be a nice toolbox.
Yeah, I think tech is good. But yeah, I think Chewbacca can also do very well. It's very possible that Chewbacca might just be a better way to grind out the game than tech is, as you were saying. So that's an advantage that one big thing, one elephant in the room that we haven't talked about yet is that obviously Ray has Thorrk in town, and he's playing against a deck that is dealing damage to his own units to play them faster. So that's going to be a big argument that Ray aficionados have been mentioning when mentioning whether Ray is better than Han.
Yeah,
is that they are favored in this matchup, and that's a big argument in their favor. But we'll see if that's actually true. It's going to be an excellent way to find out if that's actually true.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's possible for Han to play around it to some extent, but it might limit your options a little bit. So you just have to kind of respect Tarkin down. But still, then Ray is sacrificing 5 life for it, so we can see it might turn out one way or the other. Do you mind resetting the timer here, and then it looks like the players are good to go?
Yep. So retime the timer. And we are ready to go, guys. Let's get it on. First, whoever wins this game gets to the lower bracket final. Whoever wins the game, whoever loses the game is out of the tournament. So it is a very important game. Being a loser bracket final means that you are guaranteed top 3 of the tournament, which gives us better prizes. And also you get a chance to play against Chris, to not be confused with Christoph, with 2 different people, who is playing his Boba Red deck, who has lost in the winner bracket. So for people joining us, we are on the 2 Moons SW Premier Championship 2024, the biggest Swiss tournament. Not in Swiss meaning the tournament format, but the country. We are hosting us from Zurich. This is Thorrk casting the game with JonahNiklas. And welcome to everybody who is joining us here for this a very exciting matchup. It's a very grindy matchup. It's going to be a very tradey, very interactive. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so Regional Governor hitting the board here turn 1, naming Yoda. Han answering with Sabine, and was a bit weird to see Christoph play a Cantina Braggart here. That just could be really killed by Sabine. Probably a bit of a sequencing error on that part, but he did play a Moisture Farmer in addition, and now buffing up his Regional Governor.
Maybe he didn't have any other play.
Yeah, I guess he could have waited, just buffed the Governor or attacked, but yeah.
Yeah,
It is what it
it's
is.
been a long day for those players, so mistakes can happen.
As we can see in the bracket earlier, this is Christoph's 6th game for the day. So
it's been a long
it's
day
been a
for
long
Christoph.
day.
Yeah, and those games are all very high intensity games. All those players, of course, are part of the top cut, so they're all very good players. No easy matchup at this stage of the tournament. Neither since from the beginning of this tournament. Sometimes you play in those very big tournaments, the first few rounds, you know that you're going to be facing players that are, which on average are not going to be as good as some of the other players. And the fact that you are able to, so you get a little bit of a breathing room here. Here there's no breathing room. We are talking right from the get-go, right from the beginning of that day. We got some insane value from those things. And Ray Tarkington has been, a lot of people have been saying that's been the answer to Boba. It's a deck that, according to a lot of people, have a good matchup against Boba. I'm a little bit cautious when people tell me this deck has good matchup against Boba. Usually what they mean is that they have a 50-50% matchup against Boba. And that's what they consider being a good matchup. But yeah, it is a deck that can definitely beat Boba, and that's a big argument by itself for Ray. We saw this in PQ when we got several people winning PQs using Ray Tarkington here.
So we're going to see Sabine take out the buffed Regional Governor, dealing 1 damage to the base on attack. Ray will answer with buffing his Moisture Farmer, and now taking out Sabine to restore the damage from the base.
Moisture Farmer is such a good card here, but a 4th throw here, that is a very good 4th throw.
Yeah, and like, I think, honestly, the way Christoph has played this, he has put himself in a pretty bad position. He played a lot of cheap units. He played the Regional Governor, Cantina Braggart, and the Moisture Farmer, so he basically emptied his hand, and now getting Force Road was super punishing with just 1 card left.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fact that he's also doing Pillage is one of those cards that you really want. It's very good in this matchup because it's like trade. It does like 2 for 1, and it's a matchup where card advantage is such a big deal. The follow-up is impressive though. That pull down run, if it doesn't get answered, that's going to be a big problem for Mario.
You see, Mario does play the 3 Obi-Wans, so it's a pretty decent play here to just get Han and Obi-Wan on the board and just go face with Yoda and Han. Because you can't really get around that Sentinel with Poe. But he might want to just play a Poe of his own, or go for a takedown, like attacking in with Yoda and taking down that Poe.
This is really the moment of the game where Mario needs to get on top, where Mario needs to take over the game. If the game goes long, as we said, I think Ray has a slight advantage. So this is really the moment where Mario now kind of needs to get a head start on what's going on. Oh, looks like he doesn't have an easy answer to that. Maybe a takedown. But already the Podamron is doing his job here. Going to be taking some good trades, forcing a lot of cards out of his opponent's hand. There you go. Takedown comes out. Good
yeah,
question.
a bit sad to see. Sorry?
Do you prefer Hyperspace make an opening or Promo make an opening?
You talking about takedown?
Yeah, takedown, sorry.
Good question. I think it looks really, really cool in Hyperspace because of the red color in the art. So it looks more special, but you also have the kind of unique treatment with the promo. Me, myself, I use the promos because those are the ones I have. So maybe going to give a slight edge to the Hyperspace because I don't have them. So the grass is always greener on the other side, right? What about you? Which one do you prefer?
I prefer the Hyperspace. No debate.
Yeah.
Okay, so pretty even games here. So he did managed to get rid of the spot Amron. Now that the hits comes into Ray, we saw earlier when you let a Ray alive too long, it causes issues. We saw this in the game versus Dominic, and I think Mario understands this. He started to go after it, and he probably has a way to finish it off. Maybe just with a look played earlier. We'll see. No, it looks like he's just gonna go for Sabine. Something we haven't talked about as well is that Han has one of the advantages that Han has over Array is that it's a deck that is a lot more consistent because you have much better curves because of Han's ability. Yeah. That's another advantage the deck has. Fourth throw, A-wing, fourth throw, A-wing. Okay, not the best. It's not really going to do a whole lot on this one.
Yeah, but here we see an advantage of Ray, right? The leader being a force unit can make it easier to get those throws out.
Definitely.
But I have to say Mario's hand hasn't been the best here. Like last turn wasn't that ideal. Would have been really, really nice to see Obi-Wan there on that board. But K2 is pretty nice to see because you have already discarded some cards from Ray. So being able to discard even more is always great when the hand's already thin.
Yeah, to be fair, guys, this is just a pre-drink. This is just the starter. The game is not decided at this point in the game, to be fair. Like, there's so much restore on either side that unless something goes horribly, horribly wrong in the rest of the game is not decided in the first 6 turns in the game. It usually comes down to when people start dropping down Luke Skywalkers. Honestly, that's basically where things start to get like real in this matchup.
Yeah.
So yeah, K2SO definitely a bold advantage here for the hand flyer. The K2SO trading 2-for-1 is always great. You going for the discard in this matchup 100% of the time. I mean 99% of the time. It's just so much important to have the value. You get the open fire here coming down on this, but it's still going to be a 2-for-1 trade for K2SO.
Yeah.
Forcing the discard.
Ooh, and Fell the Dragon. That's a more valuable card, I would say.
That's a huge discard here because we're talking about a card that is the answer to Krayt Dragon. It's the answer to all those big cards. And here we got the fourth throw to, oh my god, the fourth throw discard the last card in hand. The Luke Skywalker gets discarded. What a play.
But there's no force unit on the board. Why is Ray going away? Hello.
Okay. Yeah, no, there's no force unit. I think it's opponent.
I think they're clearing it up, yeah. Huh?
What is going on here? Yeah, no.
Okay.
Whew. We avoided a pretty big mistake. But yeah, no. Anyway, but just discarding the Luke is so big. Even if he doesn't get the removal, it's such a big play. Every Luke is so important in this matchup. And now,
indeed.
And now Christoph is out of card.
Yeah, he's completely out. So he is relying on drawing the answers to what Mario can present. And crucially, we're going into the 8 resource turn, which means we could maybe see a Krayt Dragon next turn.
Yeah, Krayt Dragon here, where you don't have Fell Dragon anymore. What are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? He's out of card. His turn is wasting 4 resources as well. 6 resources are left over for Mario. What is he going to do with that 6 remaining resource? Keep in mind, Mario is also playing more Smoggle cards because he's playing those Cassian.
Yep. Looks like we might see a Cassian or Tech here. Or maybe he's just taking a look.
There we go. Cassian is there. There we go. Good prediction. And yeah, now he's going to be able to finish off the Ray, take back the control of the game, take of the board. Yeah. It's just a sick turn here for Mario. Guys,
again,
something to take home from that. Sometime using fall throw on empty hand is very, very worth it, especially when your opponent only have one card left in hand. Basically, when K2SO is so opponent discarded Fell the Dragon, it's like, okay, the next card needs to really, really be really good. Let's play a fall throw and see what happens. And boom, bingo.
Yeah, that's true. And crucially, getting rid of Ray here stops Christoph from removing Han as his first action. So now Mario might be able to just slam a Krayt.
So
could you also enable the damage on the base, Thorrk?
Sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. Podamron follow up here is a good one if Christoph if Mario doesn't find an answer. But honestly, at this point, I'm scared with what he has in hand. He probably has something insane.
Yeah.
If I was Christoph, I would be peeing my pant here. I would be thinking about, looks like he's gonna go double kill.
No crate then.
Maybe he does. Maybe he's just gonna play it after the pole. He has no need to. He has no emergency of playing it now. Oh, never mind. He's at 8. Okay, he needed.
So he needs the ability.
He needed the ability. Okay, he's probably have Luke to finish off. No, Mace window. That's a good one.
Yeah, does leave Mace just with 1 remaining, but I don't think there are that many tools in Christoph's deck to finish off. Like, he has a make an opening, but they probably just get resourced, right?
Yeah, but make an opening gets resourced fairly aggressively in this matchup.
Yeah, so he probably has to spend like a proper removal on that Mace.
Yeah, so he did attack. He didn't tap his card properly, but he did attack with both of his units, putting his opponent down to 11. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Mario is still in a very good spot here, and he hasn't played any of his big card. He hasn't played a single Luke, not a single Krayt Dragon so far. So the fact that he's that far ahead, despite not having made any of his big plays, that's a pretty big deal. And keep in mind, guys, that Ray, she's on 25 HPV, so that the Han is definitely putting some solid pressure here.
Yeah, 2 more turns if this board gets left unchecked.
It looks like Ray has something significant to play. Yeah, Ray has been drawing, like, Christoph has been drawing pretty well. Like, he was on top deck mode, he top decked Podamron, and then look, that's some solid top decks here. This allows him to get back into this game.
Yeah.
Definitely Mario is gonna need to play something equally as impressive.
Yeah.
If he wants to
He's on
not
9,
fall behind.
Or did he resource to 9?
I think so. Maybe not. Maybe he's at 8.
No, it looks like just 8, yeah.
So there won't be any Krayt Dragon unless he decides to ping it, but then I would just rather resource. Unless he had just so many good cards in hand that he didn't want it to resource them. He just want to use Han instead. That's a possibility. Like a 10-8 or 10-10 Krayt Dragon, the difference is not massive in this matchup, because most likely Krayt Dragon is getting killed by a removal.
Yeah. Damn, watching so many games with the red-blue heroism shell really wants me to... I really want to go back and play this.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to try... have you tried the Yoda deck?
I haven't. I've only tried Yoda Green.
Yoda Red, I think, is far better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And there it goes. The Luke comes out of the bush. He had to sacrifice his Cassian to make it happen, so this was not a cheap play. But it's going to force Christoph to continue his streak on top decking. Continue to get some good top decks if he wants to not fall too far behind. Because
he needs a Rival's Fell, or even a Krayt Dragon, I guess.
Yeah, Krayt Dragon is just the answer of everything. I mean, Krayt Dragon, he would take a beating, take like a... This Luke is a 3-turn clock.
Yeah.
Aquan 70, that is not looking good. That is not what you want to play where you're facing a Luke Skywalker on the other side. Mario's back to 0 HP. Back to 0 damage on his base, sorry. Oh no, this is not what you want to see. But yeah, whenever you're in top deck mode, this is bound to happen eventually. He was not going to be top decking like a god every single turn. Oh, that is a good one.
6-4 entering ready. Still not lethal range, but gonna be pretty close to it.
That's a good make an opening. No, looks like he decides to scoop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's dead. So game 1 goes to Mario. Ended up not being as long as we were expecting. And so far, in the debate of who is the better blue, white, red leader, Han is winning the debate for now.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
I do think the early game was played very much more efficiently by Mario. Like, he played a Sabine and the Cassian, and he basically effectively traded with 3 of Kristoff's units and Thorrk and Town.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of misplays from Kristoff in the early series of the game, but I
Yeah.
also have to say that by definition, a hand deck is going to be more stable, more capable of playing on curve.
Yeah.
It's going to have less awkward turn than Raid. It's just a more stable deck overall.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the deck list. So this is Kristoff's deck list. So from sideboard, what do you want to see? You want to see tech, obviously, grindy matchups. You want to see more Feather Dragon, obviously. You want to see maybe the Redemption, and you want to see the Force Surrender. That's, I think, is pretty clear. What do you not want to see? Probably, okay, Make an Opening is not terrible.
No. But,
Make an Opening is
think-
not terrible. Maybe a couple of the cheap units are not so good. You're going to have to kind of make your curve be a little bit more late game focus.
Yeah.
But yeah, he doesn't have a lot of terrible cards to side out, I would say. Probably the Monster Farmer, just a little bit too passive. But yeah, probably the Make an Opening, Monster Farmer is getting out. Oh no, this is going out for sure. The Interceptor.
Yeah. I mean, they do answer A-Wing pretty nicely.
Yeah, but you play Open Fire. You don't need a dedicated answer to only one card of your opponent deck.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think those 2 units, also the Fang Fighters are not going out as well. There's no equipment on there. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's probably something along those lines. As for, let's take a look at
Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Mario has a very interesting sideboard. Unfortunately, his sideboard doesn't look as good as his opponent's sideboard.
Yeah.
He's probably playing Feather Dragon. If you really truly want to embrace the aggro plan, he's gonna get in the Fleet Lieutenant and the Heroic Sacrifice to, if he really wants to embrace trying to take your opponent by speed. But with your opponent playing Thorrk and Town, that's a very dangerous game to play because Thorrk and Town just completely breaks your momentum if you want to play aggro.
Yeah, true. There's some decent targets for Fleet Lieutenant, I guess, with A-Wing and Sabine being rebels he can play on turn 1. But I don't like it that much in the list. I think it's a bit niche. It's super bad to draw later, right?
You want me to be 100% honest?
Yeah.
I don't like this sideboard. I don't think the sideboard makes a sense. I'm just trying to find lines of play that could work. I think Mario has shot himself in the foot by designing a sideboard like this. That's my opinion. Maybe there's an idea of like trying to have a sideboard that is super good against aggro. Once again, it feels like the hand 2 players have been trying to really, really fight the aggro deck like a lot.
Yeah.
So maybe that's like the idea behind all this, but it's just such a specialized card that only works specifically. That works specifically in this. So to answer, I'm going to go back to the screen here. I'm sorry, I'm probably blocking the way here. I'm going to show a little bit like this. There you go. That's the sideboard. Heroic Sacrifice, Mystical Teaching, Mystical Reflection. Sorry, Carabast, Fleet Lieutenant, Concordant Interceptor, Feather Dragon, and Village People. We are going back to...
You fully adopted the new name now.
That's it. I'm only calling it like this now. This is the Village People. Is the only way.
YMCA. Isn't that the Village People? Yeah, it is.
So yeah, people are saying, so God says Kristoff had already won a game against Hand Blue today. So Kristoff, the Ray players, and there's a reply from, I'm not saying your name, bro. Same goes for Mario. He also already won against a Ray talking down. So it's a 1-on-1, guys. This is the deciding game, guys. This is the game where we're gonna find out who is the better leader, Ray Talking Town or Han Blue. And I think after sideboard, after seeing the awful sideboard of Mario, I think that after sideboard, I think Ray is gonna be the favorite. I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I would say the matchup is still very close. So
absolutely.
I wouldn't really see like Ray is necessarily favored now, but she has gotten a bigger increase in chances. But I think it's all up to the draws.
Okay, so I got from the judge, we have the final, what they sided it out. So Han sided out the Concordan Interceptor and the Fell Dragon. What? Concordan Fell? I'm so confused now. He added some Carabast. Okay. Not sure how good Carabast is gonna be. Then the Rain side one makes sort of sense. Like 2 Discipline Fighter, 2 Concordan, 1 Moisture. I think it's Fell the Dragon deck, full surrender. This is basically card by card what I would have suggested. So
yeah. The regional governor though, I don't know.
Maybe regional governor not so good. Yeah, but everything else I agree.
Yeah.
Mulligan for A.
I think it's been interesting to see these Hound Blues today having a much smaller top end than I would play, or I did play. I literally had 3 Chewies in main and 2 or even 3 crates, because I felt like it was only the aggro matchup where that was a bit too much. In other games, it was just literally the game plan.
Yeah. No, I do agree. I think my opinion is that one of the big advantage of playing Han Blue is that his ability allows you to play your 3 drops on turn 1, meaning that you don't have to dedicate as many slots for the 2 drops and the 3 drops, which means that you can make more space for more late game. And that's the reason why, in that sense, I believe that even Han Blue might have a better late game than Yoda when we're going to see it set 3. So it's something to bear in mind, and that does leave a lot of space to play a lot of top ender. But I feels like it's been very clear from the interview we had earlier with Martin and from the way Mario has built his deck. They wanted to smash aggro. That's basically what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I agree. And it's going to be interesting to see if Yoda's leader, like the flip, can be enough to take over the board and stabilize into a position that maybe Han can't recover from, even though they maybe play some more late game units.
And the reason why Mario cannot lose this game is because he has the high ground.
Indeed.
Since he has the high ground playmat, This is honestly a little bit unfair. Tournament organizers, this is the main feedback I would give, is that the person who has the high ground playmats has no chance on losing, which is pretty unfortunate. Such a rigged tournament.
I have to say, pretty nice start from Mario here, having both turn 1 and turn 2 play that doesn't require him to use his ability. So Thorrk in town has still no use. So that's a pretty nice start.
Oh, that's a good make an opening.
Yeah.
Was not expecting
kind of
that card to
expected
be
those
that
to
good.
go out.
I mean, to be fair, make an opening makes sense in this matchup because you are damaging your own unit, so some unit will be very, very, very fragile, like, for example, the Key Twist or 4-2, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see Poe or Kanan now from Mario.
Yeah, Christoph did not have any turn 1 play, which was definitely something that is not ideal. He went after a mulligan. And this is one of the other arguments against Ray, is that missing turn 1 play is super rare for Han because he can play all of his 3 drops in turn 1. So that's another advantage that Han has over.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this Arc 117 space is definitely doing the work. And we're seeing Kane and Jarrus now on the ground.
So Mario is still kind of 1 unit ahead of Christoph here because of missing that turn 1 play.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And we know that Han is the aggressor here. And he hasn't been able to use Thorrk in town early as well, which is also like the Thorrk in town kind of like loses its impact as you have to play later and later and later on the game. The later you play it, the more difficult it is to get value out of it, and the less impactful it is, in my opinion, because really tacking down like turn 1, tacking down turn 2 really snowballs into an advantage, while tacking down like much later on in the game often doesn't have as much of an impact, especially when you consider that you're losing 5 HP for it.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say as well that we have now 130 viewers on the channel. Thank you so much for joining us for this the Two Moon SWU Premier Championship 2024. This is the first loser bracket final.
Really cool to see so many people tuning in. And shameless plug. I'm representing the Nordic Takedown podcast. Also really cool to be here co-casting with you, Thorrk. So in case you haven't heard of us, we're a podcast from Norway and Sweden, posting episodes daily, not daily, weekly, and some YouTube content here and there, covering tournaments if we can. So yeah,
you guys really good players. Some of the best, basically the best players in Scandinavia, just having a little party and talking to each other. That is, you do not want to miss that. So back in the game here, the Sport run unanswered is going to be putting tremendous amount of pressure on Mario.
Yeah.
We all know a non-answered podam run is just slaps you for a lot and become a very big problem very quick.
Yeah.
So you do not want to get slapped by Mr. Podam run. He has some pretty big hands.
This is kind of the result of staying 1 unit behind. In the beginning, it's fine, but when you got to turn 5, you had to answer Kanan with a takedown, and then Mario just presents another threat, a Poe. So now you have to take care of the Poe, but then you might see a Luke, right? So it just continues.
Yeah, and you don't have card like Super Laser Blast that can just reset the game. If you're falling that far behind, you don't have the sort of big plays that allows you to really kind of reset the board. And that's something you have to bear in mind.
And with Kristoff attacking first with the restored arc, Mario kind of feels comfortable enough here to just attack with Han first. So he's kind of threatening the Ray deploy with the Poe. So we're gonna see what Kristoff can present here.
Poe of his own.
Yeah.
So the fact that he saw his opponent attacking with Aqua 70, he knew that the opponent didn't have an answer for Poe, so he's just delaying the attack and waiting. Yeah. He knows the opponent has no answer to Poe, so it's just like, I'm just gonna get this last possible moment. So 2 damage to the Poe here. Probably has a takedown to follow that up.
Or hopefully a Luke.
Oh, Luke discounted. Yeah, that would be sweet.
I think that would almost put a nail in the coffin in this game, because
might be a little bit early to say that, but yeah, that would be nasty. Keep in mind that he hasn't deployed Ray yet.
Yeah, but Poe can one-shot Ray, and then there's a Poe on the board.
Yeah, that's true. If Poe one-shot Ray, then Poe is 6-4. It doesn't even get killed by Talking Town. That's a huge deal. So he's probably just gonna. It's very smartly played from Mario. Mario is kind of like holding on this Poe. He's like, no, I'm not gonna attack Poe. I'm gonna wait for you to get out the Ray, and I'm just gonna kill it. And with Poe as a 6-4, good luck getting rid of it without having to spend a removal.
So Kristoff is just passing here. He knows he can't deploy Ray. So hopefully we're gonna see the Luke from Mario. Hopefully. I mean, if you're cheering for Han.
You are such a mean guy. That is better than Luke, I think. Is it not?
No, but it's damage, so they just trade, right?
Oh yeah, they just trade. Okay, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, still decent play, I guess. It's just a 6.
Yeah,
it's not the most efficient, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, you can't always have the Lukes for the turn 5.
Yeah.
Unless you're me and you're just super lucky.
So here in this case, you probably want to pass with Ray, right? And just take the stab from Poe and then deploy Ray and then kill the Poe Damron.
Yeah. You have to pass. Yeah, because if you pass, I think Mario then maybe has to claim, because you don't want Ray to restore 3 and get rid of your Poe. And if you claim, you're fine. Ray is not hitting the board. You can just continue utilizing or like snowballing your lead. Um,
That's
but
a very
still,
good point here. Do you if Ray passes? Oh yeah, he claims very.
yeah,
So Mario
exactly.
Mario knows what's up. Mario is
Yeah.
big brain play here from Mario. Big brain play. Decides to pass. To decide to take the initiative. Does not get
Yeah.
tempted by a big post lap because he knows that this lap is going to cost him a lot.
Yeah, indeed. So now we can just continue threatening the raid deploy. He has 7 resources, so we could see a Chewbacca, for instance, taking out that restored arc.
And
Yeah.
this little sequence of play, guys, if you guys want to convince someone who is deep into like competitive card games to play this game, this little sequence here, so show and explain that sequence to your friend. That is, in my opinion, what makes this game special and good. Is even when you're far behind, you got plays, you got stuff you can do, and you don't even have to play cards. Sometimes not playing your cards and sometimes not deploying can put you in a very good position, and that's why this game is so fucking good. Okay, let's be honest.
Yeah, looks like Mario actually decided to discard a card just to put 2 more damage on the base. And crucially, that's 19 damage. So with 3 more, might... I mean, it's gonna get negated by the heal, but it's gonna be in range of Poe for next turn.
Yeah, it is definitely like a lot of pressure, but there is a lot of restore going on from the Ray deck.
Yeah.
And once again, Tarkin has not been used yet, so I think it's still a winnable game for Ray, and I think it's all comes down to that holding on the Ray deploy here.
Yeah, going base.
Going base.
What does that mean?
Going base. Maybe he's hoping that
7
Ray's gonna
resources,
get killed, and then he's gonna play a Luke to kill the Poe in one shot. I think that's what it means.
Yeah, but Mario's already attacked with both of his units. Very interesting to see what Christoph is going to play this turn. Maybe he's just going to Rivals Fall or Fell the Poe. So he would rather have his Ray alive still.
Oh, this is the Luke. Oh no, this is the Chewbacca. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Chewie.
Finally, first Chewie of the day.
Yeah. Play more Chewie, guys. They're so good.
Yeah, Chewie's good, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Christoph is now regretting not attacking Poe because he could have been able to take out Poe with the Tarkin Town. And
But
now
he's
he has
gonna play Luke now. He's gonna play Luke. Don't worry, it's gonna make sense. It's gonna make sense.
Okay.
If he does not play Luke right now, then I agree with you. But he might play it and then just one shot the Poe.
Yeah. But I mean,
here we go, my friend. Here you go.
Yeah, we can. Okay. If he would have attacked into Poe, he could have used Luke to remove Han. So, like,
yeah,
he doesn't really need to push damage.
Yeah, but then he
on
would
the
have
base
died.
that
He would have
far.
lost his Ray. But yeah.
Or the restored arc, rather, to Chewie.
Yeah.
But yeah, looks actually. Christoph has been able to put a decent amount of damage on Mario's base because of that restored arc. So
yeah, but
it's
because
not like he's
it's still anyone's game. I believe it's still anyone's game. There's no way to one shot this Luke from Mario's side. So if he doesn't have removal, Christoph might be able to come back in this. Yeah, turns out Luke is a pretty good card. Can turn games around fairly well. And that's why, like, that he managed to discard the Ray in the game before was just such a big deal.
Yeah. And I think now is when Mario really wants to draw his Great Dragon. Just to put a lock on the board. Because even though he can't deal with Luke, Christoph can't deal with his board either. So if he then puts a damage tax on all of his events, or cards rather. Oh, it's the Fell. Also pretty good.
Fell the Dragon, yeah, it's excellent. It's just exactly what he needed here. Is exactly what the doctor ordered. And now he has just a huge board position. But if he has an pillage...
Ah, no.
Okay, he's not discarding amazing cards here. So I don't think that's a big deal. I think those were the two last cards that he had. But it's still... Those are not like massive discards, to be fair.
Yeah, my reaction no was more of like, no, Christoph, that's not what you want to do. You're so far behind on the board.
yeah, that's true.
I wished it was a fell, right, to take care of that Chewie.
No.
Pillaging is decent when you're in an even state, but if you're behind on the board, you're just gonna take so much damage for it.
Yeah, I'm
So-
assuming he didn't have any other play. That's
Yeah, obviously.
But yeah, he's pretty dead now. I think this.
Yeah.
I think we're about to see who is gonna win that argument,
Yep.
and that means we have 2 hand blue in top 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So basically, it's hand
And
blue, 2 hand blue, and
more.
one Boba red, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. We should just rename this stream to Han Blue versus Boba Red. Like, that's been 50% of our games.
Yeah, that's been a lot of games. Yeah.
But let's see if Mario can get his revenge. But okay, let's not be too quick. The game's not over yet.
Yeah, the game is not over yet. Tech is just having a bit of when we thought that Mario did not have any other play. That's one of the one thing that this pillage was doing was to prevent Mario from playing anything, and even that it did not accomplish. Come on, pillage, you had one job. One job you had was to prevent Mario from making a play, and look at this. Aiko, GG, well done.
GG's.
Mario is coming back from the dead, guys.
Oh yeah.
Coming back from the dead.
This match shows why ECL needs to be banned.
Oh
What
yeah,
does that
absolutely. Yeah.
mean?
I'm pretty sure this is a funny joke.
Reference.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. How many ECL is there in this top 12?
There was one, and they got knocked out.
Oh yeah, I think
by
Matthias
Han.
is the highest guy who was playing ECL. Sabine. Okay, guys, that means we got Mario. Mario came back from the dead. He lost
I mean,
second round
yeah, I
here.
mean-
Where's Mario? Mario. Oh yeah, no,
There.
he lost second round of and grind is all the way back. He's gonna have
Yep.
to play against Christian. This is a rematch, guys. We saw Christoph versus Mario
Yes.
earlier, right? Yeah. Earlier,
Yeah.
Mario lost to Christian. We know that his version of Hand Blue is not as well suited to deal with Boba Red. So Christian is gonna have to beat two Hand Blue in a row, guys. That's the play, guy. That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he can. Like, the games he lost against Martin was basically just because of force throw into redemption.
Yeah.
Or not only because of that, but
That was a big play.
that helped
yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, the fourth throw into redemption into. Basically, Mario needs to take note from that play from Mario. It's like,
Yes.
okay, the play is fourth throw. Fourth throw. I just want to take a look at the deck list here. So Mario. Yeah, he plays the 3 redemption. Okay, that's 3 redemption, 3 fourth throw. So he can make that play. He can make this play reliably. That's his gameplay, guys. That's what he's trying to do.
Great.
Yeah, so God says they were second Sabine in loser bracket. Yeah, but when we were talking about the one who went like the furthest. So from that point on, there were no ECL left in the tournament. But yeah, so, like ECL is good, but it's when you I think if ECL was an auto include, like was literally played over every single 30 HP base, I would be like, okay, there's a problem. And to be honest, I don't know if you remember, Jonah, before the release of the game, right?
Yeah.
Everybody thought ECL was the greatest thing in the world. It would be crazy to play a 30 HP base green over ECL. It would be crazy. People would be calling it, "Are you dumb? Are you stupid?" And and basically, but now things are different. Now we have a much better understanding of the game, and I can guarantee you guys that ECL is fine. It actually might be. Basically, ECLs and Talking Towns are both the only playable 25 HP base in competitive.
Yeah.
So they're actually quite balanced.
Yeah. I would say so. I think the cards themselves are balanced. It's more that some units really, really benefit from the ambush. But that's always going to be the case, right? You can't design units so none can benefit from the base, then the base is not good. But
And there's also the
you're
other
gonna have
argument
some
of like,
exceptions with, like the Pawn Wrecker.
yeah, and there's also the argument of like certain units will not see play if ECL did not exist. There's also the argument. Like think about
Yeah.
the new Darth Maul, the 5/6 Darth Maul. Think about Steadfast Battalion, which still does see a little bit of play. Think about Kylo Ren. All those cards would still play if ECL did not exist. So you can make the argument of ECL is too good with certain cards. Okay, that's true. But it also allows certain cards that normally would not see play to see play, and I think that's great for the game.
Actually, hot take. I think playing Boba with ECL and Steadfast Battalion is pretty good in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, some people play old school Boba ECL and do well. We saw like Codfi doing very well in Take the Initiative with this deck. It's a deck that is in my opinion pretty solid. We saw some PQ guys still doing well with Boba ECL. It's when you know that both options are valid, you know that this is why it's balanced, and that's why you need to not touch.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think the fact that Steadfast hits for 7 is just so good into the 30 HP Boba Green, right?
Yeah.
So you want to shut that down before armor comes into play.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
In any case, guys, we're taking a small break, and we'll be back for the final of the loser bracket, and after that we have the grand final. So 2 more games going on. It's gonna be super cool, super exciting. I hope you guys enjoy this, and we'll be right back.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 2-3 minutes. Players are already setting up, so.
Okay. So maybe we should stay. We already talked about the deck list. We already talked about the deck list already, guys. So there's no much to talk about. I mean, we can show the list if you guys are joining us in the channel. We're just gonna show you the list if you're joining us. So this is Mario's list. It is Han Blue, a pretty classic Han Blue with a sideboard that is very anti-aggro. His deck is slightly worse against Boba Red than the other Boba Blue, which is still on course, which is the one of Martin, which is in the winner match. I think it's a matchup. It is favorite for Boba Red. We said it before. We'll say it again. Tarkin Town, Boba Red having access to Tarkin Town is a big deal against Han. Han needs to find those. He doesn't have that many anti-space aggro card like. Only 2 Core Condensed Interceptor. The things gets a bit better after sideboard, but it's still a little bit clunky. So, and definitely the underdog. Let's take a look at Christoph's list. It's not Christoph, Chris. Chris. This is a fairly classic version of Boba Red, but it does emphasize a lot on trying to get this triple Dark Raid for 4. So basically, think about triple Dark Raid as a 4 resources card in this deck. To be looking for either Ruthless Raider, Fetch Fire Spray, or Xenado Blood into those big plays. He's not playing because he really wants to use the Tarkin Town for 6. Then he does not value the Tarkin Town TIE Advance combo as much.
Do you mean triple Dark Raid?
Sorry? Yeah, triple Dark
Raid. You mean triple Dark Raid, right?
Yeah. Sorry. He's not playing as many TIE Advance as a regular list because he doesn't want to play triple Dark Raid on 3. He wants to play triple Dark Raid on 4 and get those 6 drops going. That's basically what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Whether you agree or disagree with this take, that's the take. And then there's another take we all disagree with is that Kylo Talonser over Mercenary Gunship. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Anyway.
Yeah, it's clearly a budget restriction.
That has to be a budget restriction,
Didn't have time to get the 3rd. And we can mention Chris actually qualified to the top cut yesterday by playing in the Day 1 Swiss. And he played Boba Yellow there. So probably also a space deck, I guess, since he's playing space deck now, but it doesn't necessarily have to be.
Yeah, probably. Okay,
but I think it's really cool to see this deck in play.
Is it?
Looks really
is
fun.
It really, really, Nick? Is it? This deck is the most cancer deck in the game. Like, come on. Let's be serious.
I just haven't watched that many games of it, so I think it's fun to see 2 triple Dark Raids on the Boba flip turn.
I did watch quite a few games of this, and I can tell you it is not a cool deck. It is just such a lame deck. It's just trying to prevent you from, like, it's just, it's just, anyway. I'm glad this deck was discovered in the later part because I knew about this deck very early on, like the Boba Red deck. I knew about this deck very early on.
Yeah.
And I knew this deck was cancer. I knew this was like the least interactive, most autopilot brain dead deck in the game. I knew about it. And I was like, I hope people don't pick it up. And for the most part, people did not pick it up until late because I knew from the long time it was a very strong deck. Actually, the Swoop Racers, which would say hi if they're watching the stream, have been made the deck tech videos about Boba Red very early on. Very early on. And the deck hasn't been picked up until very late. And I'm glad because less Boba Red, I think, is... If you think Boba Green and Boba Yellow are cancer to play against, but think about playing against Boba Red. Like, it's next level. Next level. Of course, no hate throughout Christoph. He's playing what works. No hate at all. Don't hate the players, hate the game.
Yeah. Yeah, but at least it's a quick deck, so hopefully we're not going to be dragging it out for 75 minutes.
Come on, Niklas. Are you not enjoying being with me? Are you not enjoying having fun?
To limited lengths.
I'm sure you prefer to be with me, like in front of the computer screen, instead of being with your wife. Ugh, yikes. Ugh. Who wants to be? Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. One player is in the toilet. That's why we're waiting. Just so you know.
So I guess I'm gonna take the chance to get some water and be back.
For people still watching while the players are setting up, I'm going to show you something really cool. Do you guys want to check out? Do you guys want to see my Asajj aggro token deck? Okay, I'll show it. Here you go. This is the deck I've been working on. It's the Asajj token aggro deck. So the idea of the deck is you play very wide, loads of very small units, and then any unit is a threat. Any unit can be equipped with... I play 2 copies of Jetpack, 3 copies of DR-44 blasters, 3 copies of... I did 2 copies of Surprise Strike. Any units can be a threat. So there's a lot of cool stuff. We got the Infiltrator Demolisher, which is such underrated card of the set. Very strong. Can boost things with Yutang. We got some barrage, and then we have Gore as the finisher. We don't exploit any of our tokens until it's time for Gore to come into play. And we also have the resupply play where we go resupply turn 1. We resupply turn 2, summon Asajj. Asajj can attack because I played an event. I already have the bonus going on. I can kill something, and I can summon token at the same time. This is really cool. And as you mentioned, Bryce, we got 2 copies of General Taggy. So it's a very cool deck. I've been having a lot of fun playing with this. So back to the game.
I'm coming back and okay, we got a new contender here in the tournament.
I'm just saving time. I'm just showing off my list. So nice. Adam Reynolds, I think you are tuning in it slightly too late because we showed the deck list a few seconds ago. Players are shuffling. Maybe we can just show the list one more time. Here we go. That's the list. That's attacking town. Red list. There you go. Back to the game. So okay. So for people who are joining us, this is the 2 Moons SW Premier Championship 2024. It is the lower bracket final. Whoever wins this game gets to play the grand final. and whoever loses is out. Will be still number 3 in the tournament, so we still get some pretty sweet prizes. For people who are wondering what is the top 4 looks like, so we have in top 4 2 Han Blues, 1 Ray Red, and 1 Boba Red. So very, very blue, white, red focus meta today. Because people have said, this deck is doing not so bad against Boba, it's doing pretty well against aggro. Let's try it out. And I think this was a good call.
Yeah.
So, he wrote Theo saying, Asajj is super cool. I agree, Asajj is very cool, and she will become even cooler when Boba gets banned, if he gets banned. If he gets banned. So we're back into mulliganing now. Bolsters are going for mulligan. And I'm going to reset the timer. Here we go. So players have 75 minutes because it is a top cut game. And whenever the timer is out, whoever has the most HP left on his base wins the game. If bolsters have the same amount, whoever has the initiative wins the game. That's how it works.
Yep. And that's if the game is a 1-1 and the time goes out in the third game.
Obviously.
Yep.
But I cannot imagine, especially in those matchups, I cannot imagine time running out on a 1-0. Something really weird has happened that game, if that ever is the thing.
Yeah.
So we're expecting some pretty short games. Obviously, in this matchup, Boba Red is the aggressor. He's going to try to put tremendous amount of pressure, use Thorrk in town to get ahead early in the game.
Yeah.
And basically, Han Blue is going to pray to have the right card. Another thing as well is that Mario has been playing multiple games in a row at this point. Chris hasn't played for a while, so he's kind of fresh in his mind. He's not as tired as his opponent.
Yeah. Mario has literally played. This is his 6th game in a row now.
Yeah.
While Christian, he played 4 in a row and then got a break.
Yeah, Chris is on. Chris, this is the 5th game for Chris for the day, and for Mario, it is. This is his 6th game, so he basically played one more game and just won it. But more importantly, it's just literally finished game. While basically Chris had a break between his upper bracket final and now.
Pretty rough start with Cassian. Means Thorrk in town will just clear that. Question is, will we see a 1-drop? No. Would be really, really good for Chris to have like a Stormtrooper here to follow it up.
Yeah, that would have been very nice, but it's still an excellent start. Like, it's still, you get rid of your opponent two drops and then you're playing. So Adam Reynolds is saying, the player on the left just keep cutting his deck instead of shuffling. Not sure how much you care. Yeah, no, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't know. I'm the kind of person who's like, I always think that players are kind of playing fair and square. Like, I'm not. I always come from the standpoint that people have good intentions.
Yeah, we're not judges either, so it's not our responsibility. But
if you're afraid, if you don't like the way your opponent is shuffling his deck, you just shuffle it back, and that's it. That's as simple as that. And if you don't,
so K2 here is not that good because it's kind of weak to Daring Raid. I would rather see a Kanan from Mario's side.
Yeah, Kanan would be slightly better. Oh, the Daring Raid! Oh my God, Daring Raid for free, guys. Yeah. This is why Boba Red is the king. This is why Boba is the king. Get those free 1 damage thing. I think Daring Raid is such a brilliant card in this deck. To be fair. Yeah. Look at this. Look how if he has of course he needs a 3-drop to follow that up.
Yeah. So I think right now Mario's just thinking if he wants to take the 3 damage or make Chris discard. That's why we're waiting.
Yeah, he's thinking about. I think you want to make your opponent discard here.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Okay, make the opponent discard a Waylay. That's nice. And then we'll see if the Boba has a follow-up play to this. It's going to take initiative. Oh, it does have, and that's a good one.
That's nasty. So both turns now we see Boba not only getting rid of Han's unit, but also putting a space unit on the board.
Two
So this
turns
is
in a row,
looking
guys.
pretty good.
He
for
did that
Chris.
2 turns in a row. That is absolutely nasty. Like, this is just so disgusting, to be fair. And keep in mind, guys, that Mario has 0 answer to Type Phantoms in his main deck. He doesn't play Make an Opening main deck. And he doesn't play... And his mystical reflections are in the sideboard.
Yeah. So Chris really wants to see like a 4-stroke or a waylay here to deal with that Poe. He found a Dark Raid. That's also really good.
Yeah, this is the best 4-drop he has, and he's gonna just put so much pressure.
Yeah.
Cannot kill the Poe this turn, but honestly, he's gonna deal so much damage. He doesn't really care.
Yeah.
Just race me, bro. Race me.
Poe will be able to take out the Silencer next turn by discarding a card, but Mario is gonna take 11 damage to the base right now. So do you mind turning out on those numbers?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thorrk?
I get absorbed. I'm a terrible person to manage those things. Someone should. I get absorbed by the game so much, and I just
Maybe next time I will do the technical.
Yeah, you do a technical next time. I'm such a loose person on that.
No worries.
Okay, it's gonna be a good Poe attack here. You can get 6 to the base and get rid of the TIE Silencer. That's something good going for Mario, but another triple Dark Raid with another Ruthless Raider will finish off the Poe, or even like another Daring Raid would also be excellent here.
Yeah. But I think it would be greedy not for Mario to just attack and get rid of that Silencer.
Oh yeah, he's gonna do this 100%. There's no way he doesn't do that. The risk he's taking here is huge.
Boba is coming out this turn, so still he has to deal with that too.
So yeah, 16 damage to base. That's a lot of damage that early in the game.
Yeah.
And as expected, the Poe discard, as we expected. No surprise there. That means he has no way to one-shot the Boba.
Yeah, unless we're gonna see a Kanan into 4th throw or something like that.
Kanan into 4th throw? Oh yeah, okay. Kanan.
Yeah.
Kanan 4th throw. Kanan 4th throw in the Redemption. Yeah, okay. That's.
Yeah. Something like
it is possible, but it is fairly unlikely. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Agreed.
This is basically, if you guys wonder how Martin won this matchup earlier, is by doing just that. Oh my God, if he finds another Ruthless Raider, this is such a blowout.
No. Sorry, you don't know what's happening right now. He's gonna find the Ruthless Raider, ready a resource with Boba, and then play a second triple Dark Raid.
No, it's not quite happening like this. We're saying it's okay. This is a kind of a miss here on this triple Dark Raid, but it's not so bad. It's still deal 4 damage. I mean, Mario is basically taking 8. He's at 28 this turn. If Chris had as a Daring Raid, he wins the game this turn.
Yeah, or Surprise Strike.
Oh, Surprise Strike, yeah. Oh my God.
So looking pretty good.
Chris has not tapped out anything yet. Oh, nice. That's a good one. Obi-Wan will block the Boba Fett, but keep in mind that, if he has the Surprise Strike, he can just take initiative and just win. He's just incredibly far ahead, but we'll see what he does here.
He could also have a Force Choke, attack with Boba, and then finish with Daring Raid.
Yeah, that's... Now we're getting into really the complicated combination of cards that
very
can win.
specific sequence of plays, yeah. So he is thinking about whether or not to deploy, maybe? Because the initiative is, of course, valuable. And maybe he doesn't have any other cards to play, even with readying resources. So he's just going to take the initiative.
Yeah, obviously the TIE Phantoms come back into hand. Yeah, if he finds Surprise Strike, it's game over. If he finds any anyway. He does have. We know also that he has a Restless Raider in hand, so he can just simply attack with the TIE Phantoms and finish the job with Restless Raider.
True, that's true.
And I don't see any way for Mario to win a bunch of HP.
Can
you play Redemption
No.
with discount? No, it's too early.
That's 7.
No, yeah. So yeah.
So
I think he's dead.
I don't think he played any other sources of healing.
The early game was just too good from the Boba. This is one of the most disgusting early game I've seen in a long time. To be fair, like the Ray Red is just to be fair, like Boba Red is such a fun deck must be such a fun deck to play because it's not fun to play against, but it must be such a fun deck to play because there's so many like combos that are pretty nasty.
Yeah.
Even with ISB Agent, we haven't seen any ISB Agents that combo, but you can go like ISB Agent, Greedo, Stormtrooper, like on turn 1.
Yeah, and like even though the turns were sick, they could have been even better.
Yeah. This is
Like,
like
should have
this is rookie numbers, guys. This is barely and look at this. How about I destroy your base and kill your paw at the same time? How about that?
He's like, okay,
Is he not dead?
I'm gonna know.
Did I
Yeah,
miss
he
him?
is. He just hasn't realized yet.
Okay, then maybe he's just in disbelief. Okay,
Yeah.
he does not believe. He's like, am I dead already? Like, am I not? You did 20 damage right now. You didn't deal 30, right? No, he did. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Let's talk about sideboard.
Yeah.
Talk about sideboard. What do we have for sideboard? So we're going back to Chris list. Sideboard. Nothing. Doesn't care. I don't care. I don't need anything.
Yeah, he doesn't need to, but he has been siding in the Wolves earlier in this matchup.
Okay, Goran Jovansky is asking, why don't we see Boba HP? 2 reasons. First of all, we don't care. And second of all, I'm really bad at managing the program and I always forget to put the HP. But the real reason is we don't care. He's not the like.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but okay.
Anyway, I'll try to be better on this. I promise.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we got this. Okay, sideboard. Honestly, what would you sideboard, Jonah?
Reiterating, I don't think he needs to sideboard any cards, but Wolf is okay to stop healing from Redemption. But other than that, Ordi looks pretty good for this matchup.
Okay, talk about Mario. Mario, you need to get back. So Mario,
That's a bit more interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mystical
Mystical Reflection for sure. Obviously, Concord Down Interceptor.
Carabas too.
Yeah, maybe the Carabas, the Felder Dragon for
Fire Spray.
And yeah, for Fire Spray, yeah, that's about it. And
yeah.
I was a big fan of Village People to keep the Boba at bay. I don't think it's useless. I think it might be better than some of those cards. As I said, they really wanted to keep the pillage. We saw a lot of people just keeping the pillage. We saw like Martin keeping the pillage in this matchup. This situation where it's good, but I probably, generally speaking, would prefer to play village personally.
Yeah.
But obviously, you take out the Crate Dragons, too expensive, too that kind of thing.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think Maze is any good in this matchup either.
Maze. So if people are wondering the sideboard here, more village people, Eric Resolve, no stuff.
Dude, I'm so much looking forward to the time when you're gonna get bullied for saying village people after you are bullying Edu for doing it. And
I didn't bully him. I just found it funny. I just took on the joke. That's it.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay. Yeah. So players are getting ready. I'm gonna be
hopefully
hiding the HP. Yeah. It's technical because I have to hide the HP because it's a Magic the Gathering life counter. So it starts at 20. So we didn't want it to confuse people. So when people we literally can't set it to 0. It's just not possible. So we have to set it to 20. So I have to hide them and I have to unhide them when someone's taking damage. And sometimes people heal, so I have to hide it again and then put it back. And whenever you are casting a game and you have to hide, unhide, sometimes you forget. That's basically what happens.
Yeah. Especially when you've been staring at the screen for how many hours? 6, 7?
We are currently at 7 hours 49 minutes of stream, guys.
8 hours, yeah.
This is a marathon. and we are so glad that you guys are so many to join us.
Yeah.
I can see been a drop in viewership since the Boba. I have the proof in numbers that people are sick of Boba. If people want to prove, we were even on the mirror match. People were more interested in looking at the mirror match. We had like 130 people looking at the mirror of Blue, White, Red. People were more interested in that than seeing Boba. That basically speaks volume on how sick people are to see Boba. I think I have the proof.
Nice. Very sound. Scientific.
Absolutely. 100% scientific.
All right, shuffling up. Okay, let's just think about this for a moment. What does Mario need to be able to fend off Boba's start?
I think it needs a good start that doesn't involve having a damage unit into play, which is definitely problematic. It's definitely like a tall order because most of his good openings involves getting a Cassian into play that hasn't been damaged. So he wants to delay as long as possible the options for Boba to use Tarkin Town. That's basically number one thing. For number two, he needs to find the anti-space silver bullets like Concord Dawn Interceptor, the mystical reflections against the TIE Phantoms.
Yeah.
And then he needs to go fourth throw redemption or fourth throw Krayt Dragon, fourth throw Chewbacca to one-shot the Boba. Also, it could fourth throw Mace Windu, fourth throw Luke. He has plenty of ways to do it. But basically, he needs to have some sort of force unit into play as Boba gets deployed to one-shot him, so he doesn't cause trouble. And then he needs to kind of seal the deal with a redemption, heal a bunch, put a blocker into play. Redemption is it's kind of weird in this matchup. At the same time, it's really good because it gives you a space blocker, but in the meantime, there's so many cards in Boba Red that can get rid of it. Like we talked about, obviously, Daring Raid, obviously Tarkin Town, Ruthless Raiders. There's so many cards that can just kill it. So you have to be kind of conservative on how much HP you're giving back with it.
Indeed, yeah. I think I completely agree in your plan there. To say it more in concrete cards, maybe starting with an A-Wing would be ideal. Or a Sabine is also okay. But then if you start with Sabine, you definitely need to follow it up with a Concord Dawn on turn 2. And maybe Kanan on turn 3 would be good, so he can actually enable that force throw when Boba deploys. I mean, he could, of course, play Kanan also on 5 resources, and rather play, for instance, a Poe or 4 is also pretty good. So there are some lines, some angles to try to resist, but it's not going to work if he starts with damaged Cassian.
Yeah, this is like the definition of a bad matchup, because a bad matchup doesn't mean a matchup that is impossible to win. A bad matchup means a matchup where, in order to win, the line of play that you need to take and the sort of cards you need to have are a lot more complicated than usual. By the way, we know what people cited out. Han cited out the pillage. Thank God. Krayt Dragon, River's Fall, and Chewbacca. Cited in Carabas, Mystic Reflection, Heroic Sacrifice, Concord Dawn. I think that's a good call. Heroic Sacrifice, not so sure, but Boba cited out the TIE Advance, the Lurking TIE, a Death Star Stormtrooper, and added 3 Wolves. That's the same sideboard that he had last time against Martin. We'll see how that pays out. I definitely think that Han benefits a lot more from his sideboard than his opponent.
Look at the screen. I called it. Sabine into Concord Dawn. Looks good.
Exactly. That's exactly what he needs. Okay, this is already first part of this test. Oh, this is great. ISB agent is going to reveal a card. He's going to deal 1 circle one interceptor. Tarkin Town. No. We thought he had a good start.
This is not what we wanted to see.
Yep.
And especially if he follows it up with a 3 cost in space, then it's going to be awful.
Yeah. If he has a follow-up 3 cost in space. This is the reason why. This is actually the first time we see ISB agent being played. And it's really a good card in this deck, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So John Albert is asking who won the first game, and Chris, the Boba player, won the first game. So this is currently the second game. And this is the lower bracket final. You're watching the 2 Moons SWU Premier Championship 2024. Whoever wins gets into the grand final.
Quite interesting to see
he does have a 3
Mario
drop.
not killing the ISB agents, going base instead.
Yeah, I can respect that. Because if he has like a big... I can respect that. Because like racing is also a way to go about it. And you're playing someone who's playing a 25 HP base.
Yeah.
Someone's playing a 25 HP base. And the ISB agents is really not that big of a threat, especially since he's not playing any. He's not playing DL44 blasters, so ISB agents is really not that big of a threat.
Yeah. Yes. And he does not decide to steal the mercenary gunship. Means he probably has something better to play. And there's the Poe. He's literally following my plan. That means next turn we're gonna see Kanan into Force Throw Redemption. Nice.
Yeah, the Poe is a big one, and as we said, the racing is definitely on the menu here. You're playing against 25 HP base. Poe is uncontested. Poe just puts a tremendous amount of pressure on you, so it's definitely a much better game for Han. Is exactly what he needs to do. Oh, that really hurts. That really hurts.
I mean, at least you're not taking 6 damage from a Ruthless Raider coming in.
Yeah, but the fact that he managed to play well and develop another threat at the same time, that is just absurdly good. It's so good.
Yeah. You know what would make this deck the best deck in the game? If it could play Cunning for 4.
Oh yeah, if this deck had access to Cunning, bro, it would be just disgusting. You know, like when I started first building this deck, I thought about whether Cunning for 6 was worth it in this deck. And I'm sure it is not completely bad.
Yeah, actually.
It's just a little bit difficult to play Cunning, because Cunning is the kind of card that you want to play when you're putting his tap out. Because then you can give +4 attack on something and you know this thing is not going to die or get exhausted or anything. And doing this whenever your Cunning costs 6 is far more difficult.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that if you are running in a meta that's very, very aggro, Cunnings for 6 is going to be very good. Like, it could be a good sideboard card against aggro, actually.
Yeah. It's could kind of have somewhat of an effect like the outmaneuver, just to give yourself some time to win the game in space.
Yeah. Hot take, guys. Hot take. You guys ready for hot takes? Outmaneuver is bad in this deck. Most of the time.
Yeah, it's a very specific scenario where it's actually useful.
Yeah, it's too specialized. It just sticks in your hand. It just doesn't feel good. Cutting for 6 is the way to go, I believe. But anyway, I'm not a huge talking town Boba player, to be fair.
Yeah.
And guys, and this deck is, even if Boba gets banned, this deck will be a thing, 100%. Because Django will just replace Boba. And it's not that big of a downgrade. And to some regard, it could even be considered an upgrade, because of all the synergies with IB Agent, with how's it called? Ruthless Raider.
Yeah.
So watch out for this deck, even if Boba gets banned. But I think it's a deck that if people know it's part of the meta, it's a fairly easy deck to counter. It's not like Boba Green, which I think is far more difficult.
Chris has learned. He's deploying early, so he can't get force thrown.
Oh yeah, that is actually a very smart play. Yeah, if you're deploying Boba here, you know you can't get force, or there's no force unit in play, then you're sure to get your attack in before he gets attack. There's an argument maybe here is attacking first with the mercenary gunship, so it doesn't get stolen. But yeah.
But then theoretically, Kanan could hit the board, and then you're in danger.
Possibly, yeah. But even that happens. With the amount of space unit he has, it's not necessarily like a massive deal.
Yeah. And that's the crazy thing, right?
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Yeah.
He doesn't need Boba Flip to be great. He's in a great spot.
Yeah, Boba Flip is like, it's literally the Boba deck in which the Boba matters the least.
Yep.
And all space decks are going to be are going to become better and better as the game goes older, because the critical mass of good space threat is only going to increase over time.
Yep.
And we see Han coming out. No good to me dead on. Okay, it's not the best no good to me in the world, but he has nothing else to do with his resources. Might as well do it.
Yeah. Would much rather see triple dark red here.
Yeah, I'm sure he does too. But he might be able to still do it though. Okay, the fourth throw was there. Oh, that's a surprise strike being discarded. Okay, that was his last card in hand. I still think it's a great spot, even though he's gonna be wasting a lot of resources this turn. One of the inconvenience of playing Boba Red is because you are not playing DL44 blasters. You don't have the same all those smuggle cards that really help.
But you could play them, right? But it's just not that good in the deck.
Yeah, no, it's not that good. No, it's because you don't play enough ground units. If DL44 Blaster work on space, it would be the best card in the game. So Endo Commando 82 says, I'm sure Boba Red is the better version, but I run Granite Crystal deck that is similar and is very fun and surprise some other players. Should improve the set 3 with a few new cards. I agree, guys. Any time of the day, play a deck that you've made yourself, that you're having fun with, over playing the meta deck, if that's what makes you happy. This is a game we play for fun, okay? It doesn't matter. It matters so much more than playing the meta deck. So play a meta deck if you're interested in winning. Play a non-meta deck if you're not. Don't talk down on people who play meta decks. Don't talk down on people who play brews. Everybody plays the game the way they want, and just and that's the way you have fun.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi comes out, blocking the Grand Arena.
And it's damaged. So leaving one resource here.
Does he have the full throw play? This is what I would be scared of if I was. Maybe he has the mystical reflection.
Yeah, true. But okay, he's not gonna kill Obi-Wan immediately. Interesting.
Okay.
So I think
I would kill. I would like my alarm. My full throw alarm here would just go on like.
Yeah, exactly.
Here you go. Mystical teaching. Mystical reflection. Fucking it. Sorry, I'm a magic player, so for me this is mystical teaching.
But maybe it's easier to remember if you say mystic reflection.
Oh yeah, mystic reflection.
I think that's what it's called.
Oh, okay. 26. He's not dead, but he's not in good shape. He did everything we asked him to do, excepted the fourth throw into Boba. And I think this feels like it's what he needs, but to get this game out.
Yeah, and Chris can just claim here and finish the game with Ruthless Raider, right? So.
Yeah, no, this is game over. So looks like Chris will be in the final. Well done, well played by both players. I think Mario did his best, to be fair. Like I don't think he's made any significant mistakes in those games.
And this showed just how difficult the matchup is.
Yeah, this matchup
almost the perfect cards we could think of. The Boba flip wasn't even that good.
Yeah.
But he just wins.
Yeah, the Boba deck did not do anything exceptional this game. It didn't do anything special. That was just absurd.
I mean, the ISB agent was very, very good though. But other than that, it was very...
But you see, like, this is the thing. Is like, we said that, but there's so many things that are strong. There's so many things that are powerful. So it's like... And guys, this deck is gonna get much better with the. It's not much better, but it's gonna get better with the new set, because we're gonna have this 3/2 guys in space that pings when it comes to play. This card is gonna be. It's basically an ISB agent. It's basically 7th Fit Defender made glove with ISB agent, and this is what happened. This is this monstrosity that's coming out of it. It's because this card is gonna be so good. I forgot his name. I think it's called P38 spaceship, whatever. Like, I don't know. This card is so good. So, Christian takes 2-0, and we are going to be ready for the grand final. stay with us, guys. It's not going to be long. Players are just going to be kind of switching seats and stuff. We'll try to get this event wrapped up with Christian versus Martin, which already saw each other in the semifinal with Christian. Martin won 2-1. So Martin won again. He has to do it again. He has to knock out the same guy. This guy is kind of like, it's like the leech that keeps coming back to bite you. And
it's gonna be really rough for Martin, as we just saw. It's an unfavorable matchup for Han, but there are some lines like the lines he did pull off in the last series. So hopefully he can do it again.
Yeah, couple of things that he has that I think helps him a lot. Number one, he's playing the full 3 Concordant Interceptors in the main deck. That's a big deal. Yep. He plays Fang Fighters in the main deck, which I believe also help because it means he has more space units, more ways to interact with the opponent. He's not playing A-Wing, however. He's not playing A-Wing. That's worth noticing.
Yeah.
His sideboard is a lot better, I believe, because he plays Open Fire. I think is great in this matchup. More Concordant Interceptors, more Takedown, more Feather Dragon, and 2 Make an Opening, which is such a better card than Mystic Reflection. A Mystic Reflection is conditional, this is unconditional. So in my opinion, Martin has a much better sideboard than Mario. I don't like Mario's sideboard as I already said. I think his sideboard did not help him winning this tournament. I can tell him. And I think the matchup, the sideboard of Martin just makes a lot more sense to me. And that means we're gonna have a closer game, I believe, because he's just better equipped. What do you think, Jonah?
I agree. I think he does have some cards that could help out, but still, it's gonna be tough.
It's gonna be tough. I still think that even with the few more cards that he has, I still believe it's a favorable matchup for Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Looks like the players will take approximately a 10-minute break.
Okay, so are we.
Yeah.
See you soon, guys. See you in 10 minutes for the grand final of the Two Moons Championship tournament. See you next.
Yeah. Maybe a bit less if we.
Okay. I'll stay tuned.
Yeah.
Soil where twin moons rise in the heart of 2 moons under endless skies. Legends gather, the brave and the bold. Seek
Yep, I'm here. Alrighty.
Hi everyone, welcome to THT and welcome to the grand final of the Two Moon Star Wars Unlimited Premier Championship 2024 in Zurich, organized by the Two Moon Store. I'm here joined with JonahNiklas. Hey man, how's it going?
Got it. Really good. Excited to see the final. It's gonna be a rematch actually between Martin and Christian. So let's see if Martin can take it once again.
Yeah, the players are here kind of waiting for us already, so we're going to jump directly into the game. If you've been following us today, you know more or less what those players are playing at this stage. And we are ready now. The players are kind of shuffling, getting their mulligan. So we got Chris playing as Boba Red, and here on the top we have Martin playing as Han. So I'm just going to change his name here so it's correct.
Yeah, we heard a lot from Martin earlier. He's been he qualified as the 4th seed and was pretty well prepared. He knows the local meta, teched a bit against aggro, so he managed to defeat a Sabine 2-0 and then winning against this Boba Fett aggro deck 2-1. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he can repeat the success.
Yeah, I think he's built his deck to build aggro, but I don't think he was expecting to see that kind of aggro showing up. This is obviously, we're talking about Boba Red, which is a very particular kind of aggro that has a completely different game plan. It's trying to dodge interacting with the opponent as much as possible and focusing on the space arena. We see players are checking their hands and they're ready to start. We said it earlier, basically in the early stage of the game, Han Blue is looking to put pressure on Boba Red or contest the space arena without damaging his own unit using Han, because otherwise he's just going to get Tarkin down. It's exactly what's happening here. You see, this deck is just going to get Tarkin down away. With that being
Okay, let's reset the timer here when we start.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. So we're gonna see a mercenary gunship coming down for Boba.
Yeah, classic. And
Pretty nice.
yeah, we should see Tarkin Town getting rid of this deck right away. There's no reason not to. Even though this deck is not doing a whole lot, just basically keeping the pressure on and keeping the ball clean. Because if you don't do anything and Han race you, you could actually lose the game because you're playing a 25 AP base.
Yep.
Yeah, so Liquid TCG is saying this matchup is very good for Boba Tarkin Town, and I definitely agree. We saw that earlier.
And
We've
here
seen
we
this
see
matchup at least
magic.
3 times today, so we have a pretty good. It is a good matchup for Boba Red, but it is definitely a winnable matchup for Martin. Martin showed us he won 2-1 versus Chris earlier, so we know. But here the follow up is insane. Got rid of the tech and untapped player Boba, and that's the reason why I believe, as much as I like the new Django, I don't think Django is not capable of doing things like this. And that's the reason why I believe Boba will still be better than Django, even in this deck.
Yeah. So seeing Yoda here is pretty nice. It's gonna be able to take out Greedo pretty much no matter what, unless he gets waylaid, of course. But the Restore 2 is also helpful.
Oh,
Force choke, no.
Force choke.
At least Martin will get 2 cards, so hopefully be able to draw some answers.
Yeah, but card draw is really not that big of a deal. Oh, the good news though is that was pretty much the only thing he did this turn. He didn't play any other threat. This could have been worse.
Definitely.
And this could have been way worse. Guys, if you're joining us, we are watching the final of the Two Moons SW Premier Championship 2024. The winners is getting some pretty awesome prizes, including the Vader black promo Vader, like the one you get from the convention promo pack.
Yeah. Really nice.
On top of other promo cards that they are getting as well.
Yeah.
Han right here gets the Podamron down. Podamron can be one-shotted by this Greedo, possibly, if he gets lucky. Or he can just simply attack it with Boba, which I think would be... Oh, no, never mind. He's only at 4.
So Poe is pretty nice if it gets to stick. Waylay and Force Choke can both deal with it pretty effectively. As you mentioned, Greedo also, if he's lucky on the when defeated. But there's not that many non-units in the deck.
Yeah, but he can just go like Greedo and then finish it off with an ISB agent. He's playing ISB agent in his deck, so that's another way he could deal with. But for sure, I think he needs to kill the Poe because otherwise the Poe can just one-shot Boba next turn, which is not great. If he's not killing the Poe, then he needs to make up for that by putting a tremendous amount of pressure on his opponent base.
So Poe is pretty nice. It's kind of what you want to see from Han on turn 4 or 4 resources. But next turn, we would like to see a Force unit into that Force throw. So it could be interesting.
Looks like he decided to go for aggression. For the aggression, going to base. Yeah, so he didn't have the answer. So he just decided to not take the risk and go for the more pressure. That is 12 damage on the base here. 12 damage on the base for Martin. So at this point in the game, I think it's still anyone's game. Martin has this massive Poe that can deal with the thing is like here he can attack into a Greedo and then discard a card to get rid of the mercenary gunship. I think that's what he needs to do.
Yeah.
I think attacking the base is a bit greedy, probably.
Yeah.
But this is the big turn for
I
Boba.
have to agree. But he really has to hope not to lose his Poe to that Greedo. That would be awful.
Yeah, but I think he needs to risk it, right?
Yeah.
Like this is always the tricky part with the Greedo, right? Do you kill it? Do you not kill it? Are you ready to roll the dice? That is the question. But this is a bad matchup, so in those kind of when you think you are the underdog, you're more likely to be wanting to take a risk because you know that if you're not taking any risk, you're not winning this game.
Yeah.
Chewbacca discards a mercenary gunship, and indeed he decided to go the flip turn. Oh, he doesn't get it. Good stuff for Martin.
That is really nice for Martin, yeah. Exactly what he needs.
But the problem is that we still have at least 8 damage to go. So Martin is still taking an absolute beating here.
Yeah.
So this Poe attack did not solve all of his problems.
Yeah, I think it's really nice to just deploy your leader first here, because you could, for instance, get waylaid.
Triple
there's
Dark Raid
the
is
triple Dark
nasty.
Raid, and he's probably looking for that Ruthless Raider. Being able to ready a resource and take out Poe would be very, very good right now.
Oh, he has it. That's insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can we all say it at the same time? Yikes! Oh my god, this is just nasty.
Shout out if you have been with us the whole day, then you know we have witnessed some crazy flip turns with double triple Dark Raid. So we possibly could see that this turn too.
Yeah. That is a good village people here. Just gonna be able to keep protecting the base against Boba. So it's actually a very good Sentinels. This is what I was saying. This card is despite you're playing against despite you're playing against a mostly a space unit, still like double Sentinels Sentinel Shield is still very good.
Yeah. Problem though is that Boba will be able to ready 2 resources here pretty much no matter what. So we could see something like a TIE Advanced or another raid. That would be pretty bad for Martin.
Boba comes out. No possibilities here of the fourth throw into redemption. This is the play that Martin. Basically, this is the play that wants Martin's his seat for the final. Like he wouldn't be here if he could not do those plays. He could make those plays. In this case, he cannot make them. Oh, he's gonna do it, but then he doesn't have any fourth units, so it's only just gonna be like force your opponent. Probably, I don't know how many cards the Boba player has, but he only has 1 card in hand and he's discarding the last card, and that's pretty good because then Boba would not be able to play anything after he decided to untap.
Yeah, and he's thinking on it for a long while, so it looks like he does have 2 cards. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 1 card to discard. Discarding
Fire Spray.
Fire Spray. That is a nice discard here. Very nice.
Yeah, and that probably means he does have something to play this turn.
I would say so, yeah. Very likely.
But he's not readying his resources.
Oh no, he's going
there
to.
we go.
He's going to.
Yeah.
Give him time.
And here it is.
Okay, but that was a 2-drop.
Cartel Splitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's decent.
Yeah. You prefer to. I think I agree with the idea of playing because playing Restless Raider on next turn anyway is not that bad.
Yeah.
Because he gets rid of village people, which allows the Boba to swing into base.
Yeah.
And that will be
Those
lethal
nasty
because
village
he only has 10 damage on board, 12 damage.
Yeah.
With the Restless Raider. Very comfortable situation to be in for the Boba player, especially since he has no pressure whatsoever going into his own base.
Yeah.
What does Martin needs to do to come back into this game, guys?
Honestly, with his main deck, I don't think there's anything he can do here. He can play like a Luke to take out the Lurking TIE Phantom, but he's still gonna face the Ruthless Raider and then 6 damage to the base. Or 8. Yeah, it's pretty much lethal regardless. I guess he could play another Sentinel to block
Joan
Boba.
Albert is like, wanting Boba to win so it gets banned, and wanting Han to win because it's nice. I'm on the first camp. I don't care. I have no joy in my heart anymore.
Yeah. So
It's taking
maybe
initiative.
Obi-Wan. What?
Is that Pillage?
Is that Pillage?
Yeah, he's dead. Okay, you dead. You dead, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you're at least stopping that Ruthless Raider, so now your Sentinel would do some work.
Yeah, but he's gonna have something else, right? He's not out of character, is he? Oh no, he's out of
No,
character.
it was his whole hand, yeah.
Okay, so maybe the Pillage was the cute.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was actually pretty nice. But it's not gonna help out in the long run. And I think Chris can just claim here, right? There's how many resources left for Martin? 2? 3?
2.
Yeah, 2. So he could just claim here and attack with the Lurking TIE, but it looks like he will attack with the Cartel Spacer instead.
Adam Reynolds is saying, I feel like they would ban armor over the leader. Just so you know, this deck does not play armor. And not only that, there's plenty of decks that... Armor is a good card, don't get me wrong. But it is... Boba would still 100% be the best deck in the game, even without armor. I'm pretty convinced about that.
Oh, snap.
Oh, yeah, very well played here. Yeah, because, okay, so what happened here is that TIE Silencer got discarded by Pillage. But then, obviously, TIE Silencer, you can play it even if it gets discarded. Kudos to Chris to remember about this, because to be fair, this is a fairly rare occurrence. Especially if you're not playing like a Kylo deck, you probably forgot that this card even has an ability. And remembering about this is a kudos to him. That was actually pretty well played.
Even though he could have just claimed and won the game, but...
Yeah, okay, well maybe that was not so smart. Okay, this is a huge redemption here.
But that was earlier in the turn, so...
Wasn't it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, after he attacked with the Lurking TIE, he had the chance, but it looks like he's still in a pretty good spot. Martin will be able to heal 6.
Yeah, he's basically healing all the way at this point. He took 2 from Han, and then he's healing the leftover. Tarkintan's not available, obviously. That means he just has to attack with the Cartel Spacer, and he still is one of lethal on space with what he has. So he's gonna need a little something. Either a way to kill the Redemption, which he has plenty of, ISB Agent, Restless Raider wins, Waylay wins. There's just so many cards that wins the game here. Surprise Strike
Triple
wins.
Dark Raid.
Sorry?
Triple Dark Raid.
Triple Dark Raid.
Daring
Fire Spray
Raid,
wins.
so
Like,
much,
just the entire deck wins the game.
Yeah.
So if he cannot wrap this up this turn, it's very unlucky from him. And then if it doesn't wrap up this game now, then there's maybe a hope for Martin if he drops like a second Redemption.
Yeah, Could be.
Yeah, if he cannot finish the job and the second redemption comes out, Xanadu Blood.
Oh.
So he's not lethal this turn. That is fairly unlucky from Chris. But can Martins bring this game home? Like, that is going to be the question. Daring Raid is another card I could have won.
Yep.
So Martin has to think. The problem is, like, Martin is so far away from lethal. That's the main problem here. Okay, that is Concordat Interceptor. That is nice, but that doesn't do enough. We'll see. What other card could he play? Maybe make an opening.
Yeah.
Make an opening saves him. Does it? No, it doesn't, because he still has. It would be a 27, then he gets killed by.
Yeah, true.
No, he's dead. Oh, okay. Concordat Interceptor. He's staying alive. Stay alive. Stay alive.
Yeah. I guess he
Oh my
could
God.
Carabast now, actually, taking out the silencer.
Yeah, okay. But then he takes initiative, wins the game with Xanadu Blood.
Yeah.
That is just... And he has
And there
it.
it
Oh
is.
my God.
There
Okay,
it
he's
is.
staying alive one more turn. Martin is not giving up.
And he's
He's-
out of resources now, so hopefully Chris will just claim now.
Okay, come on, Chris. Claim or win. Claim or win.
Yeah.
And that's it.
So that's game 1.
That was game 1. Chris is indeed up a game. Let's talk about sideboards. Let's talk about sideboard.
Do it.
We can't see you.
Oh,
Oh.
I'm back.
No. This is Martin's list. The good news is, I think after sideboard, things get much better for him. He has 2 open fire, 2 make an opening, 2 fail the dragon. At least those 6 cards get in. Also, probably Zimmerfang Fighters and takedown. That is 1,
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards at least. And
That is pretty nice.
that is pretty nice, and it's like a much better sideboard plan than what Mario had. What do you take out? I think K2SO is not great. I think Obi-Wan is not great. But for
It's
sure you
above
take out
Boba.
Pillage and Tech first. That's 3 cards.
Yeah.
Then,
And then the crates,
that's 5, yeah.
that's 5. I think Mace is not good here.
Oh, no, Mace is... like, you kill something and you put pressure back. I don't know. And it's also
Yeah,
another
I
card
guess.
that you can use on 4th throw to one-shot
Yeah.
Boba. You still need to keep
Okay.
a critical mass of those 7, 8 resource cards to be able to 4th throw that and to one-shot that Boba.
Okay, so maybe K2 is not that good.
Yeah, a couple of K2s,
It's
yeah.
not
Not
really a
all of them,
card
but
you
like a
want,
couple of
but-
them.
It's like okay if you don't draw any other card to play on 4 or 5. I mean 3 or 4. But you don't really want to see it.
Let's talk about Chris. Chris list. He's going to do the exact same sideboard that he did every single game. He's going to take out...
He took out 1
one TIE
Lurker.
Advance, 1 TIE Phantoms,
and 1 Stormtrooper.
and 1 Stormtrooper, and add the 3 Wolves. This is what he did every single game. I don't 100% agree with it. I think TIE Phantom, I agree TIE Phantom is not great in this matchup. Especially after sideboard was making opening is added in.
Yeah. Honestly, I think
I'm
I
not
don't
sold
really
on,
see
on
why
Wolf
you
in this
want
matchup.
to take out Lurkers in advance. I think they're good cards.
Yeah.
But I do see the argument of getting in Wolf.
Me, it's the opposite. I see why TIE Phantom is not great, but I also
Okay.
don't see why Wolf is great.
Okay.
But anyway, I think it's not a big deal either way. I don't think it changes. Basically, his deck doesn't get better after sideboard. We can agree on it's about the same. While we can say clearly that Martin is getting a much better after sideboard. So if you guys are rooting for hand blue is gonna get much better after sideboard. This is Martin's chance to come back as his best of 8. So if we have
Let's
some
go, Martin.
Boba haters in the chat, which I'm sure there are quite a few, We are. There's definitely hope. There's still hope, guys. Martin
Yep.
already won 2-1 versus Chris earlier today. He can do it again. He can do it again, and he can do it with absolute brilliant plays. He knows exactly what he needs to do to win this game. He just needs to get the right sequence of cards. It is a tough matchup, but it's definitely getting better off the sideboard. Let's see if he can make it happen, guys. And hopefully if we get a game 3.
Yeah. The tough thing is that not only does he need to see some specific cards in his mulligan, he also needs to draw some cards.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
the hard part.
Yeah, no, it's a tough things, and his chances of making an opening that doesn't involve damaging his own stuff and getting the free attacking town of his opponent, the chance for him to get that opening is fairly low because of playing Han. This is the thing. So very consistently, Boba Red can make that happen. This is the last chance to stop Boba for taking the win here in this tournament.
Indeed. He has to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, he
in
has
order
to
win this
It is
best of 3.
doable. He did 2 games in the semi-final, so everything is possible. This is Star Wars Unlimited.
And I think he did the reverse sweep, right?
The first time around, I don't remember actually.
I think he lost the first one and then did 2 in a row.
Yeah, so that confirms the fact that the matchup does get a lot better after sideboard. That does confirm that.
Yeah.
He does had quite a few. Like the amount of answers he's gonna have to Fire Spray as well with those Fell Dragon is also pretty good, pretty nice. This is another reason why I think Ruthless Raider is actually might be better than Fire Spray in this matchup because he doesn't get countered by Fell Dragon. That's another kind of argument.
Okay, I'm back. What happened?
Nothing. Just opening. Oh, Mr. Chris
No
skip his
turn
turn
one
1 play. That's not great. And Mercenary Gunship from turn 1 for Martin. I think it's okay to not have a turn 1 play if you have a very solid hand. If you have a very solid follow up.
Yeah, so we want to see a Conquer Dawn into Poe, Kanan, Force Row redemption thing.
Yeah, we are in that realm of wanting that kind of card. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he did mulligan. If he did not mulligan, if he did not mulligan, and he kept a hand that has that's a pretty good sign that he has.
But he did mulligan.
He did mulligan.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Rip. So
he does at least have a space unit.
Sorry.
He does at least have a space unit.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Something.
Flying Fighters will be able to trade out this 3/2 or trade out anything that comes out. Unless we see ISB Agent. Oh no. ISB Agent plus attack in town.
Yeah. So at least now we know Conquer Dawn 2, even though he would have been a better play, would have been taken out the same way.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why the guys, this sequence here is the reason why this deck is so good. And the untap of Boba is so relevant in this deck. It's absurd. Look at how absurd that is. Yeah. So incredibly relevant.
And as you mentioned, with the new 3 costs, you can do this with even another spaceship.
Yeah. So I'm looking for the name of the card here. It's called Elite P-38 Starfighter. Watch out for this card, guys. In my opinion, it's the best cunning villainy card of the set. And it's going to dial this deck to 11. It's going to make it even better. It's going to be...
we at least got the Poe. Pretty good.
Okay, Poe is nice.
For Martin here.
Poe is nice.
But let's hope we're not going to see... we do know there's a Force choke. So it's just going to go, right?
Choke. Yeah, he's going to have an easy answer to Poe. Unless he resourced it.
That's true.
It's not impossible that he could resource it because it's not a card that is like super high priority in this matchup.
Yeah.
But no, he's a smart fella. Look at this. Get the Force choke. Get rid of this Poe Dameron, and now untapping. And yes, he's going to be able to play yet another 3-drop. This is just
Lurking
incredibly
Tie
nasty.
incoming. Or even a Dark Radiant. No, he doesn't have anything. Okay, that's really good for Martin. Could have been a lot worse this turn.
Okay, guys, you're not gonna believe what happened here. We got.
What happened?
Oh no, never mind. That was a bug on the program. The bug basically told me that we had 24 viewers. That means 90 players kind of left. No, it's a bug. It's a bug. We have the same 114.
Okay.
By the way, guys, thank you for tuning in for the last, possibly what could be the last game of the tournament here. Can Martin turn the situation around? Oh, the Waylay.
No,
The
he literally had the line. The spaceship into Poe, into Kanan. But the Waylay, the disruption. That's the thing with Boba, right? Not only does it have a super clean gameplay, a game plan with the space units, it also has so much disruption. Like being able to take out with Force Choke, bounce something with Waylay, or ping with Daring Raid and ISB agent, like too good.
I have to say, overall, the way people are playing, very clean and very fast at the same time. And I really enjoy it. It's very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah. So we're seeing Boba coming out here, readying some, or I don't remember. Yeah.
Yeah, 21 now resources? With the ball presence. There's nothing in, unfortunately, there's nothing in Martin's deck that can possibly stabilize this board. Nothing.
Yeah. I guess we could see a double make an opening here. It's decent, but it means it's still gonna take 10 damage and heal 4, so just die in one action next turn.
And don't forget that he's at 6, so he can play a Fire Spray here. We haven't seen a single Fire Spray in the series so far.
Yeah.
But this card still exists. Still a pretty good card.
That's the crazy thing. You see your opponent, like the people playing against Boba, they're struggling so hard just to keep up from the previous turn's units.
Yeah.
And then after they've kind of dealt with that, then the new units come. It's crazy.
Here you go. Ruthless Raider comes into play. Make an opening. Okay, so make an opening plus Concordant Interceptor is kind of like the best turn you could have hoped for, and even that is not going to be enough. He's still taking 10 damage. Even despite like this very fantastic turn that he had.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Thorrk and Town is really the... I feel like if Thorrk and Town was not a thing, this matchup would maybe not be as hard.
Yeah. It was actually very interesting to see at the PQ in Copenhagen, which I got to attend. There was 2 red Bobas that played this list without Thorrk and Town.
Yeah, I think that's wrong. I mean, it depends on the meta, right? I think Thorrk and Town is so good against Han, so obviously for this specific meta, Thorrk and Town was absolutely amazing. But and also the version that Chris is playing, he plays the ISB agent. So it's a different deck. It's a different version. I personally am very impressed with that specific version, and congratulations here to Chris for taking down the 2 Moons SWU Premier Championship 2024. Don't go anywhere. We might have a player's interview, and Boba takes yet another tournament. Martin did not manage to repeat his performance of the winner bracket final. He managed to win previously against Chris. Did not manage to take a single game this time around. And Chris navigates through a sea of blue, white, red decks to make it to the final and to win the thing here. So congratulations to him.
Really good performance.
He was playing his deck very well. To be honest, I don't want to be a dick. But this is not the hardest deck to play. Like, it's a fairly easy deck to play. But despite that,
game plan.
Sorry?
A very, very streamlined game plan.
Exactly, yeah. But it doesn't take anything away from him. He made the right choice of deck. I think his build is also not a standard build. I have to also give credit where credit is due. It is not the same build everybody plays. It is a different build. It's a build that is trying to emphasize a lot on the interaction with Thorrk and Town, ISB agent. I haven't seen ISB agent in Thorrk and Town forever. Like, I remember seeing some Thorrk and Town decks like in before the release of the game, where basically where we didn't have any other space. So it was just a regular aggro deck, and people were playing ISB Agent. It was very strong to be able to get out 3 turn 1 on. This deck basically re-emphasized on this, even though we haven't seen that line of play being used here. The turn 1 ISB Agent double 3/1s is still very nasty, and you can do it like fairly consistently. And yeah, obviously, and emphasizing on the triple deck raid on the 4 to get out those Dena du Blood, Restless Raiders, and Fast Fire Spray, not playing as much into the TIE Advance into Locking TIE Phantoms combinations.
Yeah. And I have to say, I think that line is probably pretty good into Boba as well. Because Xanadu, for instance, it trades really well with Fire Spray.
That's a good point. My question that I'm asking is, can we do both? Can we play a deck that would have this package and the double TIE Advance package? Because whenever you don't find a 6 resource like ship, getting into a TIE Advance is still very good. I still believe TIE Advance into Locking TIE Phantom, even hardcasting just TIE Phantoms for 4.
Yeah.
Because you're not always going to find... I think also what I have to say is that Chris did a very good job at drawing his triple dark raid very consistently. Like, he was really good at drawing them, and that's such the best card of his deck. So I feel like having TIE Advance on top of triple dark raid to get more consistency on the 4 drop area would make a lot of sense to me. Can you just ask if we're having a player interview, if we have to wrap up the stream, like just ask him? In the meantime, I'm going to be answering questions. So if you guys want to ask me any questions, feel free to do so in the chat. We got Orange Striker asking, Thorrk, we need Obi for the heroic side. I personally don't like... I think the beauty of game design is to have different aspects doing different things. And I believe that giving Obi to heroic will simply just make heroic feels more like villainy, which I don't think is good game design. I think you want both aspects to be playing different things and to have different strengths of weaknesses. And I don't necessarily think it solves the fundamental problem we're having is that Boba is too good. It doesn't answer that problem. Another thing as well is, I've seen a lot of people that say that we should ban Overwhelming Barrage, and I think this would be a horrible mistake. And I'll explain why. Overwhelming Barrage is one of the... All the decks that have good match, most of the decks that have good matchup into Boba, play Obi, need Overwhelming Barrage. And Sabine, without Obi on the map, Sabine is insane. Good luck winning against Sabine without Overwhelming Barrage. Good luck with that. It's going to be insane. As I said, most of the decks that are good against Boba play Obi. So good luck winning against Boba Red and Boba Yellow without Obi. The only deck that you're affecting is Boba Green, but how about the other Bobas, which are doing just as good? So it would be horrible for the game to ban Obi. As much as I still think Obi is the best card in the game. No question about it. It's the best card in the game. But it is not. It is a card that is very much needed in the game, at least at right now. So people who are asking, who are telling that Obi needs to be banned out, those people don't understand the ecosystem of the game. Like, do you agree with this?
I think it's an interesting topic. I think you can't ban Obi if you think Boba is a problem. Like, they're not that tightly interconnected. But let's keep that discussion for another time, maybe. I have gotten word from Edu and Tis. They wanted to thank us for hosting, and we have to thank them also for this day. It was super fun. Looks like we will just be doing the wrap up here. So let's maybe just take a quick look at the brackets and then show the prizes again, and then we can wrap it up.
Absolutely. So, looks like we're not going to have any players interview. That's fine. This is basically, so the double brackets, as you can see here, we got Christian Anders winning with Boba Red, so taking the first seat in the tournament. We got Martin taking second seat of the tournament with Han Green and Han Blue. Sorry, we got Mario Goats. I don't know, playing as Boba Blue, taking the third spot. Fourth spot goes to Christoph Zumbrunnen playing as Ray Red. So a lot of basically 3 blue white red decks in the top 4. So that's worth noticing. Then after this, I guess the next spot goes to at the same time having Matthias and Dominic. Dominic was playing the Hondo Onaka blue, and Matthias was playing Sabine green. And I'm not going to go further because I'm not sure who's playing what in there. But I'm sure the organizer will publish somewhere the full top 12, which is because it was a top 12 top cut here for this tournament. Keep in mind that players have not necessarily qualified to this tournament using those decks, so take things with a grain of salt. Yeah. In any case, it was great fun casting this tournament. Thank everybody for tuning in. I know that this late in the meta, where things are getting a little bit stale, it's not as exciting as it is when it's early in the meta. And having so many viewers on a tournament like this feels extremely good. It's a great start for the tournament scene in Switzerland. It's a great start, and we're hoping that Tumen is going to organize many, many more tournaments. And thank you, of course. Thank you, Jonah, for being with me. I felt less lonely. Let me know your thoughts.
Super nice to be here. Also, thanks to Tumens and Idu, 2 of the contact persons at Tumens. They're super nice guys. And quick shout out, if you haven't checked out the Nordic Takedown podcast, check it out. We also have a YouTube channel, so hopefully make some content there now once we see a new set. And let's maybe just take a look at the prizes that Christian and Martin and Mario will get.
Yes, give me a second. Completely forgot that. Okay, so the prizes for the tournaments. This is the Darth Vader convention exclusive. Do you remember the black one with the lightsaber? A special Young Han and 30 HP base altered promo that we haven't seen, but we are guessing is going to be super cool. Then the Darth Maul convention exclusive with a custom 2 Galaxy Dice set, Kylo Ren convention, 14 boosters, Asajj 9 boosters, and then Palpatine 7 boosters, Kondoku 7 boosters, 12 boosters, 10 boosters. So pretty awesome prices. I think overall, if we had to make a comparison, maybe it's like about the same as like a 1K tournament in terms of the amount of pricing giving out, which is pretty cool for first edition, guys. So it was super exciting. We're hoping for, in my opinion, this is better prizes than a PQ, in my opinion. A PQ though gives you qualification day 2 for Worlds, so there's that. Whatever, how much you value that. I mean, if you're European, they really like it's nice, but you still have to buy the flight tickets to Las Vegas. So it has this so yeah, it depends on whether you're planning to go or not. Then it depends. Like that changes the. Sorry.
It's like a backhanded compliment, right? Here you get to go. You still have to pay, but you get to go.
I mean, you still get to go. By the way, you still can totally just don't make to day 2. That's it. Like you don't have the automatic buy to day 2. But in my opinion, if you are good enough, if you're a good player and you are willing to spend that much money into a Vegas trip, that means you're gonna go there with a knife between your teeth, and making to day 2 might not be so difficult. I don't know. We'll see. It's still nice though. Still nice.
Yeah. All right. So that was it for today.
That was it. I'm just gonna answer a few questions before we head out, and then we'll be ready to go. Okay, few questions. Last question, guys. Last opportunity to ask question if you want. Thorrk, no, Obi-Wan Dre. SA Oddball, thank for casting. Thank you for being here. Distant Saturn says, Thorrk, what does Heroic needs to go toe-to-toe with Villainy? Endgame. Better endgame, better, bigger cards. I think it's okay that both aspects do things differently, and it's okay that one aspect is better in late game and the other is better early game. I don't think there's a fundamental problem with that. But I think the answer to that question is just more card. Like, so far, basically the best late game card we've seen for heroism is basically Home 1. I think the green-white cards in general are a bit lackluster. We had amazing green-white cards in set 1, but then green-white wars in set 2 and set 3 have been horrible. So I think we need big cards in like big spaceships. I think like the fact that the spaceship that they've printed in set 3 are pretty weak is not helping. So we just need big spaceship that helps. But fundamentally speaking, I don't think there's a fundamental problem with different aspect doing different things. Swimming Slytherins. He must be tired if he said no to an interview. Normally, Chris never shuts up about this game. Thank you. Thank you, guys, for helping me, a noob, to follow what was going on all day. Thank you for being with us and watching the tournament. And then finally, last questions from Saturn. PQs need cash prizes and a ton more exclusive swag. Cash prizes is always hard because it costs money. They're trying to make profit. It's a company that's trying to make profit, but definitely the easiest way for them to give better prizes, just give us better promos. I think it was mentioned yesterday by Loopy was saying, if those convention exclusive like cards were basically given out as prize pool for PQs instead of just being sold for like €1 million in conventions, that would just be much better.
True.
Yeah. So, any last words, my friend?
No, just pay attention to this store. I think there's a really passionate group of people. We're probably going to see more events from Zurich in Switzerland, so it's going to be interesting to see. And really looking forward for the next set and seeing some new meta. Although it was very fun seeing the set 2 meta today.
Absolutely, I think the games were fun. Like we saw some nasty stuff. Despite the redundant matchups, I felt like it was still like fun. And guys, Star Wars Limited is such a good game. We don't need who needs a good meta when we have a good game? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let's have both, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys, and I'll see you next time. And expect some videos next week. Bye-bye.